Chapter 2436. Behind the monk, Buddhist light circled around him as a huge Buddha appeared. Light shone behind the Buddha's head as he clasped his palms together. His face was filled with compassion, as if he had transcended the mortal world. The sacred Buddhist light shone brightly, forming a realm of its own. Within this realm, the clone of the god race looked at the monk in surprise. His previously disdainful eyes turned serious at this moment. Om. Ma. And I. Pa. Me. Om. The complete six-syllable mantra appeared, bringing with it a mysterious power that vibrated within the realm. Feeling the power of the six-syllable mantra, the clone of the god race clasped his hands together. Streaks of divine power circled around his body, forming layers of defense. Even he felt threatened by the six-syllable mantra. Merciful Buddha. The monk clasped his palms together, causing the entire realm to vibrate. The power of the six-syllable mantra was like a raging wave as it swept towards the clone of the god race. Under the horrified expression of the other party, it instantly drowned him. The sacred Buddhist power vibrated within the realm of the Buddha. One could faintly hear the sound of violent energy. Occasionally, one could see flashes of divine light within, but they were quickly extinguished. Even if it was not at the level of a supreme sage, the six-syllable mantra was still terrifying because it was one of the strongest techniques in the world. After the rumbling Buddhist power gradually calmed down, the clone of the god race within the realm of the Buddha had already disappeared. Boom! When the mysterious phenomenon behind Tyrant disappeared, an intense rumble came from the horizon. A terrifying energy ripple came from the distance. The monk, who had turned his head, happened to see the scene of the demon ape destroying the clone of the god race. He was slightly surprised. After all, that was the clone of the god race, an existence with strong combat power. He could destroy it because he knew that his combat power was strong. He did not expect the demon ape to be so violent as well. Furthermore, the method of destruction was truly shocking. To be able to destroy the clone of the god race in an instant was enough to prove the strength of the two. However, the two who had destroyed the clone did not leave because the Gaodu Supreme Sage was still around. At this moment, how could they abandon the Supreme Sage and leave alone? Without any discussion, the two of them charged towards the Gaodu Supreme Sage without hesitation. It was understandable for the devil ape to have such intentions. However, the monk, who had always acted according to the wind, had actually come over as well. This made the devil ape a little surprised, but it brushed it off with a laugh. This was a real monk. Didn't I tell you to leave? Seeing the two approaching, the injured Gao Do Grand Sage was very displeased. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. The demon ape held his black rod and stood beside the Gao Du Supreme Sage. The black rod's imprint appeared, and a violent Holy King's power surged around him. He was still in his transformed state. That's right. How could you leave without any sense of loyalty? Great Sage, you're not Zichan. Tyrant also came forward. His expression was solemn. Obviously, he was very afraid of the divine race, but he had no intention of retreating. Nonsense, this is the God Clan. You will lose your life. Gaudo Supreme Sage was very moved, but more than that, his heart was filled with regret. It didn't matter if he died, because he should have died long ago. He had lived long enough. However, if these two geniuses were implicated, it would be a huge loss to the Life Star. Great Sage, please don't say that. It's a good deal to exchange my life for yours. Tyrant licked his lips and said, I'm already a dying man. You are the future of the Life Star. Gaudo Supreme Sage said, Great Sage, you think too highly of us. Although this monk is very excited, it won't change our determination to stay. Tyrant held the demon subduing pestle tightly. His expression gradually calmed down and even became merciful. This was a sign that he was going to attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that this monk is usually frivolous. Once he gets into a fight, he is a true Buddhist. Besides, even if we die, that bastard will take revenge for us. Don't worry, Great Sage. If this monk dies here today, this guy won't live either. I believe in him. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the divine race. Let's fight. Tyrant's body surged with Buddhist light. His expression was merciful. His hands were quickly forming seals, and a huge Buddha appeared behind him. Although the Buddha this time was the same as before, there were as many as 6 light wheels behind him. The Buddhist light shone, forming a domain that enveloped the divine race, Gaodo, and the demon ape. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The Buddha put his palms together and chanted. His merciful voice echoed in the domain. Streams of Buddhist power entered the bodies of the great sage and the demon ape. Their auras rose once again. At the same time, some Buddhist power landed on the divine race, causing him to feel immense pressure. Is this the strongest ability of the Buddhist sect? It's only a... The divine race sneered. Divine power circled around him, and he easily dispersed the Buddhist power. Swoosh! The demon ape's body flashed, and he smashed the black rod at the divine race. As he rushed forward, he stretched out his palm and used the ability to lock down energy. Streams of demonic chi wrapped around the divine race. Bam! However, just as it wrapped around the divine race, it was blasted away by a force. The demon ape suffered a backlash, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the momentum of the black rod in his hand did not decrease. With the sound of wind and thunder, he smashed towards the divine race. The divine race snorted coldly. He stretched out a finger and flicked at the powerful black rod. Boom! The divine power exploded in an instant. The entire domain of Buddhist light began to tremble and distort, becoming unstable. Om. Ma. And I. Ba. Me. Om. Monk's Sanskrit mantra appeared. More Buddhist light flashed, and the trembling domain quickly stabilized. Then, pure Buddhist power swept towards the divine race like a raging wave. The attack that could kill the clone of the divine race just now was ineffective against the divine race at this moment. He stood on the spot without moving. Divine power surged in his fingers, and the demon ape was directly sent flying. At the same time, the Buddhist power that came forward naturally parted in front of him. It could not hurt him at all. Monk's hand seals changed again. The Buddha behind him raised the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and smashed it towards the divine race. The demon-subduing pestle was very strong. It shone with boundless Buddhist light. Looking up at the scene, the divine race's face was still full of disdain. He formed a seal with both hands and roared. Apocalyptic divine fist. A fist formed completely from the divine power flew up and met the demon-subduing pestle head-on. Boom! Energy shook. The divine fist exploded. The demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. At the same time, half of the Buddha's arm disappeared. The divine race was an existence that could kill a supreme sage. No matter how extraordinary the monk and the demon ape were, they were still only sage kings. Such a huge difference in cultivation level could not be made up with such techniques. It was more appropriate. The divine race's techniques were not weak. In fact, they were very strong. Luodian. While the two were attacking, Supreme Sage Gaodu had been forming seals. His hand seals changed quickly, but the time it took to form them was very long. As the two delayed, the last seal in his hand fell. The divine power of the Supreme Sage in his body gathered in front of him like waves. The divine power of the Supreme Sage formed a watery ball of light in front of him. The ball of light kept trembling as if there was a life form trying to force its way out. The ball of light quickly twisted and turned into a sharp spike. Like an extended ray of light, it pierced toward the divine race. The ball of light was still trembling. The spike extended forward at a very fast speed. Swoosh! The divine race's figure moved quickly and dodged the incoming attack. But soon, his expression changed. He watched as the sharp spike changed direction in midair. It moved at an even faster speed. Like a spirit snake, it wrapped itself around the God Race clansmen from behind. After trapping the divine race, Supreme Sage Gaodu's expression did not change. He formed another seal. The divine power of the Supreme Sage in his body separated again. It turned into a long sword in midair and flew toward the divine race trapped in front of him. Slash! With a loud shout, the long sword stood on the divine race's neck. Then, it exploded. Energy shook around the divine race, making it impossible to see what was happening. The monk and the demon ape stared ahead. Once there was any abnormality, they would immediately attack. Gaudu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. In just 2 short attacks, he had consumed a lot of energy. His breathing became heavy as he looked ahead with some anticipation. The energy in front of him dissipated. The divine race appeared. He was still trapped, and there were no injuries on his body. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a disdainful smile. "You want to kill me with such an attack?" As soon as he finished speaking, the energy on the divine race's body surged. The divine power of the supreme sage instantly exploded. Gaudu's heart sank to the bottom. He knew it was time to make a choice. His black hair moved without wind. The last energy on his body began to surge. Once again, he formed a mudra with both of his hands. The 2 streams of light appeared and quickly wrapped around the monk and the devil ape, binding their bodies tightly. In the next moment, the light carried the 2 into the distance. The monk's Buddha domain also dissipated at this moment. Trying to run? A cold light flashed in the divine race's eyes. He chased forward. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more streams of energy appeared from Gaudu's body. They wrapped around the divine race. The speed of the attack was so fast that even the divine race could not dodge in time. He was trapped again. The monk and the demon ape had already disappeared. The 2's cries for the supreme sage echoed in the sky. "Hurry up and run," the Gaudu supreme sage said. At the same time, he rushed toward the trapped divine race. Boom! The energy that wrapped around the divine race exploded. The divine race appeared. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The divine power in his hand condensed into a long sword. Poof! He changed his body and dodged the supreme sage's attack. The weapon in his hand pierced Gaudu's heart, completely piercing through his body. The Gaudu supreme sage threw himself forward, knocking the divine race down. Both of them crashed to the ground. Chapter 24:37. The Gaudu supreme sage hugged the body of the god race being tightly as the 2 of them fell towards the ground. In the process of falling, his life force was dissipating. The blood of the supreme sage dripped from the wound and dyed the body of the god race being red. In the distance, Monk and the rest had already run far away. However, they could clearly see this scene through their spiritual senses. Their faces were filled with pain. A supreme sage had fallen right in front of their eyes. Boom! The body of the Gaudu supreme sage exploded. The god race being turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, chasing after Monk and the devil ape. His speed was extremely fast, even surpassing the speed of Zichun when he was using extreme speed. When the 2 of them who were running sensed the aura of the god race being, their faces changed. The devil ape who was rushing forward stopped and turned around to face the god race being. He did not say anything, but his actions spoke for themselves. "If you leave, I'll stop. I have the strongest defense in the world and can hold on for a long time." Monk came before the devil ape and grabbed him, wanting to throw him into the distance. Even the strongest defense is useless. "This is the god race," the devil ape said in a deep voice. He broke free from Monk's hand, but was determined not to leave. Monk looked at the stubborn devil ape and sighed. However, he did not run away either. Even the Gaudu supreme sage was dead. Who could fight against such a god race being? Whoever stayed behind would die. If he were to leave now, the devil ape would definitely die here. If he were to stay and the devil ape left, with his strongest defense, the devil ape might still have a chance of survival. However, the devil ape was determined not to leave. He would rather die than leave. Coming to Lightning Divine Palace is fraught with danger. Seems like this is fate. Since that's the case, let us face our fate together. Monk and the devil ape stood side by side as they looked at the approaching god race being. The demonic ape's eyes turned increasingly red. The demonic aura around his body surged crazily as a powerful aura was released from him. Monk took out his demon-vanquishing pestle as the Buddha behind him appeared once again. He looked at the god race being benevolently with a smile. "Insolent ant." A cold glint flashed across the god race being's eyes as the power of God in his body surged, forming a huge wave that swept towards the 2 of them. Faced with this surging power of God, the two of them could not react in time as they were swept away by this energy. The gap between the two sides was simply too big, so big that it was unimaginable, so big that it was impossible to escape. The two of them steadied themselves as the God Race clansman stood in front of them. He stared at the two of them like a cat playing with a mouse. "I'll give you one last chance to resist. Let me see how much weight you two have." Devil Ape and Tyrant exchanged glances. They both knew their fates. When they turned around again, their eyes were filled with determination. After the second transformation, the black, demonic light that shrouded the demonic ape's body turned red, as if it was blood. An unusually violent aura surged out of his body. The red light continued to rise and turned into the shape of a tall, blood-red sky-splitting battle ape, which enveloped the devil ape's body. The black rod, which should have been in the hands of the demonic ape, was now in the hands of the blood-colored sky-splitting battle ape. Its berserk aura was filled with danger. Interesting. Seeing the demonic ape's transformation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the god's mouth. Umidba. Tyrant's expression became compassionate. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. A huge Buddha appeared behind him. Tyrant had seen this scene before, so he was not surprised. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Punishing evil and eliminating evil. A cold and indifferent voice came from Tyrant's mouth. His compassionate expression turned cold in the next moment. The Buddha's light around his body also changed at this moment. It became terrifying, deep, and no longer compassionate. The deep energy light behind him formed another Buddha, but this Buddha did not have the slightest bit of compassion. It was as if it had been invaded by an evil spirit. It stared at Tyrant with its cold eyes. It was very evil. The energy light on Tyrant's body also changed at this moment. One side of him was golden and shrouded in the Buddha's light, while the other side became deep and evil. This was the combination of good and evil. He was the real good and evil monk. Umidba, accept your death. The first voice was compassionate, but it was followed by cold resentment. The two Buddha's Dharma bodies formed hand seals and raised their palms to strike at Tyrant. At the same time, the good and evil monk's body was shrouded in the Buddha's light energy of good and evil, providing the strongest defense. Swoosh! On the other side, the blood-red demon ape followed closely with a black staff in hand. Two large palm prints fell from the sky. In each of the palm prints, there was a swastika character. Buddha's light swirled around it, exuding a powerful aura. Too weak. Tyrant shook his head when he saw the two large palm prints. It was unknown if he was referring to the opponent's low cultivation level or their weak attacks. He raised his hand and threw out two punches. Two beams of divine fist light shot up into the sky and collided with the palm prints. Boom! Boom! The Buddha's light palm prints exploded one after another. Violent energy surged and instantly destroyed the arms of the two Buddhas. At the same time, it dispersed the Buddha's domain. Following that, the demon ape passed through the violent energy and arrived in front of Tyrant. The black staff in his hand smashed down at Tyrant's head. Tyrant raised his hand to block as the power of divinity swirled around his palm. Pa! The black staff smashed down and a powerful force exploded in an instant. The power of divinity, swirling around his palm, dissipated in an instant. At the same time, his palm bent due to the tremendous force. The black staff smashed down and hit Tyrant's head, sending him flying. Blood flowed from the corner of the Tyrant's mouth. This was the first time he had been injured. Damned thing, I want you dead. The Tyrant wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked indifferently at the demon ape. He transformed into a beam of divine light and arrived in front of the demon ape. He threw a punch at the demon ape. The blood-red demon ape did not back down and smashed down with the black staff in his hand again. Boom! The fist and the staff collided and the energy vibrated. The black staff in the blood-red demon ape's hand flew out. The attack of the divine fist did not decrease and landed on the blood-red demon ape again, causing it to dissipate. However, the power of this attack was greatly reduced. The demon ape's true body appeared. Die! The Tyrant roared and threw another punch. It penetrated the demon ape's heart. The demon ape's ferocious expression froze at this moment. He felt a powerful force enter his body and then into his consciousness, forcefully destroying his soul. In his red eyes, the spiritual light was dissipating and his life was disappearing. Before he died, he looked at the tyrant in front of him with a calm expression. There was no fear of death. He even raised the corner of his mouth to the tyrant. It was a smile. Then, a beam of light condensed from his body and landed on the tyrant. "I will wait for you," the demon ape said calmly to the tyrant. This was his last sentence. After saying it, his life was gone. Boom! The power of divinity exploded, and the demon ape's body exploded. Blood rained down, and there was no corpse left. The tyrant saw the demon ape die, but his expression was calm. He did not feel too much grief because he would soon follow in the demon ape's footsteps. He looked at the rain of blood and the cold tyrant of the tyrant. He, who was the combination of good and evil, put his palms together. Amitabha. The Buddha's voice reverberated in the surroundings. At this moment, the Buddhas of good and evil put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's name in unison. The Buddhas, who were surrounded by Buddha's light, were still merciful and compassionate at this moment. As for the Buddha of evil thoughts, he was no longer ferocious. He seemed to be showing signs of transforming into a Buddha, from a demon to a Buddha. Around the monk, the energy of good and evil were changing at this moment. There were even signs of them fusing together. Amitabha. The tyrant put his palms together and a strong light shone from his body. A strong Buddha's power surged and formed an even bigger swastika. This swastika appeared in front of him and shone with Buddha's light. Then, the two Buddhas behind him turned into energy and rushed towards the swastika. The swastika, which was surrounded by Buddha's light, emitted two types of intense light after fusing the good and evil Buddhas. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. The Buddha's name rose again and the swastika moved forward, heading straight for the tyrant of the gods. An interesting attack. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low. The tyrant of the gods stepped forward and smirked. He punched forward. The swastika trembled under the punch, but did not shatter. The tyrant of the gods punched again and the swastika exploded. Buddha's light surged in all directions, causing the surrounding space to distort rapidly. The tyrant of the gods stepped forward and passed through the source of the violent energy. He arrived in front of the tyrant. Since you want to merge these two souls, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light on his body surged. He pointed at the tyrant of the gods. The tyrant of the gods was suppressed by the tyrant of the gods' power and immobilized him. In the next moment, his finger left the tyrant's forehead. Two rays of light twined around his fingertip. Within the two rays of light, there were two monks. They were his good and evil souls. The tyrant was the combination of good and evil. He had two souls in his body. As the two souls were dragged out, the tyrant's eyes immediately lost their luster. Divine power surged out from the tyrant of the god's fingertip. The divine power landed on the tyrant's two souls, causing the two souls to distort and forcefully merge together. The tyrant of the tyrant's painful roar rang out from the two souls. This kind of fusion was violent and would never succeed. The only possibility it could bring was destruction. The fusion lasted for 10 breaths of time. After that, the tyrant's soul could no longer control the destructive aura brought about by the forced fusion. With a boom, it exploded and dissipated from the world. The tyrant of the gods also lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Another ray of energy shot out from the tyrant of the gods' fingertip. The ray landed on the tyrant's body, causing it to explode. The tyrant of good and evil had fallen. The same scene was playing out in the 8th floor of the Lightning Divine Palace. Zichun entered the main hall that was summoned. Upon entering, he saw 2 rows of statue guards. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and prepared himself for battle. However, these statue guards did not revive. This caused him to be slightly surprised. He arrived at the front of the main hall. In the next moment, he would be able to push open the door and enter. However, at this moment, he suddenly recalled the words of the lightning ancestor. He did not enter the main hall directly. Instead, He walked to the side. Chapter 24:38. When he saw this door, Zichen's emotions fluctuated. This was because he wasn't sure if all the halls had this side door, or if this was the place where the lightning ancestor found the lightning fruit. This place posed no threat to him, nor did it have the slightest intention of stopping him. Lightning flickered as he pushed open the side door and walked in. Entering this place was like entering a back garden. The area was huge. Zichen walked in. At the end of the road, he saw a small dried-up lake. This proved what the lightning ancestor had said. The lightning origin he had obtained back then came from here. After so many years, no new lightning fruit had appeared here. This was enough to prove that this was the only thing in the world. It was unique and could not be replicated. Zichen walked around the area and found some exotic flowers and plants. They were all newly grown in recent years and were of very high quality. However, Zichen did not pick them. Although they were all opportunities, they were not very useful to him. He wanted to leave them for future generations. After all, the most valuable things here were already in his hands. After staying for a while, Zichen turned around and walked out of this place. He stood in front of the hall again. This time, he did not hesitate and directly pushed open the door and entered. When he pushed open the door, what appeared was still the light of lightning. The call also became stronger. Zichen spread out his spiritual sense. He did not sense any danger, so he stepped in. After entering, he gradually adapted to the light of the lightning and could see the entire hall clearly. The hall was spacious and empty, without any furniture or decorations. Following his line of sight, he saw a strange ball of lightning. This was the only thing in the entire hall. Zichen walked towards the ball of lightning. He saw that the lightning seemed to contain something else, causing the ball of light to shrink and shrink continuously, showing all kinds of shapes. He spread out his spiritual sense and checked the surroundings again. After finding no abnormalities, he slowly reached out and touched the ball of light. His finger easily passed through the lightning and landed on the clump of light. The trembling ball of light stopped trembling when Zichen's finger landed. A ray of light shot out from the ball of light and landed on Zichen's fingertip. After that, the ball of light dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that all the energy in it had been absorbed by Zichen's finger. Soon, the ball of light became thin. Zichen saw an object emitting light within the ball of light. This light fluctuated between strong and weak, flickering indeterminately. The energy within the ball of light followed Zichen's finger and entered his body. Then, it extended out and entered his knowledge sea. A certain soul in Zichen's sea of consciousness was naturally stimulated by the arrival of this energy. It was a memory. To be more precise, it was a memory of a cultivation technique. It was the thunder blade manipulation. The lightning sacred beast had once said that the lightning blade manipulation was brought out by the lightning ancestor from the lightning divine palace. However, he had only obtained half of it back then, and only one person in the world was able to learn it. The lightning ancestor had passed it down to the sacred thunder beast. Back then, the sacred thunder beast had cut off its soul and memory and passed it on to Zichen. What was contained within this energy was the other half of the thunder blade manipulation cultivation technique. At this point, the entire cultivation technique had become complete. With the completion of the cultivation technique, Zichen's comprehension of the thunder blade manipulation also deepened. If the lightning ancestor saw this scene now, he would definitely be very shocked. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain half of the cultivation technique. However, it was completely open to Zichen, and he had given it to him without reservation. The ball of light dissipated, and a flickering object appeared. It was a flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing. It was somewhat similar to the saber spirit back then, but it was thinner and sharper than the saber spirit. In addition, the aura emitted by this flying knife was the unique aura of a sacred weapon. After obtaining the complete thunder blade manipulation cultivation technique, Zichen knew very well that this was not only a sacred weapon, but also a sacred weapon that was compatible with the thunder blade manipulation. It was unique in this world and could not be replicated. There were two unique items in this hall: the unique thunder blade manipulation and the unique thunder seed. These two items were now in his possession. Zichen stood quietly. His soul was comprehending the thunder blade manipulation cultivation technique. At the same time, he had divided a part of his soul to refine this flying knife. To Zichun, this was a big opportunity. With this unique thunder blade manipulation, his fighting competence would be greatly enhanced. The 5 God Clan experts came to the 8th floor, standing at the entrance of the 9th floor. However, even the 5 of them couldn't break the entrance and enter the 9th floor. Thus, they had to wait here in silence. Standing next to the 5 of them was Great Saint Foundation, who had recovered from his wounds. He stood there respectfully. At this moment, no doubt, he was excited. Not only had he seen the God Clan, but they had also agreed to his request. He believed that the Life Star had suffered a great loss. As the God Clan had taken action, the Life Star had no future. However, what made him a little uncomfortable was that they still couldn't find Zichen's trace. Although they had killed many of his friends, he still hadn't shown up. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. There was a loud roar, and a huge black tortoise appeared out of thin air. Its body was like a continuous mountain range, covering the sky and the sun. Surging supreme saint power surged on the surface of its body. Behind the black tortoise stood 5 women. Among the 5, 4 of them were Zichen's confidants. They had always been together. The last one was Rosefinch Great Saint. She had come to the rescue when she saw the 4 women in danger. The black tortoise Great Saint came after her. He used his huge body to block the attack of the God Clan, protecting the 5 behind him. With a loud roar, the black tortoise Great Saint dashed towards the God Clan in front of him. Among the 4 Great Saint beasts, his defense was undoubtedly the strongest. The God Clan expert opposite him wore a cold expression. He formed a seal with both hands and used his palm to block the black tortoise Great Saint's attack. Boom! Violent energy surged. The black tortoise Great Saint retreated. As his huge body retreated, the entire void shook. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and leave. These people are not people we can fight against. Go find Zichun. Only he can deal with these God Clan experts. The retreating black tortoise Great Saint said telepathically, White Tiger is already dead. Rosefinch, protect them and leave quickly. The black tortoise Great Saint charged forward again. As he charged forward, the energy around him surged wildly. A chain of lightning appeared between heaven and earth. These lightning bolts were all black and contained an unusual amount of energy. White Tiger is already dead. Hearing this news, Rosefinch Great Saint's expression darkened. However, she quickly recovered from the shock of death. She looked at the black tortoise Great Saint and said, "Take care." Then, she turned and left with the 4 women. She knew that from today onwards, she would never see the black tortoise Great Saint again. Perhaps in the future, there would never be a black tortoise Great Saint. How could this be? Why did they attack us? Lin Shui could not accept the news of the White Tiger Great Saint's death. In fact, the White Tiger Great Saint was not the only one who had died. During this period of time, even more Great Saints had died. Wang Xian and Shangguan Yu, spirits fell. The battle prowess of this God Clan expert was simply too strong. He was so strong that they could not fight against him at all. With just one attack, the 4 of them were defeated. Su Mingyao, who had not spoken the entire time, glanced at the sky and said, "This is our calamity. Before coming here, I've already made a divination. The number of people who will be able to return alive from the Lightning Divine Hall this time is less than 1 in 10,000. Previously, I thought that this prediction was not accurate, especially when Zichun started his massacre. I thought that something had changed. Now, it seems like everything has come true. Less than 1 in 10,000? Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Rosefinch Great Saint's beautiful face. It seems like fate is going to reincarnate again. She, who was charging forward, had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to protect the 4 women. This was because they were the future of the Life Star. If there was really a next reincarnation, they would become the main force of the battle. If they were to fall at this time, perhaps when the next reincarnation appeared, the Life Star without a main force would really disappear and be controlled by the foreign races. The black tortoise Great Saint's mournful roar came from the horizon. This roar gradually disappeared, representing the fall of the black tortoise Great Saint. The 5 of them increased their speed. However, after dodging the first God Clan expert, they encountered the second one. A loud and clear cry of a sparrow came from the heavens and earth. The great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint revealed her true form. Her entire body was burning with rosefinch fire. For flaming rays of light shot out from her body. These rays of light wrapped around the 4 women and flew towards the horizon. At the same time, the great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint opened her mouth and spat out rosefinch fire at the God Clan expert. The rosefinch fire spread in the sky. The scorching heat caused the space to distort. This was a terrifying flame attack. It illuminated the God Clan expert's face with a bright red glow. His cold expression was somewhat ferocious. Divine light circled around him. He easily passed through the rosefinch fire and arrived in front of the great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint. The great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint's body glowed with fiery light. Like pillars of fire, she carried a powerful aura and rushed towards the God Clan expert. The God Clan expert waved his hand and easily extinguished the pillars of fire. He arrived in front of the great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint. The great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint retreated slightly and launched another powerful attack. At this moment, the great Saint Rosefinch Great Saint was attacking with all his might. Terrifying flames burned in the sky. Wave after wave of powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. Wrapped in flame energy, the 4 women, who were fleeing quickly, felt the flame energy quickly extinguish. In the next moment, the flame energy completely disappeared. The surging fire of Rosefinch Great Rosefinch Great Saint's aura in the sky was also extinguished in an instant. Tears rolled down the faces of the 4 women. They knew that another great saint had fallen. They were furious, but also helpless. They were only humans. How could they fight against a god? Don't cry. It's your turn now. At this moment, a cold voice came from above their heads. A third God Clan expert had appeared. The furious 4 women were already in despair. In their despair, they exploded, even if it meant death. Thus, they rushed towards the God Clan expert with all their might. Chapter 24:39. The 4 women charged at the god without any regard for their lives. But how could they, who were merely saint kings, be a match for the god? In a short period of time, even many great saints had died. The god race was an existence that surpassed the strongest combat power of humans. It was definitely not something that humans could fight against. This cold-looking god race member slammed his palm down, and the 4 women's attacks were all dispersed. At the same time, they were sent flying and coughed up blood. The god race member slammed his palm down again, and a surging god's palm fell from the sky onto the 4 women. The 4 women coughed up blood one after another. Their bodies fell to the ground, and their auras became weak. It is indeed a pity to kill such great beauties. But they are still mortals in the end. The god race member said coldly, his expression extremely arrogant. He was a god race member. So what if the humans were beautiful? They were still mortals in the end. I will send you on your way now. He raised his palm again, and the divine power in the sky surged. Another palm fell toward the 4 women on the ground. This was the Armageddon palm, and it was even more powerful. It was a short kill attack. The 4 women stood up and looked up at the god race member. Even if they died, they would die standing. So what if he was a god race member? He believed that one day, Zi-chun would kill all of them until not a single one was left. They were not afraid of death, but they were a little reluctant. They could not bear to leave their friends, the Boundless Sect, and Zi-chun. Goodbye, Zi-chun. Farewell. Meeting you was the greatest blessing of my life. If there is an afterlife, I hope to meet you again. The 4 women were prepared for death. The violent palm fell from the sky, and the powerful aura blew at their blood-stained robes and swept up their shiny black hair. The descending palm brought with it a shadow, and the god race members smiled sinisterly. However, in the end, the palm did not land. The 4 women, who were prepared for death, saw the descending palm. Just as it was about to reach them, it suddenly stopped. The palm hung in the air and did not fall, but its aura was still violent. The god race member's sinister expression changed. He looked in front of him with some surprise. He looked at the woman with a divine seal between her eyebrows standing in front of the four women. He didn't recognize this woman, and he could even sense that she wasn't very powerful. However, the aura that surged from his body was the purest aura of a god. Apart from that, he also had a divine imprint on his forehead. That was a mark that only the true god race possessed. "Who are you?" Bewildered, he didn't dare to kill him. He could only look at the other party and ask in a deep voice. "Scram." The female god raised her head to look at the god, her voice cold. "You." Being ignored like this, the god race's expression changed and became very ugly. However, he did not dare to kill this seemingly weak god race. "The mere false god dares to attack my friend? Who gave you the guts to do so?" The woman from the divine clan spoke again, her tone as cold as ever. The expression of the god clan member, who was known as a false god, changed drastically. His aura became chaotic, and he almost lost control of the palm print above him. The woman from the divine clan was Yi Qian. She had rushed over at the critical moment. While she was rejoicing, she was also a little scared. If she had come a moment later, she would have been in real danger. How would she explain it to Zichun then? So many false gods suddenly appeared on the 8th level. She was a little unprepared, and she had seen many fierce battles along the way. The false god did not retreat. The palm print above his head was still there, but he did not dare to continue attacking. The void distorted, and the gods who had killed the two great saints, Black Tortoise and Rosefinch, all arrived. When they saw Yi Qian below, they were stunned. However, one of them seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed suddenly. He immediately bowed to Yi Qian and said, "Wei Tu greets the goddess." "Goddess?" When the other two heard this, their complexion instantly changed. This title wasn't something that an ordinary person could have. Even those true gods couldn't have it. This was a special title that indicated an extraordinary identity. They were all false gods. Even the existence that was wantonly killing on the 8th level was also a false god. As for the true gods, if not including Yi Qian, there were only 5 of them. The palm print in the sky dissipated, and the false god's face was full of horror. In the eyes of mortals, they were the gods. However, in the eyes of the true gods, they were just false gods who had divine skills but no bloodline. To put it bluntly, they were the servants of the gods. "Get lost." Yi Qian glanced at the 3 and said coldly. The 3 of them were relieved. They bowed to Yi Qian again and quickly left. After the 3 of them left, Yi Qian turned to the 4 women and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" Su Mingyao shook her head and said, "We are fine. We have to thank you this time." After surviving a disaster, the other 3 women were still unable to calm down. "You don't have to be so polite with me. I am friends with Zichun. It is my duty to help you. I just did not expect that they would suddenly come and join the battle," Yi Qian said apologetically. "This may be fate." Su Mingyao looked ahead, her beautiful eyes full of worry. In a short time, 2 great saints had died. This was unacceptable to her. She also knew that the White Tiger Grand Sage had died. "There are still many false gods here. You should follow me." Yi Qian looked at the 4 and said. After a slight hesitation, Su Mingyao nodded and said, "Thank you." "Where is Zichun? You did not see him?" "No. We have been looking for him, but there is no clue." This was a siege against the Life Star. Even if Yi Qian was a goddess, she could not save everyone, because she did not have the power, and there were not that many false gods who would listen to her. She could only take the 4 women and find Zichun to see if there was any other way. In addition, when they met the cultivators of the Life Star, they would signal them to quickly leave this level. After the previous battle, the Life Star had taken the absolute advantage. However, the God Clan had rashly intervened, which was out of everyone's estimation. The sky shook. A new battle was going on. Yi Qian and the others quickly flew forward. However, when they reached the battlefield, the battle was already over. Su Mingyao saw 2 enemies. One was Foundation Saint, and the other was a false god. On the ground was a youth who had lost his vitality. Beside him were some broken formation flags. He was LV Pong. He was the formation master with the highest attainment in formations in the entire Life Star. He knew Zichun a long time ago. It could be said that Formation Master LV Pong, had contributed a lot to Ziqian's great achievements. When the two saw Yiqian, they bowed respectfully to her from afar and then quickly left. As they left, Foundation Saint said, "They have other Saint Kings. They are all difficult to deal with. It is best to kill them all." The former leader of the alien race had become a dog in front of the false gods, leading the false gods to kill human geniuses, especially those Saint Kings, who were considered the future existences of life stars by the great sages, were the main targets they wanted to kill. The few of them flew down and arrived in front of LV Peng. Su Mengyao tried to shoot out a beam of rule energy. This beam of energy fell on LV Peng, circled him once, and then retracted. She shook her head. LV Peng was already dead. Does the heavens want to destroy our life star? Why is this happening? Lin Shui's tears fell. She and Su Mengyao had known LV Peng for a long time. They were friends who grew up together. She didn't expect him to die here. The god race is already a high existence. Why would they attack us? Wang Xian's expression was very complicated. She seemed to be very sad. Yiqian stood there, not knowing what to do. She was a goddess. All the false gods were afraid of her. However, she didn't have any real power. LV Peng's death was lamentable. However, the few of them didn't even have the chance to collect his body. His body was decomposed by the unique rule energy of Thunder God Palace. Zhang Haoyan's figure flashed and appeared from the hidden void. His face was pale. The moment he appeared, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "How dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such insignificant skills?" When Zhang Haoyan appeared, the void behind him distorted. A false god walked out and looked at him coldly. Behind the false god, there was a great saint from another race. This was an existence that had luckily escaped. Under his guidance, the false god came to kill Zhang Haoyan. Actually, why would a false god lower himself to deal with a mere sage king? If not for Great Saint Foundation Origin and the others telling them of their potential, these false gods wouldn't be able to deal with a sage king. However, since they had decided to attack, no sage king could survive in front of them. God race. Zhang Haoyan turned around and stared coldly at the false god. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His figure flashed and hid in the void again. Humph. With a cold snort, the false god revealed a look of disdain. He turned around and sent a palm strike behind him. A palm strike surrounded by colorful light landed in the void. The void shattered, and Zhang Haoyan's figure appeared. He was coincidentally hit by the palm strike. Boom. Torrential energy surged. Zhang Haoyan's attack stopped. He coughed up blood, which was mixed with his shattered organs. His cold eyes gradually lost their luster. His body fell to the ground. When Su Mengyao and the others arrived, they happened to see Zhang Haoyan's weapon. As for his corpse, it had already been decomposed. After that, Manshi, Wu Xie, Shangguan Hong, Dong Qing, and the others didn't escape the false god's pursuit. They all died. In a short time, 90% of the geniuses and great saints on the Life Star had died. Ziqian, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, opened his eyes. The flying knife in front of him was flying around him like a spinning light. It was very fast. After obtaining the thunder knife, his battle strength had increased again. He was very satisfied. Putting away the flying knife, he turned and walked out of the hall. The hall behind him distorted and then disappeared. Zichun was in midair. Chapter 2440. Obtaining the only lightning imperial blade was naturally something to be happy about. However, before Zichun could express his excitement, he saw a majestic lightning beast fall to the ground. His expression froze as he stared at the beast in front of him. That giant beast looked very familiar to him, and he was very familiar with it. It was the lightning sacred beast that had revealed its true form. It was his friend, his senior, and his guide on the path of cultivation. However, at this moment, the lightning sacred beast's vitality was clearly fading. What was going on? The lightning sacred beast was dead? After being stunned for 2 breaths, Zichun suddenly reacted. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and his figure disappeared. Before the thunder sacred beast fell, he appeared beside it and looked at the thunder sacred beast's eyes in disbelief. Was the great sage really dead? The Thunderbolt sacred beast, who was gradually losing its vitality, saw Zichen's arrival. Before it could say anything to him, a merciful smile appeared in its eyes. After that, its vitality completely disappeared, and its body crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. Great sage? He tried to call out, but naturally he didn't get a response. The great sage was really dead. He slowly turned his head and saw a person standing in the sky. That person was surrounded by colorful light. It was him who killed the lightning sacred beast. False god, Zichun said softly. There was no anger on his face. It wasn't that he wasn't sad. It was that he still hadn't recovered from the fact that the lightning sacred beast was dead. His expression was completely blank, and he couldn't believe that all of this had really happened. Damned ant. He didn't get angry, but the other party was angry because he called it a false god. It should be known that among the people he killed, everyone called him a god in fear. Who dared to call him a false god? Die! The false god threw a punch at Zichun. The fist, which was surging with divine power, quickly arrived and hit Zichen's chest, sending him flying. Zichen, who was sent flying, coughed up a mouthful of blood. After he landed, he rolled into the distance. Smoke and dust splashed on the ground. He took the hit and didn't dodge. Looking at the human that was sent flying far away, the false god let out a cry of surprise. That full-force strike had landed on the human, but he did not die immediately, nor did he suffer any serious injuries. One had to know that his opponent had taken his powerful punch without any warning. Other than coughing up blood, Zichen's aura was still strong, and he was almost unscathed. This solid blow, this powerful blow, finally woke Zichen up completely. The bewilderment on his face disappeared and was replaced by grief. He recalled every moment he had spent with the Thunder Sacred Beast. Back then, he had only been at the Domain Realm when he had encountered the severely injured Sacred Lightning Beast. After that, the Sacred Lightning Beast had taken him to train and taught him the lightning technique, saving him from danger several times. During that time in Misty City, if it wasn't for the appearance of the Thunder Sacred Beast, Zichen wouldn't be where he was today. He was a close friend, a senior, and a guide in cultivation. Everything froze in front of him. The lightning holy beast fell there, its life force completely gone, already dead. In addition to grief, Zichen's face also showed a cold expression, and there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. His gaze moved away from the sacred lightning beast and fell on the false god. For some reason, when the false god saw the human's cold eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt some kind of danger. Then he shook his head, feeling a little ridiculous. How could a mere Saint King do anything to him? Zichen stared at the false god, the anger in his heart reaching its peak. He clenched his fists, and the thunder wings behind him shook. Swoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed toward the false god. You're courting death. Seeing Zichen rushing toward him, the false god sneered and slapped forward. This was the Annihilation Palm. Zichen had seen it many times when he was in the city. Although the false god in front of him was much more powerful, it was still useless against Zichen, who had fused with the complete heavenly god's bone. You must die. Zichen rushed forward, his eyes full of murderous intent. His face was full of hatred and grief. The false god looked at him disdainfully and said, "If anger was useful, I would have been killed by it many times. But the truth is that anger will only make people lose their minds, and it will only make you mortals die faster." His expression was arrogant, proud, and confident. The Annihilation Palm fell from above, and a powerful aura surged, and the pressure of a god filled every place. Zichen rushed forward, his black robe and hair fluttering in the wind. He came in front of the divine palm and punched. Dazzling lightning flashed on the surface of his fist, and violent lightning flashed. Boom! His punch hit the divine palm, and a violent explosion of energy broke the palm print. Zichen's figure did not stop. He rushed forward in this violent energy and went straight toward the false god. What? The false god's confident and disdainful face was shocked when he saw the human break his attack with a single punch. At this moment, Zichen came in front of him and punched his head. It was still a punch with lightning flashing, but at such a close distance, the false god could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in this punch. His expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists and blocked in front of him. A light shield formed by God's power protected him. This was the first time he chose to defend since coming to this world, and he was also the first among all the false gods to choose to defend. The false god looked at Zichun through the god's light shield. The flashing lightning reflected his hateful expression and made him look ferocious. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he had no choice but to deal with this little Saint King. At the same time, he made up his mind. After dodging this punch, he would find a way to contact the others and kill him. Boom! Zichun's fist landed on the god's light shield, causing a violent explosion. The whole world was shaking, and the void was twisting crazily. Powerful energy spread out in all directions. The false god hiding in the god's light shield was violently shaken, but he clenched his fists tightly and crossed them in front of him. The god's power in his body was madly injected into the god's light shield. He was a little nervous before, but at this moment, he relaxed a little because he had blocked this attack. However, when he raised his head to look at Zichun again, he saw that the other party was still cold and ferocious. The lightning was raging wildly, and an even stronger force fell on the god's light shield through Zichun's arm. Crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the surface of his god's light barrier. How is this possible? His pupils shrank, and he was in disbelief at this sudden increase in power. The cracks spread rapidly, and with a loud bang, the god's light shield exploded. The moment the god's light shield exploded, Zichun's roar resounded through the world. His fist moved forward with an indomitable will, and with the violent lightning, it landed on the false god's crossed fists. The false god's light shield's fists bent rapidly, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. The bent arm moved toward the false god's chest, and Zichun's fist landed on the false god's chest. At the same time, a violent energy entered the false god's body, causing a thunderous energy explosion to be heard. The false god's face changed drastically, and he could no longer hold it in. He coughed up blood, and in the blood, there were pieces of his internal organs. His body flew backward, and blood streaked across the sky. How can this be? He is only a Saint King. The false god flew backward, and his face was full of shock. Although this punch did not destroy his life force, it had seriously injured him, and the god's power in his body was also greatly suppressed. It would take a long time to recover from such an injury. His body was still flying backward, and his mind was racing. He even thought of leaving first and bringing others to kill him later. Go to hell. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the human teleport to his side. His pupil shrank, and he didn't hesitate to make a hand seal. The god's power in his body appeared like a chain, revolving around him and creating a light shield. This light shield's defense was much stronger than the previous one. Swoosh! With cold eyes, Zichun unsheathed the long saber in his hand. A dazzling saber light swept toward the false god. His saber was a complete saint saber, a weapon born naturally on this life star. It was one of the strongest saint weapons in this world, and it could be said that the stronger the opponent, the stronger it was. The saber light fell on the light shield, but it didn't stop. It easily cut open the light shield, and then it swept past the false god's neck. Puff! God blood spurted out, and the false god's head left his body, flying upward. A flow of powerful energy from the saint saber flooded the false god's sea of consciousness, destroying his life force. The false god's body fell to the ground, and then he stopped moving. His head also fell to the ground, and his life force was gone. The false god was dead. A cold wind blew past. Zichun stood there, indifferently looking at the dead false god. After a while, he turned around, but he couldn't see the lightning sacred beast's corpse. Why would a false god attack a great saint? Although the lightning sacred beast had died, he still felt pain in his heart, but he didn't lose his mind. Since there was a false god here, there definitely wouldn't be a single one. Now that the lightning sacred beast was in danger, what about the others? Zichun's face was filled with anxiety. He began to worry about the others. Therefore, he didn't stay here any longer. After bowing in the direction where the lightning sacred beast's corpse had disappeared, he sped up and flew away. At the same time, his spiritual thought, supported by the laws of lightning god temple, crazily spread out. During this time, he didn't find anything abnormal. He felt relieved, thinking that this might just be an accident. However, right after that, his spiritual senses detected a battle. In that battle, an azure dragon surging with the aura of a great saint fell to the ground, and saint blood splattered between heaven and earth. Chapter 24:41. The azure dragon grand sage landed on the ground. His aura was weak, and he was heavily injured. 3 people stood above him. 2 of them were fake gods, and the other was the Foundation Grand Sage. Azure Dragon, you didn't think this day would come, did you? The Foundation Grand Sage looked at the weak Azure Dragon Grand Sage and smiled coldly. Don't worry, you won't be lonely. Of the 4 Saint Beasts, you're the only one left. You'll be the last of the Supreme Saints on your life star. So, you'll have a group of Supreme Saints with you on your way back. You won't be bored. Why? The Azure Dragon Grand Sage turned into a human and looked at the 2 fake gods. Blood flowed out of his mouth. A reincarnation cycle is here. Everything will end. You've completed your mission. There's no need to live anymore. The fake god in the sky said coldly, when you're all dead, we'll go find Zichon. A new reincarnation cycle is about to begin. At that time, a new era will come. The Foundation Grand Sage looked at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and said, in front of the new era, you're superfluous. Now, die. The Supreme Saint power in front of the Foundation Grand Sage started to surge. A powerful aura swept through the sky. He won't be able to live anymore, the fake god beside him said coldly. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage was under their powerful attacks. His life force was fading. He wouldn't live for long. Then let him die faster. He's lived for too long. The Foundation Grand Sage said resentfully. His attacks didn't stop. In fact, they became even more terrifying. He wanted to kill the Azure Dragon Grand Sage immediately. Boom. Surging Supreme Saint power gathered in front of the Foundation Grand Sage and formed a ferocious beast head. The beast head opened its mouth and let out a roar. It charged at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage. The 2 fake gods beside him watched this silently. They didn't say anything to stop it. They even had mocking smiles on their faces. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage looked up. His hair danced wildly in the wind. He was already at the end of his rope. Even if the Foundation Grand Sage didn't attack, he wouldn't be able to live. Therefore, in the face of such an attack, he did not react at all. In fact, he could not even react. He could only watch as the head of the beast fell, waiting for death to come. His expression was calm. That was the calmness one would have when facing death. It was clear that he had already seen through life and death. However, he still had a gleam of unwillingness deep in his eyes. It was the unwillingness to accept the fate of the life star in the future. This time, the God Clan had taken drastic measures and killed all the great saints. Perhaps, the life stars would never have a future. All sorts of thoughts swirled in his mind. In the end, they all turned into a sigh. Perhaps this was fate. A life star's destiny. Just as the head of the beast was about to land on its head, the space in front of it began to distort, and a flash of lightning appeared. The lightning was dazzling and blinding, emitting a berserk aura. It formed a lightning screen in front of the beast head. The beast head roared furiously, and the power of the Supreme Saint surged, trying to swallow the lightning screen. In the eyes of the Azure Dragon Great Sage, a figure of average height walked out of the void, flashing with lightning. He stood in front of the Azure Dragon Great Sage, and the lightning screen in front of his palm blocked the powerful attack of the Foundation Grand Sage. The beast head roared crazily, its voice shaking the sky. The power of the Supreme Saint raged wildly, but it could not penetrate the light screen. Zichun! The Azure Dragon Great Sage shouted softly. His originally resigned expression was now rekindled with hope. As long as Zichun was still alive, as long as this heaven-defying cultivator did not fall, the life star still had a future. Disperse, Zichun said coldly, standing indifferently. The lightning screen in front of his palm began to extend toward the beast head until it completely covered it, like a huge, berserk lightning ball. Lightning raged, and thunder rumbled. A mournful roar came from the berserk lightning ball. The lightning ball dissipated, and the beast head disappeared. In the sky, the Foundation Grand Sage's expression changed, and he looked down. When he saw Zichun standing there, his expression changed again. The two false gods beside him frowned. Just a moment ago, they felt some kind of threat. It's him. It's him. He's the heaven-defying cultivator Zichun. At this moment, the Foundation Grand Sage's excited voice rang out. The two false gods, who had only frowned before, now looked at Zichun with shining eyes. Their goal, besides killing the supreme saint of the Life Star, was to capture the heaven-defying cultivator Zichun. However, they had not been able to find any trace of him. They did not expect him to appear here. Ignoring the three in the sky, Zichun turned to the Azure Dragon Great Sage and said apologetically, "Sorry, I'm late." The Azure Dragon Great Sage shook his head and said, "As long as you're alive, it's not too late." Zichun said with guilt and regret, "I sensed the summoning and entered a land of opportunity. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Right now, he was filled with regret. He regretted that he had chosen to enter that floating palace. "I was the one who caused everyone's deaths." Zichun had heard their conversation clearly with his spiritual thoughts. There should not be many supreme saints left on the Life Star. Looking at the regretful Zichun, the Azure Dragon Great Sage said solemnly, "Zichun, don't blame yourself. You represent the rules of the Life Star. As long as you don't die, the Life Star will not be suppressed, and experts will continue to appear. Remember, as long as you're alive, the Life Star's experts will continue to appear. Even if we die, there will be others to replace us. There won't be others. Your genius sacred kings have all been slaughtered," the Foundation Grand Sage said disdainfully. Up in the air, Great Sage Foundation sneered disdainfully. "Besides, this guy is going to die soon. There's no future for the Life Star." The Azure Dragon Great Sage was sad, but his expression did not change much. He had seen through life and death and was not afraid of it. Even if all the geniuses were killed, as long as Zichun was alive, there would be new geniuses on the Life Star. It should be known that the Life Star they lived in was known as the Land of Miracles. Zichun turned around and glanced at the Foundation Grand Sage. After that, he no longer paid attention to him and looked at the two fake gods. With the support of the laws of the Lightning Divine Palace, his senses were very sharp. He could sense other things on the two other than the divine power. He felt a few familiar auras on the fake god on the left. Or rather, they were familiar curses. There was the evil good monk, the sky-splitting battle ape, and some other companions. These auras were the final curses. These people had died in the other party's hands. He thought back to when he entered the floating palace. The monk had grabbed him tightly and threatened that if he did not bring him in, he would never see him again. Back then, he had asked the monk why. The monk had smiled and said that this place was full of danger and that one would die without any opportunities. That was just a joke. Zichun did not think that there was anyone who could kill the monk who could rival a great sage. Moreover, that guy was so cunning. How could he put himself in such a dangerous situation? However, he did not expect that the joke back then to be true. When he returned, he could no longer see his old friends. He slowly turned his head and looked at the false god on the right. He could sense LV Peng's curse on him. LV Peng was a formation master. He was Zichun's companion and the #1 formation master on the Life Star. But who would have thought that he would also die? From the aura of the curse, Zichun knew that everyone was dead. In addition to the Green Dragon Grand Sage, who could fall at any time, there might not be many experts left on the Life Star. However, he did not immediately fly into a rage and declare that he would take revenge for everyone. There was no resentment on his face. He was not even angry. He seemed very calm. "You all must die. All of you must die." He just looked at the three of them and said these two words calmly to express his current mood. "With just you?" Great Sage Foundation Origin sneered disdainfully. Thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. They flapped and his figure disappeared. With a speed as fast as teleportation, he stood in front of the two fake gods. Their pupils shrank. They were surprised by Zichen's sudden burst of speed. Zichen looked at the two of them calmly. There was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. He clenched his fist and punched. Lightning flashed and illuminated the surroundings. Boom! The energy within this punch exploded, and a wave of lightning rippled out, spreading out in all directions. Great Sage Foundation Origin, who had a disdainful expression, was sent flying by the impact of this wave. When he steadied himself and saw the scene in front of him, his face was full of shock. Zichen had sent a God Race expert flying with a punch. Moreover, he had hit him so hard that he was coughing up blood. What kind of power was this? At this moment, Zichen continued to charge forward and arrived in front of the second false god. The latter's expression changed drastically. He proactively raised his defense. This surprised Great Sage Foundation Origin even more. Then, what happened next terrified him. He saw Zichen break through the God Race expert's defense with one punch and hit him in the chest. As the God Race expert flew backward, he could still hear the sound of bones breaking. The God Race expert coughed up blood and bits of his internal organs. He was heavily injured with one punch. This is a God Race expert. He's just a Saint King. How can he be so strong? Great Sage Foundation Origin's face was filled with shock. This question was beyond what he had expected. Below, the Green Dragon Grand Sage watched this scene quietly. A gratified smile appeared on his face. With such fighting strength, Zichen believed that the Life Star would have a bright future. Swoosh! In the sky, a bright blade light flashed. The blade light cut through space and went straight for the flying fake god. It swept past his neck. The God Race expert's surging vitality was extinguished in an instant. He was dead. 2 attacks had killed a God Race expert. How is this possible? Looking at the God Race expert's corpse falling from the sky, Great Sage Foundation Origin's emotions were indescribable. Was it shock? Was it shock? Or fear? Or perhaps it was all of them. In any case, Zichen's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw the God Race expert die, he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he stood there like a statue, unmoving. Chapter 2442. The God Race member who turned to flee used the Fleetfoot Stride. This was a footwork that was second only to the 9 flashes of lightning. In the eyes of some false gods, this was the fastest speed in the world. The false god who used the Fleetfoot Stride was extremely fast. One could only see a flash of light that was about to disappear from sight. This speed was something that the current Zichen could not catch up to, even if he used the 9 flashes of lightning. This was the difference in realms that could not be made up for. Zichen could not catch up, nor did he think of doing so. He looked at the escaping God Race member and stretched his right hand forward, palm facing the sky. In his hand, light flashed, and a flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. He held the flying knife tightly as lightning flashed on his body. The spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness began to operate, and in the next moment, the flying knife left his hand. Lightning blade manipulation. A unique technique in the world. A unique flying knife. The flying knife that left his hand flashed with the light of lightning as it went straight for the escaping false god. Its speed was very fast. Wherever it passed, the solid space of Lightning Divine Palace would be cut open with a black crack. The space of this place was cut open by the unique flying knife. The speed of the flying knife far exceeded the fastest speed in the world. It even far exceeded the speed of the false god's escape. In the eyes of the Great Sage of Foundation Origin, Zichen swung his knife, and the flying knife tore open space. It was as if it had a long black tail as it caught up to the God Race member. A soft sound came from afar. The flying knife pierced through the back of the God Race member's head, and then flew out from between his eyebrows. After circling in front of him, it came to Zichen's side and disappeared. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened very quickly. It was so fast that the God Race member did not even have time to react, or rather, He did not even notice the abnormality behind him before he was hit by the flying knife. The speed of the flying knife shocked the great sage of Foundation origin. It also frightened him. He thought that he would not be able to dodge such an attack. But immediately after, he was shocked to find that the God Race member in front of him, after flying a few hundred meters, actually fell to the ground. The God Race member fell to the ground with a loud bang, and his body did not move after that. Dead? After sensing the God Race member's life force dissipating, the great sage of Foundation origin was obviously shocked. His body was trembling. Two powerful divine race members were actually killed by Zichun in a few breaths of time. In his perception, Zichun was clearly only a saint ruler. The Holy King actually killed a member of the God Race? When Grand Sage Foundational woke up, he found that Zichun was already looking at him. He was already frightened, so he couldn't help but tremble. The calm look in Zichun's eyes made him feel as though he was a dead man. You. Grand Sage Foundation wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. The other party had even killed a member of the God Race. What could he possibly use to threaten the other party? Why aren't you dead yet? Zichun looked at him and asked calmly. Great Sage Foundation origin didn't know how to respond. You should have died long ago. Zichun's figure disappeared on the spot. Great Sage Foundation origin's face fell, and he spun around. Supreme Sage power swirled around him as he unleashed an attack behind him. Here. Zichun's voice sounded from the Great Sage Foundation origin's side. Having just unleashed an attack, he didn't have time to unleash a second attack. He could only move his body as much as he could and retreat. However, it was clearly too late. Zichun could kill a false god. Dealing with a mere great sage was naturally very easy. Whoosh! A flash of bright blade light swept past the Great Sage Foundation origin's body. The blade light extended into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. Sheathing his blade, Zichun walked toward the Great Sage Azure Dragon. He didn't look at the Great Sage Foundation origin again. Boom! The Great Sage Foundation origin's misjudged attack exploded in the distance. Wild energy scattered in all directions. Zichun walked in front of the Great Sage Azure Dragon. The Great Sage was already sitting on the ground. His aura was extremely weak, and his life force could dissipate at any moment. This was a fatal injury that couldn't be healed. The only reason he hadn't collapsed yet was because of the Great Sage Azure Dragon's strong will. Seeing Zichun walk over, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He looked at Zichun and nodded with difficulty. Not bad at all. Remember, you must live well. You are the future of the Life Star. With that, the Great Sage Azure Dragon closed his eyes. His last bit of life force disappeared. Zichun didn't get to see the Great Sage Azure Dragon's body disintegrate, so he hurriedly left. Because there were other false gods here and the battle was still ongoing, he would save as many as he could. At the entrance to the 9th level, the 5 God Race members were still there. However, the Great Sage Foundation origin was no longer there. They had all sent out their people. All they had to do now was wait patiently. Kaiming, according to the information we received, your sister is very friendly to the Life Star. Not only did she save 4 women, but she also stopped others, said Sina of the 5 God Race members. The false gods this time were all his subordinates. She comes from a lowly background. It's not strange for her to associate with those mortals, said the God Race member named Kaiming calmly. But now that she's become a God Race member, she should show the dignity of a God Race member. How can she interact so much with those mortals? Said Sina. I don't care about that. I've only met her once, said Kaiming carelessly. Just then, a rainbow light shot over from afar. There was a false god in it, and he seemed very flustered. Why are you so flustered? Seeing the flustered false god, Sina frowned and asked unhappily. The God Race was already the strongest fighting force here. Who could scare them? Moreover, they were so flustered in front of others. This made Sina's expression somewhat unsightly. Your Excellency, something bad has happened. That Zichun has appeared, said the false god, flustered. Why don't you just capture him? Why are you so flustered? Sina's expression was somewhat gloomy. But he's too strong. We're no match for him at all. Ro-You and the others are already dead. I was lucky enough to escape. The false god's eyes were filled with terror. What level is he at? Even you aren't a match for him? The others all looked at the false god. He's a holy king. The false god said somewhat hesitantly. Impudence. A holy king can kill you? Are you kidding me? Sina was furious. Your Excellency, this is absolutely true. The false god complained inwardly. He had personally seen his companions being killed one by one, and none of them had been able to resist at all. I'll go take a look. Sina stood up, preparing to go forward, but Kai Ming stopped him. Sina looked at Kai Ming in confusion. Kai Ming said, "Don't forget why we've come this time. Entering the 9th floor is of utmost importance." "I'll just capture him and bring him here," Sina said nonchalantly. "What if he commits suicide along the way?" Kai Ming frowned. "This time, the higher-ups sent us here. We absolutely can't screw this up. If the Celestial Gate really does open this time, there's no need for me to explain what benefits we'll gain. Then are my people going to die just like that? This time, you broke the rules first. You've already broken the rules. It's not certain whether or not this will affect the future. Right now, since Zichun has the power to kill them, it's best if we tell them to hurry up and regroup here." Sina's expression flickered, but in the end, after glancing at the entrance to the 9th floor, he nodded. "Fine, we'll let him live for a while. Send a message to have them all return." "Yes." The false god nodded, then flew off into the distance. 10 kilometers away, he sat cross-legged in midair, divine power surging around him as ripples of divine ripples spread out in all directions. This was a ripple that only the divine race could sense. It represented a summon. Lightning flashed as a dazzling saber light flashed past the body of an outsider great saint. Squelch. As the saber light flashed past, the outsider great saint lost all vitality and fell to the ground. Ever since he learned that the Life Star had suffered heavy losses, Zichun had become a hunter. As long as it was an outsider within the range of his spiritual sense, regardless of their cultivation realm, Zichun would kill them all. If there were great saints and saint kings, then the priority would be to kill the great saints. Similarly, if there were false gods within the range of his spiritual sense, he would prioritize killing them. He had become a cruel hunter. According to the cycle of fate, it was impossible for him to leave Lightning Divine Palace. Thus, in his limited life, he would do his best to kill as many outsider race experts as possible to prevent them from causing even greater damage to the Life Star in the future. Zichun's clones split up one by one, taking on the role of a hunter. His true body, on the other hand, was mainly searching for fake divinities and killing them. In the midst of the hunt, Zichun walked deeper into the forest. That was where the false gods were gathered. In another direction, Yiqian led the 4 women forward. Along the way, she gave some help to the existences from the Life Star. At the same time, she reminded them to quickly leave this level. It's the signal of the divine race. Did something happen? While moving forward, Yiqian sensed the ripple and obtained some information from it. Are they going to stop killing? Su Mingyao asked. I'm not sure. Let's go take a look. With Yiqian leading them, they believed that no false gods would dare to attack them. Thus, the group turned around and headed towards the depths. In the sky above Lightning Divine Palace, 2 rays of light appeared. They were 2 men wearing battle armor. They came from Lightning Divine Palace and were the guards of this place. The losses are too great. What should we do now? One of the guards asked. The guard beside him turned around and looked towards the depths. He said, this time, Zichun will definitely not return. However, there are still many experts here. This will be very bad for the future. How about this? We'll open the trial of God in advance and carry out a great purge. That's good too. The figures of the 2 guards disappeared into thin air. Very quickly, on the 7th and 8th levels of the Lightning Divine Palace, large halls appeared one after another. Those large halls emitted the light of a god, bringing along the pressure of a god. This was the trial of God, also known as God's opportunity. Once one passed the trial, one could become a god. A true god, not the god race's god. Chapter 24:43. The appearance of the divine palaces one after another represented Lightning Divine Palace's greatest opportunity. The opportunity to become a god. Ripples of God surged within the palaces, spreading out in all directions. All the cultivators on these two levels could sense the attractive ripples of divinity. In front of the greatest opportunity of lightning divine palace, no one could resist the temptation of becoming a god. Therefore, these cultivators flew towards the divine palaces one after another. Among them, there were cultivators from the life stars as well as cultivators from other races. As for whether they could really become a god, that would depend on their luck. Zichun advanced in the midst of the massacre, walking towards the depths. He felt a calling that contained the aura of a god, but he did not turn around. The last time he entered the floating palace, after coming out, the main force of the life star was completely annihilated. There was already a shadow in his heart. As he advanced, he felt a familiar ripple behind him. As he extended his spiritual sense, he saw 5 people flying towards his direction. It's them? After seeing the 5 people, Zichun felt a little comforted. At least they were still alive. The ones who came were Yiqian and the rest. They had obviously seen Zichun as well, and were flying towards him at lightning speed. When they came near, Lin Shui could not control her emotions and threw herself into Zichun's embrace, crying sadly. Su Mingyao and the rest had their heads lowered, obviously feeling very depressed. Being able to see Zichun, they were naturally happy. However, the death of all their companions made them feel very sad. Zichun did not ask why Lin Shui was crying. His expression was still calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Obviously, he already knew about this matter. I'm sorry. I couldn't save the others. Yiqian came to Zichun's side and said guiltily, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself too much." Zichun patted Lin Shui's back lightly, comforting her and Yiqian at the same time. He looked at the few of them and said, "The only thing we can do now is to repay blood with blood and not let anyone off." They nodded solemnly. Even if they had to risk their lives, they would still take revenge. "Why are you guys here?" Lin Shui gradually regained control of her emotions and left Zichun's arms. Zichun looked at them and asked, "I sensed a summoning message from the god race. I want to see what's going on," Yiqian said. "Summon? Is it this way?" Zichun asked as he pointed into the depths of the cave. "Yes." Yiqian nodded. "Have they gathered together? That's great." Zichun's eyes flashed with killing intent. The group of foe divinities quickly flew toward the depths of the forest and finally arrived at the rendezvous point. From afar, they saw the fake god who had summoned them. One of them asked, "Borg, why did you summon us here in such a hurry?" "The mission ended early," Borg said. "And? That heaven-defying cultivator has been caught?" "No, I won't." Borg shook his head. "Why? If we catch him again, we'll lose our lives." Borg told them about Zichun's combat strength. Hearing this, the foe divinities looked at each other in disbelief. "Is what you said true? A mere Saint King could have such powerful battle prowess? Even you were scared away?" A foe divinity asked, unable to believe all this. Borg nodded and said, "You can say that, but he didn't discover me at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape." "Is it that exaggerated?" "Of course. His combat strength is very strong." "A mere Saint King? I don't believe it." The other foe divinities also shook their heads because no one could believe that a mere Saint King could have such powerful combat strength. A Saint King wanted to kill them? Was this a joke? The foe divinity put on a very exaggerated look and looked at Borg with slight ridicule. "Borg, you're too cowardly. A mere Saint King, how could he?" Before he could finish his words, a light suddenly appeared from behind and pierced through the back of his head. Puff. With a soft sound, the light with the aura of thunder passed through his forehead and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the sound of thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, and only then did the light of thunder shine through. This beam of light was actually faster than the usual speed of light. The vitality of the foe divinity who had been pierced through by the light rapidly dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. Bang! When he fell to the ground, his body had turned into a corpse. He had died directly. What's going on? The other foe divinities came to their senses and looked behind them. In that direction, A figure flashing with lightning appeared and was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. When Borg saw the face of the person in the middle through the lightning, his expression changed greatly and he exclaimed, "He's Zi-Chun. Hurry up and call him Lord." "What Lord? Let's go and kill him." Immediately, a faux divinity shouted angrily and then rushed in the direction of Zi-Chun. Then, another faux divinity said, "Let's go and kill him." Lord said that we can't kill him, just seriously injure and capture him. A faux divinity said with a smile and flew in this direction. In an instant, a total of 5 faux divinities rushed towards Zi-Chun. Looking at the 5 faux divinities rushing forward, Zi-Chun's lips curled into a cold smile. Not only did his speed not decrease at all, but it also increased. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the first faux divinity. "You're courting death." The faux divinity shouted and punched at him. Zi-Chun also punched, and the light of thunder flashed. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a powerful energy burst out. The faux divinity's confident expression immediately froze. He felt an extremely strong force surge into his arm, and in the next moment, his arm was forcibly shattered. This faux divinity who bore the brunt of the charge was sent flying by Zi-Chun's punch just like that. The pupils of the few faux divinities who came after him shrank, and they were very surprised. At this moment, they saw Zi-Chun's figure in front of them turn into an illusion, twisting a few times before disappearing in front of them. Not good. The expression of one of the faux divinities changed drastically. He subconsciously turned around and saw a flash of light in his eyes. Swish! The light flashed past the faux divinity's body, and his expression froze. Zi-Chun put away his saber and disappeared again, appearing in front of the second faux divinity. He punched out forcefully. Boom! The power of thunder was violent, forming a violent wave that spread out in all directions. The faux divinity in front of him was sent flying again. However, this faux divinity did not escape the fate of death. Zi-Chun's figure flashed, and he chased after him with extreme speed. Swish! The saber flashed again and swept past the flying faux divinity's body. Behind him, Su Mingyao and the others rushed over and saw Zi-Chun rushing towards several faux divinities by himself. Then, all kinds of lights flashed, and the faux divinities were sent flying, their vitality gradually disappearing. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 5 faux divinities who rushed towards Zi-Chun turned into corpses and fell to the ground. This is Zi-Chun's battle prowess? In the distance, when Qian and the others saw this scene, their pretty faces were filled with shock. They knew very well how powerful faux divinities were. They were existences that had almost wiped out all the experts on a life star. Even a great sage would be killed in a few moves in front of them. However, they did not expect that these faux divinities would be killed by Zi-Chun in just a few moves. In another direction, when the other faux divinities saw their companions die in an instant, their faces were filled with disbelief. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still could not believe that a mere sage king could be so powerful. At this moment, Zi-Chun rushed towards them with extreme speed. At the place where the battle was taking place, there was a special god space, which was opened by the real god race. 5 god race members stood in it, quietly watching the scene where Zi-Chun was crazily slaughtering his faux divinities. The existence known as Sina watched his subordinates die one by one. His expression was calm, and he had no intention of intervening. He just watched quietly. One of the god race members glanced at Sina and said, "What do you think?" Sina calmly said, "His battle prowess is indeed extraordinary, but if I want to kill him, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand." In Sina's opinion, killing Zi-Chun would be very easy, but he did not intervene. The other 4 did not intervene either. This was because Zi-Chun was the key to entering the 9th floor. Apart from that, he was also the key to opening Lightning Divine Temple. Because of his identity, he had reached the most crucial moment in a single reincarnation cycle. Thus, Sina could watch as his subordinates were killed by Zi-Chun one by one without intervening. "That's your little sister? She really is a peerless beauty." The faux divinities' cries for help came from all around them, as well as their mournful howls. Sina pretended not to hear them, his gaze falling on Qian. This time, Kai Ming did not respond. He only stared at Zi-Chun. This was because he realized that he had seen this fellow before. Back then, he had even expressed his disdain for him. He did not expect that the mortal from back then was actually a heaven defier. Zichun charged towards the other foe divinities. Another battle began. After the panicked foe divinities realized that they were no match for him, some chose to flee. Swish! A throwing knife left his hand, shooting straight towards the fleeing foe divinities. Under the locking of this unique throwing knife, not a single foe divinity could escape. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. During this time, those foe divinities repeatedly called out, "Lord," but there were only echoes. There were no traces of the other gods. On the other hand, I Qian's gaze swept the surroundings, as if she was searching for something. The battle quickly ended. All of the foe divinities who had come to Lightning Divine Temple this time were killed by Zichun. It could be said that he had avenged everyone. However, Zichun did not want this to happen. He would rather have everyone live. After killing all of the foe divinities, he raised his head and looked at the entrance to the 9th floor. He stared at that lightning door in a daze. A reincarnation cycle had arrived. The heaven defiers who had entered this place had their own mission. After seeing the entrance to the 9th floor, Zichun knew what his mission was. It was related to his own fate. According to what that guard had said, after entering, he would never be able to return. There would still be heaven defiers, but Zichun would no longer exist in this world. Chapter 24:44. Looking at the entrance to the 9th floor, Zichun's emotions were very complicated. He could sense that his mission was to enter the 9th floor, and his fate would be revealed on the 9th floor. As for whether he would live or die, he should know the answer after entering. According to the theory of reincarnation, he came at the wrong time, and the possibility of him surviving was extremely small. Therefore, he could not let the 4 girls follow him, and he could not let I Qian follow him either. He did not want them to see him die, and he did not want them to be sad and in despair. "You guys can leave." Zichun turned around and said to the 5 of them. All the false gods were dead, and there should not be any existences in the Lightning Divine Palace that could threaten them, not even great sages of other races. "What are you doing?" Su Mingyao looked at Zichun, and suddenly felt an intense uneasiness in her heart. Zichun pointed to the entrance of the 9th floor and said, "I have to go in." This was his fate. The meaning of the Lightning Divine Palace's appearance was to allow him, a heaven-defying person, to reach this place and enter the 9th floor. "We'll go with you." Su Mingyao came in front of Zichun, and the others also stood beside Zichun. Their will and attitude were very firm. "I'm going in to investigate, and the few of you have to stay outside. On one hand, your realms are not high enough, and there might be danger inside. At that time, I won't be able to take care of you. On the other hand, you have to look for opportunities here, and strive to break into the great sage realm as soon as possible. A life star cannot be without a great sage." Zichun's voice was not loud, but it was not to be rejected. The 4 girls recalled the battle strength of Xing Hun when he easily killed the false gods, and gradually relaxed, and nodded their heads. "After we find the opportunities, we will come here to wait for you." Su Mingyao said, "That's good too." Zichun nodded, then looked at I Qian and said, "I'll have to trouble you to take care of them." I Qian lowered her head and did not say anything. After the 4 girls left, I Qian seemed to want to say something to Zichun, but in the end, she did not say anything. She left with the 4. Clearly, if an accident were to happen, she would be the one to protect the 4 girls. Zichun looked at the 5 of them, and their backs and deep in his eyes, there was a strong reluctance to part. Perhaps this parting would be an eternal one. Zichun was reluctant, but he couldn't show it. He could only bury this longing in the depths of his heart. It was not until their figures had completely disappeared that he murmured, "Everyone, farewell. I hope you will live happily in the future." He turned around and stared at the entrance to the 9th floor. The rules of the Lightning Divine Palace were reminding him to enter this place. This guy called Zichun is really impressive. He even dares to command the goddess. Sina, who had been silently observing this scene, said coldly when he saw Zichun instruct I Qian, "Indeed, he's acting recklessly." Kai Ming snorted coldly. However, The five of them were tactful enough to not show themselves and cause trouble for Zichun. Instead, they patiently waited for him to open the entrance to the 9th floor. What is this fellow doing? Hurry up and open the entrance. Sina was beginning to grow impatient. At his level, he can vaguely sense fate. Perhaps he knows that he doesn't have long to live, so it's inevitable that he will hesitate, a god said. How troublesome. Facing death head-on, even though Xing Hun had prepared himself, his heart was still in turmoil. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, quietly sensing his surroundings. Gradually, his state of mind calmed down. In his life, he had killed countless people. Some deserved to die, but there were also some that did not. These scenes quickly flashed through his mind. Finally, the scene in his mind stopped at a snowy mountain peak. That was the starting point of his fate's turning point. In front of him stood Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun held a dagger in his hand and was coldly looking at him. You should have been waiting for me a long time ago, right? Zichun smiled, then felt relieved. Back then, on that snowy mountain peak, he had already died. His fate had changed at that time, and now, Lightning Divine Palace had once again landed at its original position. This was the reincarnation of fate. In these few years where his fate had changed, he had gotten to know many life and death brothers, as well as those close female friends. Compared to Zhao Can, who had already died, he had already obtained a lot. He should be satisfied. He, who was already able to face life and death calmly, thought of Monk and the others, and immediately became sad. Those life and death brothers of his were all dead. Everyone, I'm here. He opened his eyes and walked forward, arriving at the entrance of the 9th level, standing in front of the dazzling palace door. The 5 God Race experts quietly looked at this scene. When they saw Zichun standing in front of the palace door, their expressions changed. When they first came to this place, their knowledge of Lightning Divine Palace was all from the legends. Therefore, they did not believe that the entrance to the 9th level could only be opened by heaven-defying experts. Therefore, they wanted to try opening the door. However, among the 5 of them, not a single one was able to walk to the palace door. At this moment, Zichun was standing in front of the palace door with ease. He was already much stronger than the 5 of them. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit the mysteriousness and strength of Lightning Divine Palace. Zichun's hand landed on the door of the palace. Then, a flash of lightning appeared on his body as he forcefully pushed open the door. Boundless lightning shot out from the door, and an ancient aura surged towards the 8th level. After so many years, the ancient Lightning Divine Palace, the most mysterious door to the 9th level, had finally opened. The dazzling lightning gradually calmed down, and the ancient aura slowly retracted. Zichun took a step forward and entered. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the 8th level and entered the 9th level, directly facing his fate. After Zichun entered, a certain space in the 8th level started to distort. Streams of divine energy surged, and the 5 God Race experts appeared from within. He has entered. It's time for us to complete our mission, Kaiming said, and was the first to enter. The other 4 followed closely behind, and their bodies disappeared from the 9th level one after another. However, the few of them did not notice that there was an unremarkable divine energy that disappeared behind them after they entered the 9th level. The 5 God Race experts followed Zichun into the 9th level. 2 rays of light descended from the sky, transforming into 2 figures wearing armor. They looked at the opened entrance of the 9th level. He has entered, one of them said. Is the timing really not right? The other person asked. He was the one who warned Zichun of his fate. He had seen Zichun a long time ago, when Zichun was still very weak. The first person shook his head and did not say anything. The answer was already very obvious. The guard who had seen Zichun a long time ago said with a self-mocking smile, "Looks like we can only wait passively like this. If he really dies inside, then we have to do our best to fulfill his final wish. As for the next heaven-defying person in the next cycle, who knows when he will be able to reach here?" The first person nodded. The 2 of them disappeared. The 5 beautiful women walked towards the outer area of the 8th level. During this period of time, everyone was not in high spirits. Ichien was even more silent. As she walked forward, she seemed to be deep in thought. Just a moment ago, when Zichun killed those people, she seemed to have sensed an abnormal aura. However, after carefully sensing it, she did not sense anything. However, she did not let down her guard. When she left behind an energy. Now that the energy found something abnormal, it caused some subtle changes in her expression. This subtle change was not easy to detect, but it was noticed by Su Mingyao. She stopped and looked at Yiqian, asking, "What did you find?" Yiqian shook her head, indicating that she did not find anything. "Your expression was not right before. You seemed to be looking for something. When you left, you deliberately left behind an energy. Did you discover something about this energy?" The other three women also stopped and looked at Yiqian in confusion. They were not as attentive as Su Mingyao and did not notice all this. Yiqian still did not say anything. Su Mingyao said, "Tell us the truth. We just want to know what happened. Don't worry, we will not go back because we don't want to implicate him. Did you see the god race?" The so-called god race here was naturally the real god race, not those false gods. Yiqian had told them the difference between false gods and god race. "You know?" Yiqian looked at Su Mingyao in surprise. "The only thing that can make you so nervous is the god race. Moreover, those false gods would not come here for no reason. They must have received orders from the god race." Su Mingyao said. Yiqian had to admit Su Mingyao's intelligence, so she nodded and said, "I did find the god race. There are 5 of them. They followed Zichun into the 9th floor. I have seen one of them. He once said that he was my brother." Zichun entered the 9th floor. According to his expectations, there should be a hall on the 9th floor, and his mission was to enter that hall. But when he came here, he did not see the hall. Instead, he saw an abyss. The entire 9th floor was like an abyss. At this moment, he was standing near the abyss. He walked forward step by step and came to the edge of the abyss. He lowered his head and looked into the abyss. It was pitch black, like a huge black hole. He could not see the bottom. A chilling aura emanated from the abyss, making him, a person who could kill a false god, feel a strong sense of danger. Seeing this abyss, he thought of the legendary hell. Perhaps this was the entrance to hell. The abyss gave him a strong sense of danger. He did not want to stay here for a moment, so he subconsciously retreated. Just as he took a step back, he saw that directly in front of him, above the abyss, a light suddenly appeared. The light stopped in front of him and then turned into a solid staircase. Then, more lights appeared. They turned into stairs one after another, piling up layer by layer and converging toward the top. Zichun looked at this scene in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Why was there light above the abyss? Why did the light turn into stairs? And the stairs did not go down, but went all the way up? Was there something above the abyss? Could it be that above was the destiny he had to face? Zichun looked up at the stairs that were still forming, his face full of confusion. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Chapter 24:45. Ascend the heavenly path. Open the heavenly gate. Fail and enter the abyss. This voice suddenly rang out, causing the already nervous Zichun to jump in fright. He turned around and saw Kai Ming. Kai Ming was looking at him coldly. Besides Kai Ming, there were 4 other people. They were all gods, and their expressions were as cold as Kai Ming's. "It's you." Zichun had seen Kai Ming before, so he was very surprised to see him again. Kai Ming looked at Zichun without saying anything, his expression cold and arrogant. This was the kind of arrogance that gods used to treat mortals, even if those mortals were heaven-defying. "Why are you here?" Zichun asked again, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. "I have come to show you the way," Kai Ming said coldly. "Show me the way? What way?" Zichun was very confused, but then he thought of something and asked coldly, "Are those fake gods your people? Did you order them to kill our people?" "So what if they are? So what if they aren't?" "Mortal, you speak too much nonsense. Hurry up." And Sina stared at Zichun in dissatisfaction. Before Sina could finish, he was interrupted by Kai Ming. He looked at Zichun and said, "They are indeed our people, but it wasn't us who ordered them to attack your people. That's because we disdain killing you." Zichun looked at the 5 of them, his expression changing. When those fake gods had died, They had called out to His Excellency, most likely calling out to the 5 of them. He clearly didn't believe that the deaths of Tyrant and the others had nothing to do with the 5 of them. He was currently considering whether or not he should kill the 5 of them here. But as someone who had never fought with a god before, he didn't have the confidence to fight 1 against 5. Moreover, the call of duty that belonged to him was even more intense. He no longer paid attention to the 5 of them and turned to look at the gradually forming steps. There are a total of 100 steps on these steps, called the stone steps of the heavenly path. After you climb up, you will find a sealed heavenly gate. Your mission is to use your blood to open the sealed heavenly gate. Kaiming's voice came from behind Zichun. What if you can't open it? Zichun asked without turning his head. Zichun's attitude infuriated the celestials behind him, but considering the importance of Zichun at this moment, Kamen patiently explained, if you can't open the heaven gate, then you can only fall into the abyss. Of course, if you are unable to ascend these 100 steps, you will also fall into the abyss. Zichun lowered his head and looked into the abyss. He still couldn't see the bottom. If he really fell, he couldn't tell if he would survive. Kaiming continued, falling into the abyss, there is absolutely no chance of survival. At that time, a cycle will end, and a new cycle will begin anew. A new cycle of reincarnation would begin, and a new heaven-defying cultivator would appear. They would enter this place step by step and continue to open the heaven gate. If they failed, they would enter the abyss and continue the new cycle of reincarnation. Zichun looked back at Kaiming and said, if you can't climb or open the door, you'll fall into the abyss? Kaiming said, of course. Zichun then said, do I go down myself? Or do you want to push me down? The eyes of Sina and the others flashed with cold light. They were completely infuriated by Zichun's attitude, but they had no choice but to suppress their emotions. Kaiming said, these are the laws. We're only here to show you the way. Then I understand. You can go, Zichun said indifferently. Kaiming was stunned. He didn't have a good temper to begin with, and he, who had been doing his best to suppress it, nearly exploded. He said in a low voice, we must watch you go up and see if you can open the heaven gate. When the time comes, we will have to report back. So what if you can open it? So what if you can't? If you can open it, you will naturally know what you will find. If you can't open it, then you will fall into the abyss. Zichun no longer paid attention to Kaiming, turning around and walking up the steps. Through their constant discussion, he came to a conclusion. These fellows definitely didn't have good intentions in coming here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forcefully suppressed their anger. Perhaps these gods had lived for a very long time, but in terms of knowledge and experience, they might not be better than Zichun. Don't be fooled by Kaiming's shrewd appearance. In Zichun's eyes, this bit of forbearance was really child's play. He concluded that these fellows must have other motives. At this moment, those steps had already taken shape. Scanning them with his spiritual sense, he found that there were indeed 100 steps. At the top of those 100 steps, there was a platform. Zichun hadn't seen that so-called heaven gate yet. Perhaps he would only see it after he reached the top. He no longer paid attention to those fellows behind him, who had ulterior motives, and walked up the steps, placing one foot on the steps. At this moment, the sky above the 9th floor distorted. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, rolling in the sky. More and more lightning gathered, and the entire bright 9th floor instantly darkened. A suffocating pressure emerged from those bolts of lightning. Zichun heard a series of muffled groans. When he turned around, he saw several gods retreating backwards with faces full of shock. When they retreated, they looked extremely uncomfortable. They looked up at the sky in horror. Zichun, who was already standing on the steps, didn't sense the slightest abnormality. He looked at them and snorted softly, then continued to walk up the steps. This was the heaven path. He had to walk past the 100 steps to reach the end. With every step Zichun took, a bolt of lightning energy would appear under his feet and enter his body. This light seemed to be some kind of detection. It was detecting Zichun's realm, or whether he was qualified. Zichun walked the first 10 steps very easily. Moreover, the lightning that extended under his feet gave him a very comfortable feeling. It was as if he was in a hot spring. It made him feel comfortable and refreshed. The sudden appearance of pressure turned this place into a no-fly zone. Kai Ming and the others retreated to the edge of this space. They gradually adapted to the pressure here. Looking at Zichun, who had already reached the top of the steps, Kai Ming said, "It seems that this area has formed a protection for the heaven-defying." The others nodded. At this moment, it was obviously impossible for them to do anything to Zichun. That strong pressure was not only a no-fly zone, but also a kind of aura oppression. At this moment, it was very difficult for them to take a step forward. They could only watch in silence. If Zichun couldn't reach the top, or if he couldn't open the gate of heaven, it would naturally be a dead end. But if he could really open the gate of heaven, they would be very happy to see a scene. Soon, Zichun reached the 20th step. At this point, the lightning energy that flowed out of the steps made Zichun feel uncomfortable. There was even a faint trace of pain. But this pain was still very light and not worth mentioning. Zichun stood on the 30th step, and the pain began to gradually increase. This pain was expressed in all parts of his body. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his body. It was painful, a heart-wrenching pain. By the time Zichun reached the 40th step, the pain was already bone-piercing. It was as if there were small knives stabbing and scraping all the bones in his body. The intense pain made him break out in cold sweat, and his forward steps also stopped. "Zichun, I forgot to tell you, you only have one chance. Either you succeed, or you fail and fall into the abyss. There is no possibility of starting over." Seeing that Zichun stopped, Kai Ming's voice sounded. Zichun didn't speak. Because of the pain in his body, he couldn't speak at all. He gritted his teeth and persevered, taking another step forward. Now, with every step he took, the pain in his body increased, and the pain became more and more intense. Zichun looked up and saw that there were still 55 steps waiting for him. He hadn't even reached half of them, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Damn it! Why is it so difficult? Is this the so-called "the time is not right"? Zichun gritted his teeth, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Looking at the 55 steps, his eyes revealed an intense unwillingness. If he fell into the abyss and died like this, he was obviously extremely unwilling. "I don't believe it." A roar from the bottom of his heart sounded. He forced himself forward and stood on the 46th step. A bolt of lightning entered his body through his feet. Then, another step. On the 47th step, the power of lightning entered his body again. The 48th step, the 49th step. At this moment, Zichun felt that his body could no longer withstand the power of lightning. His body could explode at any time. At the same time, he also thought of his previous battles. When he punched a cultivator to death, when the opponent's energy entered his body in an instant, it should be the same feeling he had now. His body was filled with uncontrollable lightning energy. This energy entered his body and went straight to his organs and bones, releasing the unique destructive power of lightning. Zichun's body was already drenched in cold sweat. The pain was simply indescribable. He let out an angry roar towards the sky and took another step forward, standing on the 50th step. Another new bolt of lightning entered his body. This power was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zichun's body could no longer hold on. Bang! The first thing that couldn't hold on was his heart. Under the stimulation of this lightning energy, his heart, which contained the heart of the god, directly exploded. As the heart exploded, a surge of power appeared in Zichun's body. There were two hearts in Zichun's body. It seemed that these two hearts had already fused, but in reality, they still hadn't truly fused. At this moment, the one that exploded was Zichun's original heart, which was wrapped around the heart of the god. The heart of the god was still intact. After the explosion, the energy that belonged to his heart attached to the heart of the god. This wasn't a natural attachment, but a suppression from the lightning energy in his body. Even if the heart exploded, the destructive power produced couldn't spread. At the same time, under the suppression of the lightning energy, the intact heart of the god also lost its vitality. It stopped beating and became very quiet. In this way, the energy in Zichun's original heart forcibly entered the heart of the god under the suppression of the lightning energy, quickly refining the heart of the god for his own use. It could be said that this was the heart's energy looking for a new host. It could also be said that this was a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. It was forcibly occupying. Chapter 24:46. When Zichen obtained the heart of the heavenly god, he had already refined the heart of the heavenly god to strengthen his physique. Now that he had obtained the complete heavenly god's bone, he could use the heart of the heavenly god even more smoothly. However, Xing Hun had never truly possessed the heart of the heavenly god. In other words, his heart had never truly fused with the heart of the heavenly god. After all, he was very weak back then and didn't have the strength to refine the heart of the heavenly god. Even now, Zichen, who was at the peak of the Saint King stage, was still considered a weak existence in front of the heart of the heavenly god. He could only use a little bit of the heart of the heavenly god's energy, but he couldn't fully utilize the heart of the heavenly god. It was like he had a treasure, but this treasure was sealed. He could only look at it, but couldn't use it. Of course, Zichen's situation was better. He could use a little bit of the energy. But today, on the steps, everything had changed. His original heart was unable to withstand the power of the lightning, and it shattered. The blood essence and energy in his original heart went toward the only heart of the heavenly god. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for it to enter the interior of the heart of the heavenly god. It still couldn't refine it. However, this was the lightning divine palace. He was on the steps of the heavenly path, and the lightning energy that emerged from the bottom of his feet was powerful enough. It was so powerful that the heart of the heavenly god was helpless here. It could only allow Zichen's blood essence and energy to enter the still heart of the heavenly god. This change happened on the 50th step. Just when Zichen thought that he was about to explode, this change happened. After the blood essence and energy in his original heart smoothly entered the heart of the heavenly god, it naturally occupied this place and began to fuse with the heart of the heavenly god. Under normal circumstances, Zichen would undoubtedly need many years to achieve this step. Perhaps even after he became a god, he would be able to truly use this heart of the heavenly god. However, this lightning energy that was originally a test of his strength inadvertently helped him. After easily entering the core of the heart of the heavenly god, it naturally fused without reservation. He had a heart of the heavenly god, a true heart of the heavenly god. In other words, Zichen's heart had reached the heavenly god tier. The moment the fusion was successful, the heart of the god became Zichen's heart. After that, the heart began to recover, and the heavenly god's power within it began to awaken. The heart began to beat. Plop, plop. As the heart of the divine god throbbed, a surge of pure divine god power entered Zichen's body through his heart, transforming his body and dispelling the lightning energy. The pain in Zichen's body was slightly relieved. After obtaining the heart of the heavenly god, Zichen was clearly a little excited. He stepped forward again and continued upwards. As long as he continued to move forward, the lightning would still enter his body. The test for him continued, and the lightning energy became stronger and stronger. After ascending the 5th step, the pain that had been alleviated intensified once again. However, this time, the pain didn't include the heart of the divine god. After all, it was a heavenly god-level existence. Even the lightning energy could not destroy it. However, the heart of the divine god was still suppressed. Its beating slowed down, and the heavenly god's power gradually stopped. Just as he reached the 58th step, his left arm exploded and turned into pure energy. Similarly, it was his left arm that exploded, and what scattered was the energy of his left arm. The heavenly god's left arm was still intact, so the gods outside couldn't see Zichen's situation clearly. Just like the heart of the divine god, the energy of the exploded left arm was directly suppressed by the lightning energy and attached to the left arm of the heavenly god. After that, the two began to fuse. What was once impossible became possible under the lightning energy. He first had the heart of the divine god, and now he was about to obtain the heavenly god's left arm. This gave him hope. If his fate was to die here, then after obtaining the complete heavenly god's bone, would he be able to defy the heavens and change his fate? He was full of anticipation. The pain continued, but Zichen, who had already seen hope, continued to move forward. On the 68th step, his right arm exploded. On the 78th step, his left leg exploded. On the 88th step, his right leg exploded. Zichun gritted his teeth and took 2 steps forward. Standing on the 90th step, his bones exploded. Boom, boom. All the bones in his body exploded, and a thunderous sound was heard. This energy fluctuation was so strong that a large amount of lightning radiated from his skin. In the eyes of the 5 gods, Zichun's body emitted a roaring sound. Then, endless lightning radiated from his body, illuminating the surroundings. The terrifying pressure between heaven and earth still existed, and there was nothing unusual in the surroundings. They thought that Zichun had used some kind of secret technique, so they didn't care. Little did they know that if the lightning energy that entered his body wasn't so strong and the pressure was strong enough, Zichun's body would have exploded at this moment. His physical body would have been destroyed, and only the heavenly god's bone would be left. It was precisely because of this surging lightning energy that the power generated from Zichun's body exploding couldn't break through his body. Under the pressure, it could quickly attach to the heavenly god's bone and enter the heavenly god's bone to fuse with it. The vitality of a Saint King was naturally incomparably strong, and Zichun's flame of life was abnormally strong. As long as he didn't die instantly, the vitality in his body would be constantly replenished. Thus, he completed an unprecedented fusion. At this moment, Zichun's realm was still at the peak of the Saint King realm, but he was a peak Saint King who had the heavenly god's bone and heart of God. If he abandoned his own energy and his body, he would be a heavenly god. At this moment, he was standing on the 90th step, and he was only 10 steps away from the top. He had fully integrated the heavenly god's bone and heart of God, but he hadn't really mastered them yet. Zichun took another step forward, and the lightning energy from the bottom of his feet entered his body again, still suppressing his body. With the protection of the heavenly god's bone, Zichun's heart of God began to beat rapidly. Vitality accompanied the power of the heavenly God entered his body and bones, giving birth to new blood and flesh. This was the flesh and blood derived from the pure power of the heavenly God. Although it couldn't compare to the flesh and blood of a true heavenly God, it was definitely not comparable to the flesh and blood of a great saint. In fact, it was not inferior to the flesh and blood of a god. He took another step forward, and his heart beat even more violently. Blood flowed through his blood vessels and spread throughout his body, injecting streams of power into every part of his body. His physical body gradually grew stronger and stronger. 93 steps, 94 steps. After another 2 steps, Zichun felt his body become more and more nimble, and the pressure was no longer so strong. This was because he now had the body of a heavenly god. 95, 96, 97. Zichun took another 3 steps, and he walked very easily. The flesh and blood and power in his body were rapidly transforming. When the 5 god tribe members on the 9th level saw that Zichun was walking more and more easily, their faces revealed astonishment. He had clearly reached his limit on the 50th step, but why was it that the path after that became easier and easier? They couldn't understand, and could only attribute it to the environment of this place, and the special care it gave to heaven-defying people. After all, if a heaven-defying person couldn't reach the 100th step and couldn't attempt to open the gate of heaven, then wouldn't this reincarnation be wasted? They thought that the lightning divine hall was going easy on him, but who knew that it was all because of the heavenly god's bone? At this moment, Zichun was standing on the 99th step. There was only 1 step left in front of him, and after that, it would be the final platform. He raised his head and let out a long howl. Lightning flashed on his body, and he stepped onto the 100th step with ease. Whoosh! The moment he stepped onto the 100th step and stood on the platform, the steps behind him all disappeared. At this moment, he was standing on the platform in the air. This was the end of the heavenly road, the end of fate. The 5 god tribe members raised their heads and looked at Zichun. At this moment, their hearts also became nervous. They urgently wanted to know if Zichun could open the gate of heaven this time. This was their mission. They were very nervous, and their attention was all on Zichun. So much so that they didn't even notice Zichun's appearance. Actually, Yiqian had been standing at the back for a long time. She watched as Ziqian ascended the steps. She had come, but the four girls hadn't. Su Mingyao's pleading, and even pleading, caused her, who was supposed to protect the four girls, to have no choice but to go against Ziqian's arrangements. When she arrived, she saw the five god tribe members and Ziqian climbing the steps alone. She didn't know why Ziqian was climbing the steps, but she could feel that the five of them were very nervous. At the same time, she could also feel the murderous intent surging from their bodies. So she didn't say anything and quietly watched from the back. Ziqian stood on the platform. Fate had led him here, and now his true fate would be revealed. He raised his head and looked up. At this moment, he could already see his fate. When he raised his head, the space began to distort. A seal engraved with complex runes and surrounded by lightning appeared in that space. This seal was very large. After it appeared, it pressed down on Ziqian. Use your blood to break the seal. Once the seal is broken, the gate of heaven will naturally open. Kaiming's voice sounded at the right time. Ziqian didn't respond, but he did as he was told. He stretched out his hand, and the blood in his body flowed along his fingers toward the seal. The blood entered the seal, and then began to spread along the runes. The entire seal began to tremble slightly. As the blood continued to spread, the entire seal was dyed golden. Ziqian's face gradually turned pale from the loss of blood. The slightly trembling seal began to tremble violently. The seal glowed, and from its previous passive state, it became active. Ziqian could feel the blood in his body rapidly flowing away. Soon, the seal that covered the sky turned pure gold. This was the color of Ziqian's blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. The blood in his body was almost completely drained. In addition, a lot of his vitality was also drained. Rumble, rumble. The seal trembled, and a thunderous sound was heard. The seal began to distort. Is it going to break open? Kaiming and the others became more and more excited. They were so nervous that they couldn't say a word. If the gate of heaven really opened, it would mean too much to them. However, this situation lasted for a full 15 minutes, and the seal still didn't open. In the next moment, the golden blood light around the seal retreated. The terrifying pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. The seal retreated into the sky and disappeared into the void. The seal was not broken, and the gate of heaven did not open. The path to heaven, the gate of heaven, failure to enter the abyss. Chapter 24:47. On the platform, Ziqian's face was pale, and his body was swaying, on the verge of collapse. He didn't know if it was because he had lost too much blood, or if it was because of the words failure, falling into the abyss. The seal had vanished. He hadn't been able to open it. Even though he had fused with the Empyrean Godbone, he still hadn't been able to change his fate. Had he failed and fallen into the abyss? Ziqian stared down at the bottom of the platform. It was pitch black, without end, like the netherworld itself. It seems he failed. Below, Kaiming, upon seeing the seal vanish, said these words. Right at this moment, the pressure on their bodies vanished. Sina raised his head to look at Ziqian, then laughed coldly. It seems it is time for him to die as well. Kaiming and the others nodded in agreement. Behind them, Yiqian, hearing this, suddenly felt a sense of unease. She stared nervously at Ziqian. Ziqian's pale face slowly returned to normal. The blood and vitality he had lost were slowly being restored. The death he had been waiting for didn't appear. He was still standing on the platform, not falling into the abyss. Even though there was no path around him, there was no path. But there was no need for a path. The pressure from this dimension had vanished. All he needed to do was fly. With but a thought, his body left the platform, and he really did fly. The forbidden airspace domain had vanished as well. Why don't you die? Just as Ziqian flew into the air, Sina's icy voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Sina flew into the air, arriving above the abyss and facing off against Ziqian. Die? Ziqian looked at him. Right. You've already failed. Why don't you just throw yourself into the abyss? Do you have the face to continue living in this world? Sina said coldly. Ziqian had already failed, But this dimension hadn't killed him, nor had it sent out any energy to suck him into the abyss. In addition, the forbidden airspace domain had vanished. He could now leave the abyss and return to the 8th floor. Given some time, he could try to open the gate of heaven again. However, Sina's appearance caused Zichun to guess at his intentions. He looked at Sina and said calmly, "You shouldn't have come here just to see if the gate of heaven has been opened, right?" Sina said, "That's right. We have another mission, which is to send you into the abyss." As expected, Zichun's guess was right. This world had no intention of killing him, even if he had not opened the divine gate. The god race was the one who did not let him go and forced him into the abyss. The true cycle of reincarnation was also carried out according to their wishes, and not the wishes of the lightning divine hall. "Brat, do you know that I've been wanting to kill you for a long time?" Sina's body flashed with a cold light. The divine power around him began to surge. A divine pressure surged out from his body. "You go," divine power surged. Sina appeared confident and powerful, but before he could finish speaking, his cold words turned into a cry of surprise. He saw that Zichun, who had been standing in the air above the platform, suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a fist flashing with the light of thunder struck Sina's chin, sending him flying. "Idiot! If you want to kill someone, why are you spouting so much nonsense?" A look of disdain flashed through Zichun's eyes. His figure flashed once more, arriving in front of the flying Sina and stomping down with his foot. Sina's body was quickly sent flying down into the abyss below. His cry of surprise turned into a cry of terror. "Save me!" Zichun was very strong. After that kick, Sina was unable to react at all, nor was he able to stabilize his body. All he could do was cry out for help. He absolutely did not dare to enter this abyss, because if he did, he would die, even if he was a god. Swish! Of the other four, the god race woman hurriedly stepped forward. Divine aura erupted from her body, and at the critical moment, she caught Sina and prevented him from falling into the abyss. But despite that, the two of them still fell several dozen meters, reaching the level of the abyss. Sina, who had steadied himself, was covered in cold sweat. He raised his head to look at Zichun, angrily saying, "Despicable bastard! You actually ambushed me!" Seeing Sina being rescued, Zichun felt some regret. If they had reacted just a moment later, Sina would have fallen into the abyss as well. However, Zichun hadn't come out empty-handed. From Sina's terrified expression, he could tell that this abyss was indeed dangerous and that they absolutely could not enter. Swish! Sina charged towards Zichun. This time, he no longer dared to be careless. Instead, he used the fleet-foot stride, moving so fast that he wanted to knock Zichun into the abyss. Zichun's body flashed like a bolt of lightning, dodging through the air. Every so often, the two would clash head-on, but the difference in their levels of insight was clearly enormous. Sina should have been the one with the advantage, but in reality, he was knocked flying by Zichun each time. Although he wasn't heavily injured, in a clash of strength, Sina was unquestionably the loser. Armageddon God Palm. Sina formed a hand seal with both hands. Divine power wildly surged out, and a palm formed from divine power, carrying with it the aura of a god, descended from the heavens. This was a true divine skill, and now that it was being used by a true god, its power was far greater than that of those false gods. As the palm descended from the heavens, that powerful pressure caused the heaven-defying energy within Zichun's body to be unable to obey his commands. This power was simply too powerful. It could definitely slay a great saint with ease. The two weren't even on the same level. Zichun was only a peak saint king. Even though he was a heaven-defying, he still couldn't resist this aura. Under normal circumstances, the current Zichun would definitely have died under this palm. The energy within his body was suppressed to the point where he couldn't mobilize it. Zichun still had a physical body, and one that had been transformed by the heaven god's bone. When this physical body faced this powerful divine power, not only did it not seem to be suppressed in the slightest, it instead became abnormally excited. His heart began to beat even faster, transmitting great power to him. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and charged into the heavens, striking the palm. Bang! Energy shook. The divine palm shattered, transforming into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichun stood in the heavens, lightning crackling around his body. He looked like a god of war. How is this possible? Seeing his powerful palm shattered by a single punch from Zichun, Sina's face was filled with disbelief. He was just a mere Saint King. Even though he was a heaven-defying, he shouldn't have been a match for him. Just as Sina's face was filled with shock, he saw Zichun charge downwards, displaying extreme speed as he charged towards him. In this space, an ear-piercing sound rang out. This was the power of Zichun's punch. Bang! An intense explosion of energy rang out. It was his punch that had landed in the void, causing a sonic boom. Sina, who should have been struck by the fist, used the fleet-foot stride, dodging at the critical moment. Because of the difference in cultivation level, in terms of speed, the heavenly speed technique couldn't compare to Sina's fleet-foot stride. Aren't you a god? Why are you dodging? Zichun turned around, looking at Sina mockingly. Sina's face was filled with rage. He charged towards Zichun, and as he did so, he formed another seal with his hands. Divine power surged wildly, forming a massive fist in front of him. This was the Armageddon God Fist, also a powerful divine skill. In the face of this sort of attack, Zichun's counterattack was very simple. He clenched his fist and punched. Lightning crackled around his fist, but this was just a disguise. His true power was actually a pure physical attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and another explosion rang out. Zichun's fist was like a hot knife through butter, instantly obliterating Sina's divine fist. Then his fist continued forward, slamming into Sina's chest. Pong! With a boom, Sina's body flew backwards, rainbow-colored divine blood spraying through the air. Sina had been injured by Zichun's punch. Down below, the four beings of the god race were equally astounded when they caught sight of this. They were god clan members and possessed extraordinary knowledge, but they had never seen anything like this before. Zichun was clearly only a peak Saint King, so how could he injure Sina with a single punch? Was it because of the laws of this place? His power seems to be exceptionally great, the God Clan woman said as she looked up. Even if he has a saint body, he shouldn't be this strong, right? Another nearby God Clan member said. Not to mention a saint body, even a divine body wouldn't be this strong. Kai Ming frowned. The current Zichun was undoubtedly ridiculously powerful. Seeing Sina continuously retreating, Kai Ming said, "Let's go up and help." The others were somewhat hesitant. They knew Sina's personality and knew that he wasn't the sort of person who would happily accept help. "If we don't go, he'll be beaten to death," Kai Ming said. At this moment, a beam of divine light appeared from behind, blocking their path. It was Yiqian. She had no choice but to step forward and stop them. Because they had been intentionally hiding, and because all of their attention had been focused on Zichun, they hadn't noticed Yiqian's arrival. When they saw her, they were very surprised. Yiqian's actions were very obvious. She wanted to stop them from attacking Zichun. The three of them turned to look at Kai Ming. Their meaning was clear. She was his little sister, so he should step in. After all, Yiqian was the daughter of a celestial god, a goddess. Her status in the God Clan was extremely noble. They didn't dare attack her. "What are you doing here?" Kai Ming looked at Yiqian and said discontentedly. Yiqian didn't speak. She didn't recognize this brother at all. She just blocked his path, her attitude firm. Obviously, Kai Ming didn't recognize this little sister of his. He coldly said, "You spend every day with mortals. Do you still have the dignity of a god? Now you stand in front of me to protect mortals. How ignorant." Yiqian was still silent. She didn't let them go forward. Up above, Sina coughed up blood again. He looked very embarrassed. If this continued, perhaps Sina would really be beaten to death by Zichun. Looking at the stubborn Yiqian, Kai Ming frowned. A touch of disgust flashed through his eyes. He coldly said, "Mikuer, you stop her. We'll go kill that boy." After that, his figure flashed and flew up into the sky. Yiqian's figure also flew up against the sky, but she was blocked by the goddess. "Sorry, you can't go," said the God Clan member named Mikuer. Chapter 2448. Although Sina was a high and mighty member of the god race, he had also participated in life and death trials. But no matter what kind of perilous battle it was, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he had never been in such a sorry state. Moreover, the battles he had participated in were all very common. For example, if my cultivation level was high, then I was strong. This couldn't be called common, but common sense. But this was the first time he had encountered such an unusual battle. He already couldn't remember how long it had been since he had killed a Saint King. It was purely out of disdain. He remembered that a long, long time ago, he could easily destroy a Saint King with a wave of his hand. But now, he was actually being beaten up by a Saint King, and it was a very serious one at that. Besides constantly coughing up blood, even his aura had become sluggish. The god race's inextinguishable divine flame of life seemed to be suppressed at this moment. During this time, he had tried all kinds of powerful attacks, but none of them could do anything to his opponent. Every time they clashed, he would be beaten and sent flying. Fortunately, he possessed extraordinary speed, so he always maintained his figure and didn't fall into the abyss. World Annihilation Divine Bell. As he continued to fight, his injuries worsened. When he couldn't bring himself to ask for help, he could only choose to use this divine skill. He summoned the afterimage of the World Annihilation Divine Bell. The sound of the bell constantly reverberated, forming a strange energy that scattered in all directions. But this strange fluctuation couldn't do anything to Zichun at all, because he had seen the World Annihilation Divine Bell's true body and knew where it was. But Sina, who knew how strange Zichun was, chose to use this move, not to attack Zichun, but to defend. The divine bell descended from the sky, enveloping him. Zichun passed through the layers of vibrations, arriving in front of the divine bell, and punched. Clang! The divine bell shook, emitting an even stronger fluctuation. Within the divine bell, Sina's expression changed greatly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Clang! Zichun punched again, and cracks appeared on the surface of the illusory divine bell. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Sina was very shocked, his face full of shock. At this moment, he, who was within the divine bell, was also violently shaken. Boom! The next punch shattered the divine bell, revealing Sina's figure within. Shwa! Just as Zichun's fourth punch was about to land on Sina's face, a beam of energy formed from the power of God suddenly pierced through his defenses and wrapped around his waist, pulling him back. Get down! The one who attacked was Kai Ming. With a low roar, the divine power around Zichun suddenly twisted, and a powerful force came out, wanting to throw Zichun into the abyss. The whistling sound of the wind rang in Zichun's ears. Zichun's figure descended at an extremely fast speed, getting closer and closer to the abyss. Buzz! In the process of falling, light surged on his body, and powerful physical strength flowed on the surface of his body. Bang! Bang! The divine power that wrapped around his body quickly shattered. The lightning wings on his back gently flapped, stabilizing his falling body. In the next moment, the lightning wings flapped again, and his figure disappeared. Boom! Boom! Two divine fists descended from the heavens, exploding where he had disappeared. They formed an extremely powerful destructive force that spread out in all directions. These were the last two God Race members. Seeing that Kai Ming had succeeded, they had come to his aid. But they hadn't expected that Zichun would react so quickly. Zichun once more stood on the platform, looking coldly at Kai Ming, who had appeared after him. He saw Zichun below, but Zichun, who knew the relationship between them, knew very well that in this situation, Zichun could only protect herself. It was clearly impossible for her to protect him. Don't struggle. If you don't enter the abyss, you'll die. If you enter the abyss, perhaps you'll have a chance at life. Kai Ming said coldly to Zichun. This was clearly bullshit. Zichun didn't believe it at all. If there was a chance at life, then Sina wouldn't have been so frightened that he was sweating profusely and calling for help. There's something strange about this guy. Sina arrived in front of Kai Ming and said to Zichun. He, who had been in a sorry state, now looked like a new person. His clothes and spirit had returned to normal. Those who didn't know would think that the two sides hadn't started fighting yet. The other two arrived as well. Then the four of them surrounded Zichen, who was still standing on the platform. Below, Yiqian was blocked by the God Race woman. The difference in their realms was too great, so she couldn't come to his aid. Even if she did, it would be useless. She couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Kill him. Following Kai Ming's low shout, the four of them all charged at Zichen. To the God Race, their physical bodies were extremely strong, even stronger than saint bodies. As they charged, they clenched their fists. Divine power swirled around their fists as they unleashed powerful attacks. Facing the four of them, Zichen's eyes flashed with cold light. He also clenched his fists and attacked. Bang! His fist first collided with Kai Ming's fist. The moment the powerful force exploded, he turned around and punched again. Bang! Another swift attack. Then he jumped up and kicked the two people in front and behind him. Bang! Bang! For energy explosions rang out. The four people in front of him were sent flying by the energy. At the same time, Zichen's figure flashed, and he charged at Sina again. As if he had locked onto Sina, Zichen approached him and punched again. A powerful force exploded, and Sina's figure fell back. Swish! The light of energy flickered on Zichen's body as he continued to charge at Sina. Boom! Another powerful attack. But this time, Sina's figure fell towards the abyss. Under the powerful force, Sina's figure fell straight down. He was so frightened that he cried out repeatedly. Stop him! Kai Ming shouted loudly. He used the fleet-foot stride to charge downwards. At the same time, a beam of energy swept towards Sina. There had always been a rumor amongst the God Race that the 9 levels of the abyss were extremely terrifying. Even Empyrean gods might not be able to survive if they entered. This beam of divine power wrapped around Sina's body in time, and then forcibly pulled him up. At this moment, Sina's face was filled with fear. He subconsciously tried to pull away from Zichen. On the platform, Zichen sent the 2 God Race members flying with 2 punches, then charged at Sina again. Damn it! Sina's face changed dramatically. He began to retreat, using the fleet-foot stride. Zichen used the 9 flashes of lightning to pursue him from behind. If he wanted to break out of this situation, it seemed that he could only fight one person. This Sina. Zichen had always disliked him, so he locked onto him. No matter how many years passed, Sina would never forget this scene. He was a God Race member, but a mere Saint King was chasing him all over the place. Bang! As Zichen chased after him, there were naturally God Race members who came forward to stop him, but they couldn't do anything to him at all. As soon as they stepped forward, Zichen would send them flying with a single punch. Faced with such a battle, no one knew what to do for a moment. Miku who was blocking Yiqian, raised her head and looked up. Seeing this scene, she felt very helpless. The higher-ups had sent them here primarily to deal with this heaven-defying cultivator, so that fate could continue on the right path and a new cycle of reincarnation would occur. But who would have thought that any one of them, who could casually kill a great saint, would be unable to do anything to Zichen even when working together? In fact, Sina was being chased all over the place by Zichen. He looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Seeing that Zichen had the complete upper hand, Yiqian was completely at ease. She had a fairly clear understanding of Zichen's absolute power, and she had also learned a bit about his grudges with Daf Hill from the Jiatu clan. Given the current situation, it was clear that it would be impossible for them to kill Zichen today. Die! At this moment, an explosive roar came from above. Zichen had finally caught up to the careless Sina, and his fist landed on his body. Bang! A powerful force exploded out, and Sina's body was sent flying backwards. Zichen followed closely behind, punching again. After catching up to Sina a second time, he viciously stomped down on Sina's head. This attack was very unexpected, and Sina's body fell downwards. This time, Zichen didn't let Sina fall, and he followed closely behind. Hurry and stop him. When Kai Ming saw this, he was greatly alarmed as well. He hurriedly sent out a beam of energy, wanting to rescue Sina. At the same time, the other 2 God Race experts also attacked. Space trembled as 2 fists, radiating divine light, descended from the heavens, heading straight for Zichun. Ordinarily, Zichun would have chosen to turn around and neutralize these two attacks. This was the reason why the two God Race experts had attacked. But if they did so, Kai Ming's divine energy would sweep up Sina's body, allowing him to once more escape. The battle would once again return to its starting point. In order to prevent this from happening, Zichun chose to ignore the two divine fists behind him. Instead, he struck forward. The divine energy around Sina's body was immediately shattered. Zichun's choice caused the others to miss the chance to rescue Sina. "Save me!" Sina roared in terror. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death looming over him. Swish! Miku, who had been silently watching the battle this entire time, sensed that something was wrong. She immediately charged forward, wanting to save Sina. But it was useless. As soon as she stepped forward, Zichun's right fist struck forward. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the falling Sina's robes, preventing him from escaping. Bang! Power vibrated, and Miku-er's body flew backwards. Zichun's powerful strength wasn't something she could withstand. Boom! Boom! The energy of the two divine fists exploded on Zichun's back. The divine fists exploded, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly swept towards Zichun. On the surface of Zichun's body, the lightning defense shattered, and the divine power entered his body. The berserk energy spread throughout his body, wreaking havoc within his body. But as his heart beat, a surge of divine energy appeared, forcibly suppressing the rampaging divine energy, then dispersing it. With his divine body, he had no problem taking this attack head-on. Although the energy had been neutralized, the impact was still there. Zichun grabbed Sina's body, then quickly descended into the abyss. Chapter 24:49. Save me! Save me! Save me! As they drew closer and closer to the abyss, Sina began to loudly cry for help. The rumors regarding the abyss were simply too terrifying. This was a place where even Empyrean gods had to stop, much less him. The sense of impending doom filled his heart. His voice became mournful, filled with terror. But at this moment, everyone else was powerless as well. This was because Zichun was willing to take two of the god fists without sparing him. At this moment, Zichun's hands were tightly gripping Sina's body. Clearly, he wanted to take Sina down with him. Although they hadn't given up on helping, they knew very well that none of them could help Sina. Ichien couldn't bear to see Zichun fall into the abyss, and so she seized the opportunity to send out a beam of energy towards him. She wanted to grab hold of Zichun at the critical moment. However, she had been too confident in Zichun and hadn't predicted that he would choose to take Sina down with him. Thus, she had been a bit slow in taking action. Just as the two of them were about to fall into the abyss, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Zichun's mouth. He released his grip on Sina, then reached out with his palm and delivered a vicious blow towards Sina's chest. Bang! His palm exploded with power. Zichun's body borrowed the force of the blow to fly upwards, while Sina's body fell down towards the abyss at an even faster speed. Sina let out a miserable scream, his eyes filled with despair. But in the next moment, his miserable scream came to an abrupt halt. A wave of energy suddenly surged out from his body. In the instant that this wave of energy appeared, time seemed to stop and space seemed to freeze. The wave of energy spread out in every direction, and space seemed to have become a solid mirror. Sina's descending body suddenly came to a halt in midair, as though he had been frozen in place. The wave of energy continued to spread outwards. It didn't seem to move very quickly, but in the blink of an eye, it surpassed Zichun. Zichun's soaring body came to a halt in midair. Although the two charging gods knew that they wouldn't be able to save Sina in time, they still didn't give up hope. Kai Ming was charging forwards as well, and he had even sent out a second beam of divine energy. But after that wave of energy swept past them, everything came to a halt. It was as if this world had become a frozen world in an instant. Everyone and everything was frozen in that instant. This was the scene that appeared above the abyss. Outside the abyss, Ichien and Miku only felt a terrible pressure. In the face of this pressure, even though the two of them were gods, they had the urge to kowtow. Zichen's body froze, and the spirit fire in his mind trembled, as if it was about to collapse. The blood in his body began to circulate at a slower speed, as if it was under great pressure. His thoughts didn't stop and were running at a high speed. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something. At this moment, Kai Ming and the others completely understood what had happened. Shock appeared on their faces, and soon, this shock turned into ecstasy. The frozen space disappeared in the next moment, and everything returned to normal. Zichen's body continued to soar through the air, while Sina continued to descend. But this time, there was no fear on his face, only excitement. Before reaching the edge of the abyss, Sina's body stopped, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. This figure was surrounded by dazzling divine light, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Zichen couldn't be more familiar with this aura. A god. This was the aura that only a god could have. At this moment, the god's bone in his body was already emitting strong fluctuations. He couldn't see the other person's appearance, only the mark between his eyebrows that represented his identity as a god. Greetings, Lord God. In the space of the 9th floor, the voices of Kai Ming and the others rang out. They half knelt in the air, clasped their hands, and saluted with respectful expressions. Beside the abyss, Mi Ke also half knelt in salute. Zichen was still standing there, motionless. He seemed to be in shock and despair. A god had come, and he had no chance of surviving. Yiqian didn't salute either. She was clearly frightened, but she wasn't frightened for herself, but for Zichen. She was worried that the god would harm Zichen. Father. Sina steadied himself and turned to look at the god, his face full of shame. When Zichen heard how Sina addressed him, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Sina's father was actually a god, and he had appeared here. The god glanced at Sina but didn't say anything. Then he raised his head to look at Zichen and said indifferently, "Human heaven-defying, you are very good." This was praise from a god. No matter who it was, this was a supreme honor. But at this moment, Zichen's heart was ice cold. Because at this moment, he sensed an icy aura from the god's body. Among the heaven-defying, you should be the most special one. Even I can't see through you. The god spoke again, this time with praise. The expressions of Kai Ming and the others changed. In the previous battle, they had already sensed that Zichen was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could a mere sage ruler go up against 4 members of the divine tribe? This wasn't a battle of a higher level. But they hadn't expected that even after the god appeared, he still couldn't see through him. Could it be that he had some supreme treasure on him? Such a guess appeared in their minds. But unfortunately, you are still not that person. The god continued, destiny must continue to move, and as a heaven-defying being that must appear, your existence is an obstacle. This was the god. No matter how strong you were, what secrets you had, he had no interest in you. What he needed was for destiny to continue to move, for it to walk on its original path, without any mistakes. Thus, Zichen had to die. Zichen was also clear on this point. Only when one heaven-defying died would a new heaven-defying be born. If Zichen didn't die, then a new heaven-defying being would never appear. You want to kill me? Zichen looked at the god and asked in a low voice. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. This should be what fate meant. I won't kill you. This abyss is your final destiny. A cycle of reincarnation has arrived. You are not that person, so you have to enter the abyss. The path to heaven, the gate to heaven, failure to enter the abyss. The god stretched out his hand, and streams of god power lingered in his palm. A powerful aura instantly began to wreak havoc in the field. Zichen felt a suffocating pressure. Facing the god, he couldn't avoid it. Even the god's heart was about to stop beating. The god's palm moved slightly and struck towards Zichen. A god's palm print went straight towards Zichen. Wherever the palm print passed, the void trembled and distorted, and its aura completely locked onto Zichen. Zichen's body couldn't move, and even the god's bones in his body were forcibly fixed. Death was coming. No! A shrill cry of alarm suddenly rang out from below. A beam of divine light rapidly shot upwards. The appearance of this divine light was very sudden, catching everyone off guard. The divine light was transformed by Yi Qian. At this moment, her eyes were full of despair, and her expression became crazy. She rushed forward desperately, ignoring the god's power, and rushed towards Yi Qian. As she rushed forward, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her divine aura dissipated, and even her vitality was rapidly depleted. But she didn't care. She wanted to save Zichun, for Su Mengyao's request, and for herself. Under normal circumstances, her speed should be very slow, and it was even more impossible for her to pass through the god's power. But at this moment, she rushed forward regardless of life and death, and at the same time stimulated her body's potential. In an instant, she passed through the pressure and came in front of Zichun. Miku had been paying attention to the situation above. In her opinion, everything would be over after the god appeared. The defiant of the heaven entered the abyss, and fate continued to rotate. After all, with the god here, everything was under control. Therefore, she ignored Yi Qian, because Yi Qian's combat power was completely negligible. She didn't expect that even in this situation, Yi Qian would still rush over regardless of her own safety. This level of rescue was definitely not as simple as friends. Miku wanted to go forward to rescue, but her reaction and speed were much slower. It was too late. The others' expressions changed greatly. Previously, they didn't want Sina to die because Sina's father was a god. At this moment, they also didn't want Yi Qian to die because her father was also a god. But it was too late. Yi Qian appeared in front of Zichun at a speed several times faster than normal. Then, she stretched out her hands and blocked in front of Zichun. She wasn't as tall as Zichun, and she wasn't as strong as Zichun, but when she spread out her hands, she became heaven and earth, completely blocking the god's palm. Facing the god's attack, Zichun had no room to resist at all. At this moment, he could only wait for death to come. But Yi Qian's appearance was completely out of his expectations. Yi Qian's speed was very fast, even faster than his world speed. By the time he reacted and wanted to save Yi Qian, it was already too late. The god's attack didn't stop, and it didn't even pause at all. Just like that, it fell on Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Zichun shouted loudly, looking ahead in disbelief. Yi Qian heard him and turned around. She looked at Zichun and smiled. Her smile was somewhat poignant. Zichun, goodbye. Yi Qian said softly. No. Zichun shouted loudly and hugged Yi Qian. The god's palm was still moving forward. Yi Qian's divine power defense was instantly shattered, and her body would soon be penetrated. The divine flame of life in her body was rapidly extinguishing. Death was approaching. No. Zichun shouted loudly. His voice was somewhat hysterical. Yi Qian's appearance surprised him, and her actions pained him even more. Since this was fate, then he could die. But he didn't want his friends to die, let alone die for him. The monk, the demon ape, Longhu, and the others were all dead. He didn't have many friends left. Now, Yi Qian was going to die, and she was going to die for him. His expression became crazed and unreconciled. But the god was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2450. At this moment, Zichun's heart was on the verge of collapse. The death of the monk and the others had filled his heart with grief, and he had been suppressing it all this time. But today, in order to protect him, Yi Qian had been struck by a heavenly god's palm and was now in imminent danger. In his heart, an intense desire for strength was born. If he had great strength, he wouldn't have been so passive. If he had great strength, he could have killed all the other great sages in the outside world, and the monk and the others wouldn't have been killed. If he had great strength, Yi Qian wouldn't have sacrificed herself to block that strike for him. Power. He desired power. But in this world, there were many people who desired power, and not everyone could truly obtain it. All of the cultivators were extremely unwilling before they died. Thus, the furious Zichun didn't obtain any power. In front of a true heavenly god, the powerful heavenly god skeleton was suppressed to the point of being unable to move. He could only watch as Yi Qian's beautiful smile gradually withered away. His heart was in pain, a heart-wrenching pain. Suddenly, A sigh sounded out. Not too far away, a dazzling light erupted from the body of the stunned Kai Ming. This light spread out like energy, enveloping Kai Ming, Zichun, and also enveloping Yi Qian in front of Zichun. Where the light passed, space froze and time came to a standstill. The stunned Kai Ming's expression froze, and the sneering Sina seemed to be frozen in place. Zichun, who was holding Yi Qian, didn't move. Yi Qian's beautiful smile instantly froze. The dying divine flames of life stopped dissipating. That advancing heavenly god's palm also stopped. The heavenly god in front of them, Sina's father, had a subtle change in his expression. He expressionlessly said, "You still came. As a father, if you can't even protect your own daughter, what qualifications do you have to be a father?" Another voice sounded out from the void. A resplendent light surged out from Kai Ming's body, and within this light flowed the power of a heavenly god. Another heavenly god appeared. This heavenly god stood in front of Yi Qian, blocking her and Zichun. His back was very tall, and his figure was very imposing. As he stood there, he seemed like the heavens and earth. This was the heavenly deity father that Yi Qian had never seen before. Sina's father looked forward and said, "You should know very well that I won't kill her." As a heavenly deity, his grasp of power had already reached the pinnacle. Since he said that he would not kill Yi Qian, he naturally would not kill her. Yi Qian's father turned around and looked at Yi Qian with a complicated expression. He then looked at Zichun and said, "I don't want to see her sad and upset." Upon hearing this, Sina's father's expression changed dramatically. He cried out involuntarily, "Pagoda battle? Could it be that you want to interfere? Don't forget how important reincarnation is to us." These words were not just for Yi Qian, but also to protect Zichun. This was the main reason why Sina's father's expression had changed. Tajan was the name of Yi Qian's father. At this moment, he looked forward and said, "Shibei, we might have made a mistake. Samsara opening the heavenly gate might not be what we think of as samsara. This heaven-defying person failed this time, but that doesn't mean he won't have a second chance. Failure leads to the abyss. This is an ancient teaching that has been passed down since ancient times. It can't be wrong. If you give him a second chance, he will destroy the wheel of fate." Shibei said. Tajan said in a low voice, "After so many years, have you ever seen someone who could open the heavenly gate? Perhaps this ancient path was wrong from the start, or perhaps the way we interfered was wrong." The despairing Zichun stood there in a daze, listening to the conversation between the two heavenly deities. The appearance of heavenly deity Tajan was completely out of his expectations. He had never expected to see two heavenly deities in one day. The heavenly deity's pressure had already disappeared, and heavenly deity Shibei's attack had also dissipated. Yi Qian's surging flames of life quickly recovered, and her face gradually became rosy again. She stood up from Zichun's embrace and raised her head to look at the tall figure. This was her heavenly deity father, and this was the first time she had seen him. She had once hated this father of hers, but at this moment, when he suddenly appeared in front of her, the hatred in her heart lessened slightly. It was not because he had saved her, but because he was currently saving Zichun. One could hear that his words were very unyielding, and he would not budge an inch. A heavenly deity had taken the initiative to protect Zichun, so Zichun would definitely not die. Facing two heavenly deities, Sina and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. They just stood in the back like this, their heads lowered. No one knew what they were thinking. Kai Ming's expression was also changing. Occasionally, he would raise his head, and his gaze would pause on Zichun and Yi Qian. No matter whether this path of fate is right or wrong, it is definitely not something we can change. He must enter the abyss. If he does not die after entering, I will believe that this path is wrong. Shibei insisted. Entering the abyss and not dying? Why don't you go in and try first? Heavenly deity Tajan said. Shibei's expression changed. Even though he was a heavenly deity, he did not dare to take the risk and enter the abyss. This abyss was the true abyss of death. He looked at heavenly deity Tajan and said, "Tajan, even if the path of fate is wrong, we can only go back and discuss, but he definitely cannot live." Tajan said calmly, We can discuss, but I have to bring him along. If we can't come to a conclusion, then we can throw him in. Shibei snorted and said, I know your plan very well. Once we leave, Thunder God Temple will naturally close. At that time, how can we send him into the abyss? Tajan said indifferently, Isn't it the same if we kill him? Shibei shook his head again. Of course it was different. In the path of fate, the heaven-defying who failed to open the gate of heaven had to enter the abyss. If they were killed outside, it would still affect the path of fate. At this moment, the two heavenly deities were clearly unable to reach an agreement. Furthermore, from the words of the two, one could gradually hear the anger of both sides. Shibei said coldly, Pagoda-Jean, if you insist, don't blame me for being impolite. Heavenly deity Tajan said, You can try. Let me see what kind of methods a new heavenly deity like you has. Heavenly deity Tajan said. The heavenly deity Tajan around him surged, and a wave spread out. Faced with this fluctuation, the others beside him quickly retreated. However, Sina did not retreat, but retreated to the side. At the same time, the heavenly deity Tajan's body also circulated, and a powerful pressure appeared. Facing this pressure, Zichun and Yiqian could only continuously retreat. Zichun was very clear that the reason why heavenly deity Tajan was protecting him was entirely because of Yiqian. Because Yiqian had risked her life to protect him, he was very touched by this. He retreated, and Yiqian followed closely behind. Behind the two of them stood Kai Ming. He kept his head down and remained silent. He did not even look at the two retreating people. However, when the two reached his side, he suddenly raised his head, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and landed on Zichun. During this time, his heavenly deity Tajan crazily surged into Zichun's body, forming many heavenly chains that wrapped around him. Die. At the same time, he threw a palm at Zichun, and Zichun's body flew into the distance. This scene happened too suddenly, just like how Yiqian had suddenly protected Zichun. Heavenly deity Tajan had already appeared, and the two sides were facing each other. Who would have thought that Kai Ming would suddenly attack? It should be known that Kai Ming was Tajan's son and Yiqian's brother. Even if he did not recognize Yiqian as his sister, they should still be on the same side. However, he did not. He had chosen to launch a sneak attack. When Yiqian sensed that something was wrong and turned around, she saw that Zichun's body had already flown into the distance. However, he had only flown parallel to her and had not fallen into the abyss. However, before she could relax, she saw Sina appear at Zichun's side. His body shone with a powerful heavenly deity Tajan, and he ruthlessly attacked Zichun's head. Boom! With such a sudden turn of events, Zichun did not even have time to break free from the heavenly deity shackles. He was struck by Sina, and his body fell uncontrollably into the abyss. At this moment, the heavenly deity shackles pressure was still present, and it had even become extremely intense. It made it so that his heavenly deity bone and heavenly deity heart were unable to quickly release their power. As a result, he was unable to control his body. No! Yiqian's shrill voice rang out once more. She charged at Zichun without any regard for her life. Whoosh! A divine light wrapped around Yiqian's body. It was Kai Ming's timely attack. He could launch a sneak attack and kill Zichun, going against his father's will. However, he absolutely could not watch as Yiqian died here. Yiqian, who was wrapped in energy, was swaying in the air. She lowered her head to look at Zichun, tears streaming down her face. Her beautiful face was filled with sorrow. She was very sad, and also very desperate, just like Zichun had been just a moment ago. But this time, Zichun's expression was calm. The wind whistled in his ears, but his heart was calm. He had tacitly accepted the arrival of death. He had tacitly accepted his fate. As he fell, he looked at Kai Ming. The latter's expression was cold. Then, he looked at Sina. Sina had a cold smile on his face. He was unable to clearly see the faces of these two heavenly deities. It seemed as though they were still in a standoff. Finally, he looked at Yiqian. A hint of a smile appeared on his calm face. It was a sincere smile. It was also a calm smile. It was an encouraging smile. Farewell. You have to live well. This was the true meaning behind Zichen's encouraging smile. He could die, but he did not want to see Iqian die with him. No. Iqian's shrill voice was still echoing in the abyss. Zichen's body quickly fell into the abyss. Even now, the chains of divinity that were burning his body still hadn't shattered. This was because there was still a surge of heavenly deity power that was forcefully suppressing him. This power came from Empyrean god Shibei. He had never agreed to let Zichen live, and he had always been preparing. This time, Kaiming had suddenly attacked and cooperated so well with Sina. Furthermore, they had been able to escape the pagoda battle god's senses. Clearly, this Empyrean god Shibei had contributed greatly. Whoosh! Zichen fell into the abyss. His figure completely disappeared. Chapter 2451. Zichen fell into the abyss, and his figure completely disappeared. The path of destiny was once again on the right track. In the space of the 9th floor, Shibei's complacent laughter resounded. Sina and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, they had gone against the will of the pagoda battle god. Kaiming tightly held onto Iqian, preventing her from committing suicide. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the pagoda battle god who had turned around. The pagoda battle god glanced at them, but didn't say anything. In the end, he arrived in front of Iqian. Let's go. The pagoda battle god waved his hand, and the divine power that was still coiling around Iqian's body instantly dissipated. Then, he and Iqian disappeared. When Zichen was still alive, he could protect him for Iqian. However, since he had already fallen into the abyss, it was naturally meaningless. As for revenge, that was obviously impossible. Following the disappearance of the pagoda battle god and Iqian, Kaiming and the others heaved a huge sigh of relief. Everything had indeed proceeded according to their expectations. The pagoda battle god no longer paid attention to the dead Zichen. He didn't even get angry over it. Indeed, who would get angry over an unrelated dead person? Everything has ended. Wait for the next reincarnation. After saying that, Shibei's figure disappeared. Subsequently, Kaiming and the others also disappeared from the 9th floor one after another. The Sky Martial Continent, the War Martial Continent, and the entire Life Star. At a certain moment, the sky suddenly darkened. On the various continents of the Life Star, which was filled with spiritual chi, a storm suddenly surged. Raging waves rolled in the ocean. Giant mountains trembled in the forest. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was completely berserk. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire Life Star was in chaos. The dense and pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rapidly flowing away. Dormant volcanoes erupted. Torrential rain poured down. Mudslides flooded one place after another. The sudden change caused those forces to be extremely hesitant. They all sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find any traces. On the Life Star, some cultivators who were preparing to break through coughed out blood amidst the turbulent spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, they shockingly discovered that their souls, which could still clearly sense the next realm, seemed to have been smeared with a shadow. The realms that were usually easy to break through had now become extremely difficult. Within the Lightning Divine Palace, the divine trial was still ongoing. This trial had attracted many experts, including those from the Life Stars and alien tribes. In this trial, one life after another fell. The 4 women who were preparing to enter the trial of God were shaken out by a mysterious energy. After that, the trial of God ended. Regarding this, the 4 women were very depressed, but they had no choice but to accept this reality. Next, they would search for the opportunity to become great saints. Perhaps it was because their luck was too good, but the 4 women soon entered a trial ground. After a fierce battle, they, who were severely injured, obtained the opportunity to become great sages. But as soon as they obtained this opportunity, they were expelled from this trial ground. After coming out, they weren't in a hurry to break through to the great sage stage. Instead, they immediately headed toward the depths of the 8th level. They had promised Zichen that they would wait for him there. When they arrived at the 8th floor, they discovered that the entrance had disappeared. Why is there no entrance? Didn't Yi say that the entrance is always open? Shuelin looked ahead and asked in confusion. Not only was there no entrance, even the palace door that they saw previously had disappeared. If Su Mingyao wasn't certain that this was the place Zichun had entered, they would definitely think that they had come to the wrong place. That's right, it's here. We'll wait here. A layer of mist rose in Su Mengyao's eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she spoke with an unstable tone. Sister, what happened? The others had spent a lot of time with Su Mingyao. From her tone, they could feel that something was wrong. Su Mingyao shook her head and didn't say anything. Just now, she had used the ethereal Tao to perform a divination. Originally, she thought that she wouldn't be able to see anything. However, in the process of her divination, she felt that Zichen's life force was flowing away. After that, she performed a divination on the 9th floor of the Lightning Divine Palace. She didn't know if it was because of her connection with Zichen, but she actually managed to deduce that the 9th floor was already closed. There wasn't any life force inside. She didn't want to believe in this divination. She didn't want to believe that Zichun would die inside. As for Yiqian, she was the one who had asked her to enter. Shuelin and the other two looked at Su Mingyao worriedly. It's fine. Let's wait patiently. I believe that Zichun will come out very soon. She forced a smile and then sat down cross-legged. The other three didn't say anything and quietly waited here. Amidst the layers of trials, amidst the endless slaughter, a great sage of a foreign race finally stood out. In front of him, the great door of God opened. He stepped in. However, what awaited him wasn't the opportunity to become a god. Instead, it was a token that emitted a divine light. He grabbed the token and felt the surging divine aura within. He was very excited. This is the qualification token for the final trial. If you can come out alive, you will become a god. A unique god. As soon as the outsider great sage grabbed the command medallion, a cold voice rang out. Then, the token erupted with a blinding light. The foreign race great sage's body disappeared. The same scene was playing out in other places. In each of the divine halls, a victor walked out of the divine halls. After they received the tokens, they all excitedly stepped into the final trial. There were millions of cultivators who came for the trial this time. Other than those who had killed each other, more than 90% of them had entered the divine trials. And among these 90% of cultivators who had entered, more than 99% had died. Currently, in the entire Lightning Divine Palace, there were less than 1,000 cultivators who were still alive. Furthermore, this number was still decreasing. The divine trials was the opportunity to die. But wasn't entering the Lightning Divine Palace the same as entering the land of death? Su Mingyao and the rest were still waiting patiently. They had obtained the opportunity to become a great sage. However, they didn't immediately refine this opportunity. They wanted to wait for Zichen's return. Just like that, time passed day after day. Su Mingyao's expression became uglier and uglier. Finally, one day, a ray of light descended from the sky and turned into a human figure. This human figure wasn't Zichun. Instead, it was an existence wearing armor. The four girls stood up and looked at each other cautiously. This existence wearing armor looked at the four of them and said, "You don't have to wait anymore." Su Mingyao's face turned pale. The other three girls were puzzled. The 9th level has already closed. He came at the wrong time. He has already died. The existence wearing armor said, "I don't believe you. You're lying." Lin Shui said loudly. She didn't believe what the other party had said. When Zichen entered, he already knew his fate. The reason why you were able to obtain this opportunity was his final wish. Lin Shui's tears fell. The other three girls' eyes were blurred by tears. The scene that they didn't wish to see the most had happened. Lightning Divine Palace is about to close. You should leave. There aren't many experts left alive on this life star. After you leave, you have to break through as soon as possible. If you discover a new heaven-defying expert, I hope you can help him come here. Let him come here to die? Wang Xian'er said coldly. This is fate. I don't believe in fate. Zichun won't die. Su Mingyao said. Whether you believe it or not, you will know after you leave this place. The life star is in your hands now. After saying that, the other party turned into lightning and disappeared. At the same time, A teleportation channel appeared. This was the channel to leave. The four girls looked at the channel in a daze. It could be seen that they were very sad. I don't believe that Zichun will die. Lin Shui walked toward the channel. The other party said that they would know after they left, but she didn't believe it. Entering the channel was equivalent to leaving Lightning Divine Palace. Wang Xian took a step forward. She wanted to verify her guess. After that, Shang Guanyu also left. The last one was Su Mingyao. She turned her head to look at the entrance of the palace that had already disappeared. Only she knew that Zichun might have really died. The four girls left Lightning Divine Palace and stood in the Sky Martial Continent. They were the first batch of existences to walk out of Lightning Divine Palace alive. After coming out, they felt the world around them. They were obviously very sad and sad. The spiritual energy of the world was in a complete mess and was constantly flowing away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The rules that were originally clear became invisible at this moment. Just like reincarnation, the rules of the world that had become clear due to the rise of the heaven-defying experts also became blurry due to the fall of the heaven-defying experts. If the spiritual energy of the world was allowed to flow away, then the entire Sky Martial Continent would return to the era that they had experienced. That was an era where even core essence experts were called old monsters. The spiritual energy of the world was flowing away continuously. Those small worlds that had been opened were also disappearing one by one. At this moment, the only ones who could save this world were these four quasi-great sages. Only they could save this world that was about to be completely destroyed due to the chaos of spiritual energy. At this moment, Zichun's life and death were already clear. This is the world that Zichun created. We can't watch it collapse, said Lin Shui. I believe that Zichun is still alive. When he appears again, he definitely wouldn't want to see this world destroyed. Shang Guanyu took a step forward. It was Zichun who was protecting this world. Now that he can't come, it's up to us to protect it, said Wang Xian. In the end, the three girls looked at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded and said, Zichun has created 2 mini miracles. This time, I believe that there will be another miracle, and the world that he once protected will now be protected by us. After saying that, the 4 girls nodded and flew towards the 4 directions of the Sky Martial Continent. They were above the 4 continents. The saint energy in their bodies constantly surged and a powerful aura circulated. Then, they landed on the ground. When they landed on the ground, a surge of suction force appeared from the ground. It was like an abyss. The violent energy of the world in the Sky Martial Continent was also crazily sucked towards this abyss. In the chaos, some cultivators saw sages landing on the ground. Then, the ground devoured the spiritual energy. They called this situation Saint Burial. Chapter 2452. In the Sky Martial Continent, another 4 sacred burial grounds appeared. The violent spiritual energy in the world was completely devoured by the 4 sacred burial grounds. The sudden chaos in the world was thought to be the fall of a saint. The spiritual energy in the Sky Martial Continent was quickly devoured by the sacred burial grounds. The entire Sky Martial Continent once again entered the dark era of scarcity. The laws of the world became invisible, and breaking through realms became difficult. Those existences that were only a step away from the pseudo-sky realm felt that a chasm was right in front of them, and they were unable to cross it. They all chose to go into seclusion. Some powers felt that this was related to the Lightning Divine Palace, so they sent people to investigate, but they were unable to get close to the Lightning Divine Palace. The Lightning Divine Palace's trial came to an end. None of the existences that entered the trial of gods returned alive. As for whether or not anyone became a god, no one knew. Maybe it was all a scam. A ray of light flashed, and Jia Tu and Huang Tu walked out from a secret place. Currently, he was heavily injured, and his aura was weak. His mental state was very poor, and even his life force was affected. No one knew what he had encountered. Appearing in the Lightning Divine Palace, the space in front of him distorted, and a passage appeared. Using his spiritual sense, he sensed that it was a passage to leave. He was overjoyed, and immediately walked out. Walking out of the lightning divine palace, he arrived at the sky martial continent. After seeing the state of the world, he was obviously shocked. However, he did not have time to think. He, who had obtained a fortuitous encounter and was heavily injured, was undoubtedly in danger. Thus, he left the world and headed straight for the Star Road. Jiatu, Daofu, Huate, the three great families and countless cultivators. Only Jiatu and Huangtu walked out of the lightning divine palace alive. After Jiatu and Huangtu left, there were a few lucky existences that did not enter the trial of gods who walked out alive. However, all of them were heavily injured, and when they turned back to look at the lightning divine palace, their eyes were filled with reverence. The state of the world surprised them. It was like a world that had lost its life force. This kind of place was not worth their stay, so they left one after another. With a flash of light, another 4 people appeared outside the lightning divine palace. These 4 people were all Saint Kings, and the aura that surged from their bodies were different. Star, lightning, sun and moon. When they saw the state of the sky martial continent, their faces changed. The youth with lightning flashing around him said, "What's going on? How did the world become like this?" The starlight youth beside him said, "The rules of this world are closely related to the heaven-defying cultivator. For such a scene to occur, perhaps something unexpected happened to the heaven-defying cultivator. He can even slaughter great sages. How could an accident happen? In the lightning divine palace, anything can happen. Then what should we do now? Let's heal first." After that, more people came out, but there weren't many of them. In total, there were less than 100. Boom! A huge explosion shook the Tianwu continent. All the cultivators of the martial heaven continent felt an oppressive aura. This aura came from the lightning divine hall. This time, the majority of the Life Star's troops had entered the Thunder God Palace. They were very clear about this. Thus, all of the cultivators' attention was placed on the lightning divine palace. They were looking forward to the return of those experts. However, after the lightning divine palace shook, the majority of the cultivators did not fly out as they had expected. After the tremors, the lightning divine hall flew up into the sky and disappeared just like that. Seeing the lightning divine hall disappear, the entire martial heaven continent went into an uproar. Where is the sect leader? Where is the patriarch? Where are those great sages? Why didn't they appear? The lightning divine hall left, but no one appeared. Previously, so many people had entered, but only a few had come out. In an instant, the entire martial heaven continent fell into panic. The lightning divine hall flew into the sky and arrived at the Zhanwu continent. Lightning flashed, and an oppressive aura surged. In the next moment, rays of light shot out from the lightning divine hall and headed towards the 9 continents. During this period, there were some rays of light that passed through the Zhanwu continent and landed on the Tianwu continent. There were also some that landed on other continents. These rays of light landed on the ground and entered the ground. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was crazily devoured by these rays of light. At the same time, the space where these rays of light landed became extremely unstable. Occasionally, a powerful aura would surge out, as if some kind of peerless, ferocious creature was sleeping there. There were also some that were forcefully isolated, forming a lost space. There were dozens of rays of light that shot out from the lightning divine hall. Then, the lightning divine hall completely disappeared. At this moment, the entire Life Star regained its silence. Of those experts that entered the lightning divine hall, not a single one came out alive. Those powers were unable to believe that this was the truth, because the number of experts that had entered was truly too many. However, as time passed, everyone slowly believed it. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. The scene of a large group entering the lightning divine hall 100 years ago had already become history, recorded in the family. In 100 years, not a single Earth realm expert had broken through to the false heaven realm. The laws of heaven and earth had become impossible to encounter. The everlasting sect was still a powerful sect, with experts coming out in large numbers. In the martial heaven continent, they had an extremely illustrious reputation and status. The transmission formation that led to the Star Road was still there. Occasionally, there would be cultivators that were unwilling to give up. They would also enter the Star Road with the strength of the Earth Realm to find an opportunity to break through. However, in the Star Road, the number of talents had withered. It was very rare to see cultivators. Even fortuitous opportunities had become rare. The opportunities that could allow one to break through to the Heaven Realm and become a saint had lost their effectiveness at this moment. Regardless of whether it was the Everlasting Sect, the Five Elements aristocratic family, or the Buddhist sect, they all believed that their sect master and family head would be able to return. Perhaps the other experts would also return. Therefore, they were waiting patiently. Although the laws of the entire continent had disappeared, and it was very difficult to break through to the next realm, it was still thriving. There were very few internal conflicts. Time passed, and the second 100 years came. The entire continent was still peaceful. However, the number of experts that appeared became fewer and fewer, and those that were famous also became fewer and fewer. For example, in Zichen's era, there were even fewer shocking and brilliant existences. Most of the older generation had chosen to go into seclusion for a long time. 300 years passed. 400 years passed. 500 years passed. Time could fade everything. In these 500 years, new disciples had joined the Everlasting Sect, and there were also old existences that left for various reasons. Zichen, Devil Ape, Lunghu Sovereign, and Zhang Haoyan's names gradually became history, a kind of legend. Many of the new disciples could only see their appearances from the portraits. They knew of their legends, as well as the history of the Everlasting Sect's rise. Another 500 years passed. The older generation had all disappeared, and the new disciples had taken over the Everlasting Sect. Zichen and the others had become ancient legends of history. Very few people in the entire continent knew about them. The matter of the large group entering the Lightning Divine Palace had also become a dusty memory. Heaven Realm, Sage King, Great Sage, they had all become existences that were far beyond their reach. They had already gotten used to the disappearance of these people and were used to their fall. Everything had come to an end, and a new cycle had begun. This generation's sect master of the Everlasting Sect was called Nangong Onlu. He was an existence that had revenge and ambition. After overseeing the Everlasting Sect for 200 years, he was prepared to start a war for the glory of being the #1 sect in the Sky Martial Continent. This was a war to encircle and annihilate the demon race. In Nangong Onlu's heart, the demon race should not stay in this world and should return to their own world. As for the history of fighting against the demon race together, it naturally became history. And with a single sentence from Nangong Onlu, this part of history was forcefully erased from the Everlasting Sect. He ordered all the forces in the Sky Martial Continent to encircle and annihilate the demon race. This naturally caused the elders of the Everlasting Sect to be extremely dissatisfied. Before the war had even begun, an internal conflict had already broken out. This was a long battle, and the Everlasting Sect had suffered disastrous losses. In the end, Nangong Onlu had emerged victorious, and the elders had either died or been injured. There were also some who had left in grief. After that, Nangong Onlu led all the forces in the Sky Martial Continent to attack the demon race. In order to show the Everlasting Sect's power, he led the Everlasting Sect to the front, despite the opposition of the other families. The Everlasting Sect had suffered great losses. Many years later, the demon race was finally driven out of the Sky Martial Continent. But before Nangong Onlu could bask in the glory of victory, his former allies had joined together to attack the Everlasting Sect. The Everlasting Sect, which had already suffered disastrous losses, suffered even greater losses. Nangong Onlu himself had been heavily injured in the battle, and he had no choice but to return to the Everlasting Sect. Even without LV Peng, the Everlasting Sect's Grand Protective Formation was still extremely powerful, and all the other powers were forced to stop outside it. However, the Everlasting Sect was already in a state of panic after being surrounded. In less than 2,000 years, the former #1 sect had fallen into a precarious situation. After several years of this encirclement, an existence called Wang Feng walked out of the Everlasting Sect with Nangong Onlu's head, announcing the destruction of Nangong Onlu's faction. Wang Feng returned to the Wuji sect and became the sect leader of the Wuji sect. His background was very clean. He was the Wang family of the hallowed grounds, and he had countless connections with the everlasting sect's old ancestor, Zichun. Under the pressure of the other families, Wang Feng had no choice but to take out some of the everlasting sect's resources to compensate for their losses. Just like that, the everlasting sect, which possessed an ancient inheritance, declined. The resources they had accumulated in the past were divided up by the various families. In the end, the everlasting sect had become history. In the hallowed grounds, the Wang family had risen to power. They had become the #1 family in the hallowed grounds. In the thousands of years that followed, the Boundless sect went through a series of internal conflicts and disputes, which eventually led to the depletion of all their resources. The everlasting sect, which had been the #1 sect for thousands of years, had fallen to its current state. After that, the everlasting sect had completely collapsed. As for the Martial Heaven continent, powerful families had appeared one after another. If one were to trace the ancestors of these families, their ancestors would definitely be from the everlasting sect. This was the drawback of a sect. It would never be as united as a family. After losing Zichun, as well as the Devil Ape and LV Peng, who had wholeheartedly supported him, the everlasting sect had been destroyed due to the selfishness of the previous sect master. Chapter 2453. Ichian followed the tower battle Heavenly God and returned to the God race. This was a place that all cultivators yearned for. Ichian, who stayed here, improved her cultivation by leaps and bounds. According to the realm of cultivators, she quickly became a saint king, then a great saint in a short time. After that, her realm was equivalent to a false god. Finally, she advanced to the god realm and became a true goddess. On the day she became a goddess, the tower battle Heavenly God officially announced to the entire god race that Ichian was Goddess Ichian. Ichian also met with her other brothers and sisters, but just like when she came here many years ago, she was serious in speech and manner. Ever since she came to the god race, the goddess Ichian in the eyes of the world had never revealed the slightest smile, even when the entire god race was celebrating her becoming a goddess. Sina walked out of Ichian's residence. One could see that there was a hint of frustration and annoyance on his face. Not going in again? Kaiming, who was waiting outside, said. Sina shook his head. After returning from the Lightning Divine Palace, he had become a frequent guest of the Tower Battle Heavenly God's residence. He would often use various reasons to meet Ichian, but after so many years, he had never succeeded. If you have time, help me talk to her. Once the matter between us is settled, won't our two families be even closer? Our influence will also be greater. Sina looked at Kaiming and said. Kaiming laughed bitterly. Ever since that day I beat that heaven-defying person into the abyss, she has never spoken to me. Although father did not say anything last time, he also distanced himself from me. I don't want to ask for a snub. The two helplessly left the goddess's residence. However, on the same day, the goddess went to the Tower Battle Heavenly God's residence. What? You want to go to the God City? Hearing Ichian's request, the Tower Battle Heavenly God was very surprised.
Yes.
Ichian said expressionlessly. The Tower Battle Heavenly God's expression changed slightly, then he sighed. Do as you wish. Ichian nodded and turned to leave. The goddess left the God race and headed to the God City in the depths of the Star Road. Back to the time when Zichun fell from the abyss. He was ambushed by Kaiming and Sina, and his body fell into the abyss. When he fell into the abyss, he felt that there was a hurricane in the abyss. That hurricane was very terrifying, like wind blades wreaking havoc. And then, he felt a sharp pain. His powerful body was being disintegrated by the hurricane. It was as if wind blades were chasing and slashing around him. His physical body could not hold on any longer, and his flesh and blood dissipated in an instant. Before his consciousness dissipated, he sensed that the hurricane had landed on the heavenly deity's bone. However, a sonorous sound rang out. After that, he lost consciousness. Wake up! Wake up! You've slept for too long. Hurry and wake up. Are you a heaven-defying one? Did you fail to open the gate of heaven and get knocked down? We know you're not dead yet. Wake up quickly. Wake up, it's been 5 years. 10 years have passed. It's been 99 years and 3 days. You've slept for too long. 99 years and 5 days have passed. Why haven't you woken up yet? Your soul hasn't dissipated yet. We knew you would wake up. Oh, it's already been 100 years and 8 days. The fact that you're able to reach this place means that you're a heavenly fire. However, isn't your soul a little too weak? Today is exactly 158 years. Your physical body is very powerful, exceeding our expectations. However, your soul is too weak, almost dying. Today is 205 years and 205 days. We've protected your soul and prevented you from dying. However, your soul is too weak. We don't know when you'll wake up. We can only try to call you like this. 306 years and 100 days. In a dark space, there were balls of light floating in the air. They were like living beings, transmitting their thoughts one after another. As for those wills, they all landed on one of the bodies below. To be precise, it was a body that only had a skeleton left. At the head of this body, there was a light dimmer than a candle flame. This was the flame of life, but it was very weak and seemed like it could dissipate at any time. 5 balls of light floated in the air. While they were transmitting thoughts to this skeleton, they were also transmitting weak flames of life to this skeleton. Every time they transmitted the flames of life, they were very careful, afraid that they would cause the slightest ripple and extinguish the weak soul in the skeleton. Just like that, day after day, year after year, they helped this flame of life grow stronger. At the same time, they transmitted thoughts, trying to awaken this weak soul. Zichen's consciousness had completely dissipated. He felt that he was welcoming death and had allowed his fate to be on the right track. But vaguely, he seemed to be able to hear a hazy call. Wake up quickly. You've been sleeping for 500 years. If you continue sleeping, you might never wake up again. 600 years have passed. This voice was very gentle, like a lover's call. It made him feel like he was looking at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao was standing in front of him, looking at him with a gentle smile. Zichun, it's time for you to wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Do you still remember that we were waiting for you? Wang Xian came in front of him and lowered her head to look at him. You promised us that you wouldn't die. Zichun, we've always believed in you. Shang Guanyu also appeared and looked at him with a smile. Zichen, we were all waiting for you. You have to wake up. Wang Xian also appeared in the end. Zichen looked at the 4 of them and felt their gentle smiles. He felt very comfortable in his soul. He wanted to open his eyes, but he realized that it was extremely difficult. It was as if there was a force stopping him. Wake up quickly. You've been sleeping for 1,000 years. This was a strange yet familiar voice. It sounded like the 4 girls, but it didn't sound like them at the same time. He couldn't understand which of the 4 of them was saying this. 1,000 years? I've been sleeping for 1,000 years? He was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. He just felt that he had just fallen asleep and slept for a while. How could 1,000 years have passed? Was it true? Doubts appeared in Zichen's mind. However, it was only for a moment before he forgot about it. He had even forgotten why he had to sleep. Since he couldn't remember, he didn't want to think about it anymore. He felt very sleepy and closed his eyes again. However, he didn't sleep for long before he heard another voice calling him. Wake up quickly. You've been sleeping for 2,000 years. If you continue sleeping, you won't be able to wake up. Zichun, wake up quickly. You can't continue sleeping like this. We've been waiting for you for 2,000 years. You can't continue sleeping like this. Yes, Zichun, wake up quickly. We've been waiting for you anxiously and tirelessly. It's time for you to wake up. Zichun opened his eyes again. He saw the 4 girls again, but this time, there was no smile on their faces. Instead, they were very worried and anxious. 2,000 years? Why did I sleep for 2,000 years? Doubts appeared in his heart. He was very puzzled. At this time, he still couldn't remember why he fell asleep. However, when he saw the 4 anxious girls, his heart ached as if he had forgotten something. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't. It was very strange. He could clearly see the 4 girls, but he felt that his eyes were closed. He couldn't open his eyes and couldn't get up. After trying for a while, he felt very tired again, so he closed his eyes again. The anxious cries disappeared, and the 4 girls disappeared. It was as if it was just a dream, and he fell into a deep sleep again. 3,000 years had passed, and the 5 balls of light floating above the skeleton had dimmed. However, they still took turns to slowly replenish the energy of the weak soul. However, this soul seemed to be completely exhausted. No matter how they replenished or called, they couldn't awaken his vitality. However, the 5 lights didn't give up. Instead, they kept trying again and again, day after day, year after year. It could be said that in these 3,000 years, it was these 5 lights that maintained this weak vitality. If it weren't for them, the vitality in this skeleton would have died long ago. Wake up quickly, you can't sleep anymore. Do you have someone you care about? He, she, must be waiting for you to go back. Wake up, the abyss isn't a place of death. At least you haven't died yet. Why lie to yourself that you're already dead? Your soul persisted and didn't dissipate. There must be an obsession in your heart. Wake up, you still have a chance to fight for your obsession. Is your enemy the god race? If so, then awaken your soul and rush out. Wake up, it's been 4,000 years. If you don't wake up, you'll fall into oblivion. And we can't hold on any longer. Zichun, who was in a deep sleep, heard the call again. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the 4 women again. However, this time, the faces of the 4 women were no longer anxious. Instead, they were filled with sadness and despair. Zichun, wake up, we don't want to see you die. Su Mingyao said while crying. Die? Why would I die? I'll die even if I sleep. Zichun's soul was still in a daze. At this moment, a beam of light appeared. It was Evil Good Monk. He looked at Zichun and said coldly, wake up quickly. Why are you pretending to be dead? Monk, aren't you dead? Zichun said in confusion. I'm dead, but you're still alive. I'm still waiting for you to avenge me. Tell me, how are you going to avenge us if you pretend to be dead? Monk said unhappily. Pretend to be dead? Zichun was still confused. Hurry up and get up. Look at us. Don't you think we've all died miserably? Don't you feel embarrassed to continue sleeping here? Monk's voice became louder. In the end, he even roared. After that, Zhang Haoyan, Devil Ape, Lu Pong, Manshur, Wu Xie, Lung Hu Sovereign, Flying Divine Tiger, Xing Chen, Lei Ting, Shangguan Hong, Dong Qing, and the others, all of whom he had once regarded as his life and death brothers, all appeared. In Zichen's subconscious mind, they were already dead. Looking at everyone who had died, Zichun felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It was as if someone had ruthlessly stabbed his heart with a knife. That heart-wrenching pain entered his mind, giving birth to a strong thought. I can't die. I want revenge. Chapter 2454. When he opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness, but he could faintly see a faint light. When he gradually adapted to the light, he heard the sound of wind again, but he didn't feel cold at all. He's awake. He's really awake. Zichun heard a familiar voice. In his eyes, a ball of light gradually became clear and landed in front of him. That ball of light looked very unfamiliar, but the voice was very familiar. Unfamiliar yet familiar. These 2 words that shouldn't be together appeared in Zichen's mind at this moment. He's really awake. Another voice sounded, and the second ball of light landed. It was still so familiar, but still so unfamiliar. Haha, he's finally awake. The third ball of light appeared, and it was also unfamiliar yet familiar. This is really not easy. I thought he would never wake up. The fourth ball of light appeared, and it was the same feeling. 5,000 years of soul maintenance, 5,000 years of calling. We've finally woken you up. Our efforts have not been in vain. The fifth ball of light appeared, and it was also unfamiliar yet familiar. The reason why it was unfamiliar was because he had never seen these 5 balls of light before, and the reason why it was familiar was because their voices were familiar. The 5 of them took turns to call and transfer life force to him every day for 5,000 years. How could he not be familiar? Who are you? Where am I? Zichen opened his mouth, but found that no voice came out, only a soul fluctuation. Don't you know where this is? Think about it carefully. What's your last memory? One of the balls of light said. Zichun closed his eyes and tried hard to recall what had happened before. Actually, the current Zichun didn't have eyes at all, only a ball of soul fire that wasn't very strong. His memories were like dust that was slowly being opened. He thought of Monk, thought of Demon Ape, thought of his dead companions. Then he thought of Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian and Shangguan Yu. Finally, he thought of Yiqian, Lightning Divine Palace, and how Yiqian sacrificed herself to save him. A god appeared, and the two gods confronted each other. When he thought he was saved, he was suddenly ambushed by Kai Ming and Sina, and then fell into the abyss. His soul became weak, but his memories weren't damaged at all. He opened his eyes again, looked at the 5 balls of light, and said, "This is the abyss." "You can say that," the ball of light said. At this moment, a hurricane blew past from above. Zichun recognized that it was the hurricane that destroyed his body and made him lose consciousness. Only then did he notice that this was not a special space, but a deep pit. They were all in the pit. "Who are you?" Zichun looked at these balls of light and asked in confusion. "We're heaven-defying heavens, defiant of the heavens." Zichun was shocked, and his memories completely awakened at this moment. I'm dead? Only when the first generation of heaven-defying cultivators died would the second generation of heaven-defying cultivators appear. "He's not dead yet, but it's no different from being dead," one of the orbs said. "What do you mean?" Zichun asked in confusion. "The space here is isolated from the outside world. Although our souls are still alive, we will never be able to leave. We can only wait here for death. Therefore, even though we exist, we are no different from being dead. The rules of the outside world no longer acknowledge us." "Then have we been abandoned?" "You could say that." Zichun began to look around carefully. He found that the pit was not very big, and it was very irregular. It was not naturally formed, but more like man-made. When we fell from above, our bodies were destroyed, but our souls were lucky enough to escape. After landing underground, generations of heaven-defying cultivators began to attempt to break through the ground to find shelter from the wind. Who knows how many generations of heaven-defying souls were used to create the pit you see. You are very lucky. Although your soul is very weak, your body and bones are very strong. They blocked most of the power of the hurricane for you. In addition, with this hiding place and our 5,000 years of soul maintenance, you were able to awaken. Zichun was shocked when he heard this. 5,000 years of soul maintenance? Could it be that 5,000 years have passed? This is the time we calculated in our boredom. It can't be wrong. Then how long have you been here? Zichun asked. It's been too long. So long that I have forgotten. Zichun heard a hint of desolation from the voices of these heaven-defying cultivators. Being able to enter the abyss proved that they were all heaven-defying cultivators who had gone through a cycle of reincarnation. Such existences, in their era, could naturally call the wind and summon the rain. But now, everyone's hiding place was only this small pit. Moreover, they could never get out alive. They could only wait here for death. Zichun fell silent. Next, he would also welcome such a fate, waiting for a long time to come. Just like that, he calculated the time in boredom until he completely forgot about it. Then, he waited for a new heaven-defying cultivator to appear and calculated the time again. When he thought of the life he would have to live, a sense of sadness and bleakness filled his heart. At this moment, a heaven-defying cultivator said, "Don't be discouraged. You are different from us. You still have a great chance of getting out." "Get out? Isn't this the abyss?" Zichun asked, puzzled. "When we fell here, our physical bodies were already destroyed, but you are still intact. There should be hope for you to get out. Now, try to stand up." Only then did Zichun remember that he should first investigate his own situation. He stretched out his weak spiritual thoughts and carefully examined his body. Then, he found that his body was only left with the heaven deity bone. As for the heart of the heaven deity, its toughness seemed to be incomparable to the heaven deity bone. At this moment, it had become very withered and was hidden in his sternum. He was relieved. It turned out that the Heaven Deity bone had saved his life. But even with the Heaven Deity bone, without the continuous replenishment of the souls of the 5 heaven-defying cultivators for 5,000 years, he would still die. Therefore, after examining his body, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the 5 of them. We will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Don't be so polite. You, on the other hand, can try to stand up first. Zichen tried to stand up, but found that it was a little difficult. This was because his soul was too weak and couldn't support his powerful physical body at all. As for absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his soul, this was obviously impossible. This was because there was no energy of heaven and earth in this place. Zichen's soul was so weak that he couldn't control his body, so he tried several times but couldn't stand up. In a place without energy of heaven and earth, the soul couldn't be strengthened. This was obviously a big problem. But fortunately, Zichen still had a withered heart of the Heaven Deity. Although it was cut into pieces by the powerful hurricane, it still contained a strong vitality. His spiritual thoughts slowly extended toward the heart of the Heaven Deity. Because it was fused into one, this heart of the Heaven Deity was originally his, so his spiritual thoughts naturally entered it. After that, the heart of the Heaven Deity began to beat, emitting a pure energy. This energy followed the spiritual thoughts and went straight into Zichen's soul. Under the naked eye, his soul began to grow. The soul fire, which was dimmer than a candle's flame, gradually became brighter. The light became brighter and brighter, and the aura fluctuations became more and more intense. The 5 heaven-defying souls quietly watched this scene, but from the fluctuations in their souls, it could be seen that their emotions were fluctuating greatly at this moment. After a few breaths, Zichen's soul fire was already the size of a walnut, and his soul power had also become stronger. He tried to move his body again, and his fingers could already move slightly. The heart of the Heaven Deity was constantly providing energy to his soul. His soul fire quickly grew to the size of a fist, and its light became brighter and brighter. Moreover, the soul fire became more and more condensed. At the same time, his physical body and bones were also absorbing the energy of the heart of the Heaven Deity. His bones, which were originally lifeless, were full of vitality at this moment. It felt as if flesh and blood were growing. Don't waste energy to recover your physical body. It's useless even if you have a physical body, one of the heaven-defying souls reminded. Following the other's advice, Zichen's Heaven Deity bones were full of vitality, but they didn't really grow flesh and blood. His soul was already growing stronger, and then he tried to move his body. After moving the bones in his arms, he used his arms to support himself from the ground and stood up. How is it? 5 flickering balls of light stared at him. There's only soul power, no energy, but there's still the power of the physical body. Zichen tried to clench his fist, then punched the ground. Boom! The deep pit shook, and a huge force scattered in all directions. Cracks appeared on the ground, and at the same time, it sank a little. Seeing that Zichen was about to punch again, another heaven-defying soul, who knew his intention, said, "Don't waste your energy. We won't stay here for too long. If you can get out of here alive, I believe that no one will come here again." Zichen withdrew his fist, then looked at the 5 heaven-defying souls. At this moment, the 6 of them were almost the same. The only difference was that Zichen's soul was wrapped in his skull, and the soul fire could be seen through his eye sockets. It was just like the skeleton clan he had encountered before. Next, you should first familiarize yourself with your own power. Then, the 5 of us will use the heaven-deceiving technique to seal any aura of a heaven-defying soul on your body. After that, whether you can leave this place will depend on your luck. Zichen had been asleep for 5,000 years. During this time, the 5 heaven-defying souls had discussed what to do after he woke up. Chapter 2455. As Heaven Defiers, they knew very well who the enemy of Heaven Defiers was, and who had caused them to fall into the abyss. Therefore, in order to ensure that Zichen could leave, they had discussed in advance to use the deceiving heaven technique to conceal all the Heaven Defiers' auras on his body. This kind of concealment method could deceive everyone's perception. One of the heaven defiers looked at Zichen and said, "The only thing we can do is to make sure that no one recognizes you when you reach the outside world. As for what will happen to your body, we haven't tried to leave, so we don't know." Zichen nodded and cupped his fists at them. "Thank you for your trouble. We are already people who are about to die. It's just that we were able to meet you before we die. I believe it's fate. Well, you can sit down now." Zichen sat down cross-legged as he was told. Above his head, the souls of the 5 heaven defiers floated and rotated around him. As they rotated, streaks of soul power sprinkled down like specks of light. These streaks of soul power fell from the sky and sprinkled on his heaven god's bone. As the soul power fell on the heaven god's bone, it slowly integrated into it and gave off a numbing feeling. It was as if ants were crawling on the bone. Soon, the soul power that fell on the heaven god's bone turned into tiny runes that covered the entire heaven god's bone and enveloped it. At this moment, Zichen felt as if these runes had isolated his heaven god's bone from the world. The powerful force was still there, but the heaven god's bone seemed to be in another space. This was the deceiving heaven technique. It could conceal all the aura on one's body and even deceive the heavens. It sounded simple, but it was actually a very complicated and time-consuming process. Zichen could only sit there and wait for the deceiving heaven technique to succeed. During this time, he didn't idle around. Instead, he constantly used the energy of the heart of God to strengthen his soul. If he wanted to leave this place, in addition to the power of his physical body, a powerful soul power was also essential. As time passed, more and more runes appeared on the surface of Zichen's heaven god's bone. They became denser and denser, looking like chains of runes that wrapped around his body layer by layer. As the sealing continued, the souls of the 5 heaven-defying cultivators grew dimmer and dimmer. This was their own soul energy. In a situation where there was no way to replenish it here, they would naturally use it up bit by bit until it completely disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen heard a familiar voice. "All right, the heaven-deceiving technique is finally complete." The voice sounded very weak, but it was filled with excitement. Opening his eyes, Zichen saw 5 balls of light floating in front of him. If they were as big as a human head before, then now they were only the size of a fist. Moreover, they were very weak, and their light was dim. It was as if they would dissipate with just a breath. Zichen looked at them, the soul fire deep in his eye sockets fluctuating violently. They had suffered so much because of him. This was selfless help. "I will replenish your consumed souls." Zichen extended his finger toward the shriveled heart of heavenly God, but he was stopped by the 5 of them. "There's no need. We'll dissipate sooner or later. You, on the other hand, should save some of your soul energy. No one knows how deep this abyss is. In the process of climbing, your soul energy will definitely be greatly consumed. You'd better conserve more energy and strive to reach the top," one of the heaven-defying cultivators said. Zichen nodded solemnly, then looked at the 5 balls of light and said, "May I know your names, seniors?" When the 5 heaven-defying cultivators heard this, they looked at each other and then laughed. "We've existed for too long, so we've long forgotten our names. Moreover, a name is just a code. It doesn't have much meaning. You can call us number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 heaven-defying cultivators." It could be seen that they were really carefree. However, the 5 heaven-defying cultivators had helped him, so Zichen felt that he should remember their names no matter what. This was a courtesy and also a form of gratitude that he could engrave in his heart. "As for you, don't tell us your name. We'll call you number 6 heaven-defying cultivator. You don't have to be so grateful. You're a junior, and we're seniors. Helping a junior like you is what we should do." At this moment, Zichen remembered what the great sage had said. Without the sacrifice of the predecessors, the descendants would not have the chance to choose. The predecessors planted the trees so that the descendants could enjoy the shade. This was the principle. The sacrifice of the 5 heaven-defying cultivators had given him a glimmer of hope. "You should go. This is not a place for people to stay." Under the urging of the 5 heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen decided to leave. Before leaving, He looked back at the souls of the 5 heaven-defying cultivators. This might be the last time he would see them. Remember, go up from your right. Before walking out of the deep pit, one of the heaven-defying cultivators said. Zichun nodded, walked out of the deep pit, and walked to the right. A gust of wind blew past, and Zichun disappeared from their perception. Why did you let him go from the right? If my perception was correct, there seemed to be more hurricanes in that direction, and they were stronger. That's right. Are you trying to kill him on purpose? After Zichun left, 2 voices of doubt rang out. Next, the 4 balls of light looked at the one in the middle. If they hadn't known each other for so long and trusted each other, they would have stopped Zichun just now. How could I harm him? The ball of light in the middle said, when I fell, I saw more clearly than you. The hurricanes there were indeed very strong, but they also seemed to be different. As for that little fellow, don't judge him by his skeletal appearance. I believe that he can still walk out. Why are you so sure? You should know that I was the first to discover his existence. Back then, my soul was the first to land on his body. After that, your souls appeared, and we worked together to drag him here. The balls of light nodded. This was indeed the case. Zichun had not fallen in this place. The 5 of them had worked together to bring him here. But when your souls landed on his body, all the fluctuations in his body disappeared. That's why we don't know why his bones are so strange and can survive the hurricanes. That's right. Why? We've always been curious. If I'm not wrong, the bones in his body should be the bones of a heavenly god. Because when my soul landed on his body, I sensed the last trace of a heavenly god's fluctuations. Heavenly god's bones? How is that possible? Is he a heavenly god? His soul is so weak. How could he be a heavenly god? I guess he got a heavenly god's bone by chance, and that's why he was lucky enough to preserve his soul. Since he has a heavenly god's bone and stored energy, even if it's a difficult place, he will definitely be able to get out. Zichun, who had left the deep pit, did not know that the path that the heavenly god had pointed out was a relatively difficult one. As soon as he walked out of the deep pit, a hurricane appeared. Zichun, who was unprepared, moved along with the hurricane. The hurricane fell on his bones, like wind blades hitting iron, and made a sound of metal clashing. He walked in the direction that the heavenly god had pointed out. This abyss was much bigger than he had imagined. When he first started walking, he still had a sense of time. For example, after walking for 3 days, he encountered 5 strong hurricanes. But because they were fierce, he sensed them in advance and easily avoided them. At the bottom of the abyss, this place was much safer than he had expected. But the only regret was that he could not fly in the air. After that, another 7 days passed. Zichun encountered 5 hurricanes, and many of them passed by from a distance. 10 days passed, and he still could not reach the edge of the abyss. After that, Zichun began to run wildly, using all his strength. Another hurricane appeared abruptly and passed by his body. He felt a stabbing pain in his soul, and he lost some of his strength. Because of the heavenly god's bones, the hurricanes here could not hurt him. But every time he was swept by a hurricane, his soul was still damaged. About a month later, Zichun saw the cliff of the abyss. It was made up of bumpy boulders, and it extended all the way up. There were some marks on these boulders. Obviously, they were left behind by the hurricanes. Looking at these boulders that were constantly being baptized by the hurricanes, Zichun could not help but wonder if he could condense some of these boulders into weapons that were more powerful than holy weapons. After all, his holy body was still very weak in front of the hurricanes. He looked up at the bottomless abyss and began his climbing journey. At first, Zichun could calculate the time, but in the end, he completely ignored the time. Sometimes the hurricanes blew, and he quickly dodged, jumping and walking on the cliff. Sometimes the hurricanes were too strong, and he could only stick his body close to the cliff, clinging to the rock with his hands, and then use his soul power to firmly attach his body to it. The hurricanes were very strong, and they lasted for a long time. For a long time, they would not dissipate for several days. This was a great test of strength and soul power. Zichun moved forward with difficulty. As for time, he had long lost the concept in his mind. In a gap in the cliff, Zichen's body was curled up. Around him were roaring hurricanes and the sound of wind blades hitting the cliff. Poof, poof, poof. Wherever the hurricane passed, scars would appear on the rock walls one after another. He had been hiding here for 7 days. During these 7 days, the hurricanes had not dissipated. During this period, he tried to go against the wind, but he could not stabilize his body. He had consumed a lot of his soul power, so he had to choose to hide. Another 7 days passed, and the terrifying hurricanes finally disappeared. Zicheng got up. His soul power surged, and he quickly climbed up. He was like an agile monkey, jumping dozens and hundreds of meters. The hurricanes would not stop for a long time, so he had to hurry up and go up as fast as he could. At the same time, he had to find a safe place to hide. A quarter of an hour later, Zicheng found a place to hide from the wind and hid. The hurricanes rose and then dissipated, and this cycle continued. Chapter 2456. Is that a cave? Zicheng, who was hiding in a crevice, raised his head and looked at the dark cave entrance hundreds of meters away. Along the way, he knew very well how hard the rock wall was. Even if he used the heavenly god's bone, it would take a lot of strength to pierce his finger into it. Such a solid rock wall, even if he attacked it with a holy weapon, he might not be able to leave a mark on it. The hurricane that could obliterate a holy body was terrible, but it could only leave a little mark on the rock wall each time. After accumulating for a long time, it could only cut off a small piece of the rock wall. Who would be able to dig a hole in such a solid rock wall? Zicheng was full of curiosity about the inexplicable cave, but he was also very vigilant. Under normal circumstances, in a cave like this, there might be an extremely terrible existence living in it. Was it a living creature? A living creature that could travel freely in the abyss hurricane? This possibility was very high. Out of curiosity and vigilance, he hid in the crevice of the cliff. While waiting for the hurricane to disappear, he also carefully observed the cave. Perhaps at some point, a ferocious monster would emerge from it. The hurricane did not stop, so Zicheng could only patiently observe. After a long time, he came to a conclusion. The hurricane here seemed to be particularly strong, and every time it appeared, it would last for a long time. When he climbed up, he discovered this. After a long wait, the hurricane finally disappeared. During this time, nothing unusual happened in the cave. For safety's sake, Zicheng decided to wait a little longer. The hurricane soon appeared again, and it did not stop for a long time. From this point, Zicheng could see that this cave was indeed very special. After the hurricane disappeared this time, Zicheng began to try to move forward. It was only a few hundred meters, but after just a dozen meters, the hurricane appeared again. In this way, Zicheng walked and stopped for a few hundred meters. He carefully moved forward for several years before he reached the vicinity of the cave. During these years, the cave did not have the slightest abnormality. Zicheng guessed that there should not be any powerful creatures in it. Even if there were, they should be in a deep sleep. Hiding again, he carefully estimated the time when the hurricane disappeared and waited patiently. The final charge. Zicheng took a deep breath when he sensed that the remaining power of the hurricane was not enough. In fact, he was not angry. It was just that his soul was fluctuating. Here 4,000 the moment the wind disappeared, he leaped up and leaped toward the cave. He leaped into the air and grabbed the edge of the cave with both hands. In that instant, the hurricane that had just dissipated appeared once again. The hurricane became even more intense. The place where he had just been hiding was filled with wind blades. The surrounding rock walls were also destroyed in an instant. This was the rule that Zicheng had concluded over the years. If one slowly moved along the cliff, the hurricane would appear once in a while. If one suddenly soared into the air, the hurricane would appear in an instant, and it was very terrifying. Zicheng guessed that they must have disturbed the space after they flew up, causing the airflow here to become unstable and the hurricane to appear again. However, it was also possible that he had triggered some sort of restriction. However, the possibility of this happening was not high. Zicheng grabbed the cliff wall with both hands and used all his strength to slowly climb towards the cave. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, the hurricane whistled past. His heart suddenly shuddered. He looked toward the cave. It was pitch black inside, and he could not see the end. It was like another abyss. He tried to extend his soul power, but he found that his soul could not reach out of his sea of consciousness. Every time his soul power tried to reach out, there would be a resistance, preventing his soul from extending. This was the effect of the art of deceiving the heavens. If he wanted to extend his soul power, he had to break the runes above. These runes were specially made for him by the heaven-defying cultivators who had consumed their soul power. Naturally, he could not break them. Since his soul could not be used, in order to find out what was inside, he could only choose to walk in. The cave was very big enough for Zichun to stand and walk in. Around the cave, there were no marks of swords or knives. The entire cave was very smooth, as if it had been broken open by a powerful force. He believed that even a heavenly god might not be able to do this. He did not know whether there was a powerful existence inside, but he was sure that the existence who had opened this cave was definitely very powerful. Zichun went deeper. There was no light here. It was pitch black. Only his flickering soul fire made this pitch black cave a little darker. As he moved forward, Zichun could clearly feel that there was a chill coming from the depths of the cave. Even though he was only left with the heavenly god's bones, this chill still made him shudder. During this time, he slowly moved forward, quietly perceiving, but he did not hear any sound. For example, breathing in deep sleep. The bone-piercing chill was getting stronger and stronger, as if there was a great danger in the depths. Zichun, who was moving forward, became more and more cautious. He was ready to escape at any time if he felt that something was wrong. But as he moved forward, he did not find anything unusual except for the bone-piercing chill that was getting stronger and stronger. He guessed that the only abnormality in this cave should be the chill. He did not know how long he had been walking, but he came to the end. At the end of the cave, there was a sealed stone door. The bone-piercing chill was coming from the gap of the stone door. If there was such a terrifying chill through the stone door, then what was behind the stone door? Zichun was full of curiosity, but he was also full of vigilance. It could be an opportunity or a crisis. Should he go in or not? After standing in front of the stone door and pondering for a moment, Zichun decided to open the stone door and see what was giving off the chill. If worst came to worst, he could just jump out of the cave and do another free fall. And with this experience, he believed that he would not be as unlucky as last time and fall into a deep sleep for 5,000 years again. His skeletal hands slowly landed on the stone door, and then he used all his strength to move forward. The stone door was unusually heavy and did not move. It's so heavy? Zichun was very surprised. His soul fire began to flicker as he communicated with the heavenly god's bones. A powerful force emerged from the heavenly god's bones. This was the pure power contained in the bones, and it was full of strength. Crack, crack. The stone door shook slightly, and then slowly moved. No dust fell during this time. As the stone door opened, a gap appeared. A cold chill escaped from it like water. Zichun could not help but shiver. In the next moment, a bright light shot out from the gap. The light contained the pure light of the laws, like the beginning of the laws of heaven and earth. It filled people with a desire to obtain it, but it also filled them with a strong sense of danger. This light contained all the laws of the world that Zichun knew, and they were all the purest. It seemed that the origin of the world was behind this stone door. Behind the stone door might be a great opportunity, but he did not continue to push. Instead, he stopped. It was not that he did not want to, but his soul could no longer bear it. At this moment, the strong pressure coming from the light gave him a clear feeling that if he continued to push open the stone door, his soul would not be able to bear this aura and collapse. This was a feeling that was many times stronger than the pressure of a heavenly god. There might be an opportunity behind the stone door, but it was not meant to be with him. He lowered his head and looked at the light that was escaping. He decided to give up. At this moment, he saw that there was a strip under his feet that was the same color as the surrounding mountain walls. If it was not for the light that was escaping, Zichun would not have noticed this. This thing was almost one with the mountain walls. He immediately reached down and grabbed it. He found that it was very heavy, so he used all his strength to pick it up. When it was placed in front of him, Zichen noticed that it was a black strip that looked like a weapon. The pressure that was escaping from the stone door was getting stronger and stronger. Zichen's soul had already started to tremble, so he decided to leave. He withdrew the hand that was exerting strength and quickly retreated. During this time, he held the black, weapon-like object in his hand. The stone door behind him closed by itself. The light lost its source, and the entire cave became pitch black again. Zichen quickly came to the entrance of the cave. He raised the thing in his hand and examined it carefully with the help of the weak light. This was a weapon. To be precise, it was a saber without a scabbard. The saber was very heavy, and the material seemed to be made of some kind of black stone. It was a stone saber. He looked at the stone saber repeatedly, thinking about why such a stone saber would be outside the stone door. Except for its heavy weight, there was nothing special about the stone saber. In order to test its quality, he turned around and stabbed the stone saber into the mountain wall. Puff! It was not too difficult. The stone saber pierced into the mountain wall. Looking at this scene, Zichen's soul flame fluctuated violently. Obviously, he did not expect that the stone saber would be so sharp. After that, he pulled out the stone saber and gently stabbed it a few times. Each time, it easily pierced into the mountain wall. He abandoned the stone saber and tried using the heavenly god's bone. It was still quite difficult for his fingers to pierce into the mountain wall. This discovery made Zichen ecstatic. Obviously, this stone saber was a real treasure. At this moment, thinking back to what the heaven-defying cultivator had said, Zichen guessed that the heaven-defying cultivator had known that there was an opportunity in this direction, so he had asked him to come. The next climb will be much easier. Looking at the stone saber in his hand repeatedly, Zichen was a little reluctant to put it down. With this thing, he could go up in a straight line. During this time, he could use the stone saber as leverage. Without stopping here, Zichen began to climb up. In front of him, time was no longer a concept. During this time, the hurricane became stronger and stronger. However, with the stone saber, he easily resolved several crises. As long as his body could stick to the mountain wall, the stone saber could help him stabilize his body. Sometimes, he would hold the stone saber with both hands and hang there for several months. During this time, his soul power was constantly consumed, and his heart of the god was also constantly replenishing the consumption of his soul. Finally, when the energy in the heart of the god was completely exhausted, he saw a light above his head. With a roar, he suddenly exerted his strength and jumped into the air, landing outside the abyss. Chapter 24:57. Zichen stood at the edge of the abyss. Turning around, he looked down at the abyss as he sighed emotionally. Time quickly passed, and thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The moment he fell into the abyss, he had already prepared himself for death. At the same time, he had also understood his fate. However, he did not expect that his fate was not to end, and that he was still alive. Furthermore, he was able to walk out of the abyss. This was something that many generations of heaven-defying experts were unable to do, but he had done it. Of course, it was naturally due to the selfless help of the 5 heaven-defying seniors. Does this count as defying the heavens and changing my fate? Zichen looked at the abyss, lost in thought. Seniors, I'm out. After taking one last look at the abyss, Zichen turned around and walked towards the distance. His heaven-deceiving technique could deceive everyone in the world, but it was unable to deceive the rules of Lightning Divine Palace. When he walked to the edge of this space, the space in front of him began to distort and a spatial passage appeared. This was the passage that he had personally opened, and it was also the passage to the 8th floor. He walked out. However, what entered his eyes was not the enormous space of the 8th floor, but a large hall. The lightning here was still berserk, and the pressure was still strong. He stood at his original spot and looked around, not moving. He had come to this place before, and it was the place where he had obtained the complete lightning blade Imperial Blade. That day, he had left from this place and found out about the grievous news of his companions' deaths. After a few breaths of time, streaks of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above Lightning Divine Palace. These streaks of lightning descended from the sky, and when they landed on the ground, they transformed into guards wearing battle armor. Their expressions were guarded, and they looked at Zichun in shock. They did not understand why such a strange skeleton would suddenly appear in Lightning Divine Palace. Zichun stood there and did not make any further movements. "Who are you?" a guard asked, his expression filled with caution and vigilance. The reason for that was because they felt a dangerous aura from that skeleton. Zichun did not reply, as he did not know how to reply. "How did you come here?" that guard asked again. Zichun also did not know how to reply, and could only look at these guards and remain silent. However, it had to be mentioned that the current Lightning Divine Palace was the real Lightning Divine Palace. These people were clearly real. They were all living beings. Zichun couldn't sense their cultivation levels, but he could guess that the weakest among them were great sages. Perhaps one or two of them would be able to fight against a pseudo-divinity. Is this the foundation of the Lightning Divine Hall? Zichun thought to himself as he looked up at the thunder above him. When he entered this place, the laws here had strengthened him and even protected him, greatly increasing his combat strength. But now, the rules here had become cold and even oppressive. Was he abandoned by the rules? Zichun lowered his head once again, looking at these powerful Lightning Divine Palace guards. "Speak." Seeing that Zichun did not reply for a long time, the guards of the Lightning Divine Palace said in dissatisfaction. At the same time, more guards appeared, none of them weaker than great sages, and none of them were familiar faces. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a familiar figure appeared. It was the person who had warned Zichun of his fate. The moment he appeared, his gaze landed on Zichun. At first, his eyes were filled with doubt, but then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he seemed to be in disbelief. "All of you, back down first." His expression quickly returned to normal, and then he waved his hand at the others. The other guards quickly retreated. Only the two of them were left. This existence, who was either a guard or a commander, carefully sized up Zichun. Zichun remained silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Amazing, truly amazing. I really didn't expect that you would be able to come out of the abyss alive." "You recognized me?" Zichun's soul sent out a ripple. The other party shook his head and said, "I didn't recognize you, but I recognized this set of heavenly gods' bones. Back then, when you obtained that skull, I saw it with my own eyes in the dark. Do you want to kill me?" The soul rippled again. "Kill you? Why? Because of the heavenly gods' bones? Even if it's extraordinary, it's of no use to us. This time, you walked out of the abyss, proving that your life isn't destined to end. We can't be happier." He looked at Zichun, shook his head, and said, "However, even if you come out, you can only show others this appearance in the future." Zichun deeply felt this. He had just tried to absorb some of the energy of heaven and earth to let the heavenly gods' bones develop a physical body, but he found that he didn't succeed. Other than that, there were no energy fluctuations on his body. The original yin and yang energy in his body seemed to have been sealed. His perfect world was still there, but at this moment, it was full of holes. The surging spiritual power in it had dissipated, and the originally endless energy sea had long dried up. At this moment, it was like a dead world, without the slightest vitality. His soul was sealed in the skull by the art of heaven deceiving, and he couldn't use it. At this moment, all he could use was the power of the heavenly gods' bones. Zichun looked at the other party, and his soul rippled. "Is there any way?" The other party shook his head and said, "I don't have any way. However, after you leave here, you can go to the God realm to take a look. It's said that there's something called the regenerative divine source there, which can revive the dead. It might be effective in restoring your physical body." Zichun nodded, but he didn't leave. Instead, he stretched out his hand to the other party, as if he was asking for something. "What?" The other party was stunned. "Resources," Zichun said. "What resources?" The other party was puzzled. "Rule source liquid." The rule source liquid that Zichun was talking about was the rule source liquid that he had seen in the Lightning Divine Palace before. It could allow one to break into the Saint, Saint King, and even Great Saint realm. Before he fell into the abyss, his world had these things. However, when he fell into the abyss, his world collapsed together with his physical body under the hurricane. Even the energy sea disappeared, and these opportunities disappeared without a trace. On the trip to the Lightning Divine Palace, we suffered heavy losses. We need some resources to replenish, Zichun said clearly again. However, he didn't know that on the trip to the Lightning Divine Palace 5,000 years ago, they didn't suffer heavy losses. They were almost completely wiped out. The foreign races and the cultivators on the Life Star didn't even have 100 people who survived. The other party knew this very well, but he didn't tell Zichun. He looked at Zichun with a complicated expression. After a while, he shook his head and said, "These resources, even if I give them to you, it's useless for you to take them out. On the Life Star, resources are only a part of whether a cultivator can break through to the next realm, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to obtain the recognition of the laws." Zichun didn't understand. "You'll understand after you leave," the other party said. Zichun still stretched out his hand. Obviously, he didn't completely believe him. The other party smiled helplessly and said, "If you don't believe me, then take these resources out. In the past, these resources could allow a Heaven Realm cultivator to break through to the Saint Realm. Now, take a look and see what you can do with these resources." He stretched out his hand, and the Rule Source liquid flowed in his palm. It was the opportunity that allowed him to become a Saint Realm cultivator. Zichun felt the familiar laws and was unmoved. What he wanted was the opportunity to become a Saint King or a Supreme Saint. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head firmly and said, "There aren't many resources here. I can't give them to you to squander. Now, these are all for you to waste." Seeing that Zichun was still unmoved, he said again, "I've already given the 4 girls opportunities, but whether or not they can become great saints will depend on their luck. Where are they? I've already asked them to leave. They should be in the Tianwu continent now, but I'm not sure if that's the case." "Oh, they already know about your death." Zichun fell silent. No one knew what he was thinking. "After you leave, try not to speak. I have a soul wave technique that can hide your soul. It should be useful for you. This way, even if you send out a soul wave, your voice will be much different from before." As he said that, the other party shot a ray of lightning at Zichun. This ray of light entered his sea of consciousness and was absorbed by his soul. Zichun's soul flame flickered, and a moment later, a hoarse voice sounded out, "Is that so? Pretty good." Zichun took away the saint resources. Although his soul could not extend out, his sharp senses were still there. He felt that the other party did not lie to him. "How should I leave now?" Zichun asked. "I'll open a passage for you to leave immediately." "Where are you going? Tianwu continent or Zhanwu continent?" "To Tianwu continent." A passage to Tianwu continent quickly appeared, and Zichun stepped in. "I hope you can regain the recognition of the laws. When the Lightning Divine Palace opens again, you and I will meet again. I'm looking forward to the scene when you summon the Lightning Divine Palace again." When Zichun's figure disappeared, the other party's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Zichun left, and the passage closed. The other party looked at the Lightning Divine Palace that was flickering with lightning and muttered, "A change has occurred. The heaven-defying experts have finally started to defy the heavens and change their fate." Walking out of the passage, Zichun arrived at a desolate land. He looked around, the soul flame in his eye sockets flickered, and his eyes were at a loss. This is Tianwu continent? In front of him was a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become abnormally thin. The laws of heaven and earth were also under some kind of intense suppression. Standing in this land, he could clearly feel a kind of oppressive aura. This was the suppression from the laws of heaven and earth, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He was not recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. How can this be Tianwu continent? This was completely different from the Tianwu continent in his memories. He suspected that the other party had made a mistake and sent him to another place. Just at this moment, he sensed some kind of weak energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was too weak, and if it was during normal times, Zichun would not even care about it. However, this was the first time he came to this land, and he did not know much about this place. He was prepared to go and see what was going on with this fluctuation. Since he was unable to use his soul power and he did not have any energy, the only way Zichun could go forward was to run. Thus, he took a step forward and ran forward. Everywhere he went, a cloud of dust would be raised. He was worried that the fluctuation would dissipate quickly, so he wanted to hurry over. Gradually, he heard the sound of fighting. It turned out that there were people fighting. However, the fluctuations were too weak. What level were the people fighting? In the next moment, Zichun heard a cry of surprise, and he was stunned. Chapter 2458. Core Old Monster, a term that he had long forgotten, once again appeared in his mind. From that cry of alarm, he could hear the panic and fear of the other party, just like the first time he encountered an existence of that level, almost being killed. In the end, it was the same Core Old Monster who saved him. In the era when Core could be called Old Monsters, this was a sentence that he would always mention when he reminisced about the past with the monk, the demon ape, and the others. It could be considered a heartfelt emotion for that era. In that era, the laws of heaven and earth were not clear. Core was the old monster, and mortal core was the foundation. The strongest existence in the world was the false heaven. Xingdao Li had stayed in this realm for countless years, but he could not find a way to break through. However, with the arrival of the Great Era, as the laws of heaven and earth became clear because of him, not to mention the heaven realm, even saints appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. Saint kings and great saints appeared one after another. That was a glorious era. They sighed as they chatted with the people who came after them. Those people could hardly imagine the era Zichun and the others lived in. At the same time, the monk, the demon ape, and the others could not imagine what would happen to them if they returned to that era. They did not expect that Zichun would encounter it. In this era where the laws were suppressed, it was very oppressive for the strong to be in the midst of these laws. At all times, the body was repulsed by the laws. This repulsive feeling was unbearable, and it was completely impossible for one's cultivation to improve. At this moment, Zichun could not use his soul power, so he could not use his spiritual sense to investigate this world. But after hearing the Core Old Monster, his forgotten memories were reawakened. The doubts in his heart had disappeared. He knew that this was the Sky Martial Continent, the real Sky Martial Continent. The reason why it had become like this was because the previous generation of heaven-defying had fallen, and the next generation of heaven-defying had not appeared. This was a new beginning of a reincarnation cycle. In order to make the heaven and earth spirit chi rich again, to make the heaven realm as many as dogs, and to let saints walk everywhere, a new heaven-defying person had to appear. And this heaven-defying person had to reach the same realm to be recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. This was a long time, perhaps 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. A cycle of reincarnation has ended, and I, the heaven-defying one, have come to an end. A new era has arrived, but this is no longer our era. Zichun's heart was filled with emotions. He slowed down his pace and walked forward. He was a heaven-defying cultivator of the previous generation, an influential figure of the previous generation. This era did not recognize him and had even abandoned him. As he slowed down, the sounds of fighting became clearer. Then, he saw someone flying over from the horizon. He raised his head and looked up. In front of him, there were two people running away at full speed. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Both of them were in the flight realm, and they looked like a couple. There was a trace of panic on the faces of the two who were running away. There were 5 people chasing after him. Among them, there were 4 who were in the air, and 1 who was in the core realm. They were the old monsters of this era. At this level, one could break free from gravity and fly in the air. Without energy, he couldn't use his soul. Zichun couldn't fly in the martial heaven continent, where the laws of the continent restricted him. He could only watch them. Hand over the items, and I'll spare your lives. A cold voice sounded from behind. It was a young man with a cold expression. I didn't take anything. What do you want me to hand over? The young man ran away quickly. You didn't take anything? Then leave your storage pouch and let me see. The young man's face flashed with a cold smile. At this moment, the existence called the core realm old monster was chasing after him unhurriedly. His face was full of ridicule, and he was not in a hurry to kill. Wang Chuan, don't go too far. This time, I found the ruins. It's fine if you take people to steal it, but do you want to kill me? The young man's face revealed anger. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. You, Zhang Chutian, are from the everlasting sect, so you should know this principle best. A few thousand years ago, your everlasting sect was very powerful and almost massacred my Wang family. This time, what's the big deal about stealing your ruins? The young man called Wang Chuan said coldly. Don't think that I don't know what happened back then. Your Wang family was too domineering, so you paid the price. Should we be massacred for being domineering? What kind of rule is this? If you massacred my Wang family, wouldn't your everlasting sect be even more domineering? Wang Chuan said coldly. Zhang Chutian, don't blame me for not reminding you. Either hand over your storage pouch or die. Even if you don't care about your own life, you should care about Xiaoyu. As he spoke, Wang Chuan gave a meaningful glance. The core realm old monster quickly chased after the two and stopped them. Give it to him. Seeing the indifferent core realm old monster in front of him, Zhang Chutian gritted his teeth and threw out his storage pouch. The beautiful woman next to her hesitated for a moment before also handing over her storage pouch. Wang Chuan took the two storage pouches and began to carefully examine them. But it was obvious that most of his attention was on the woman's storage pouch. This made the beautiful woman both embarrassed and angry. After all, there were many women's private things inside. After a long time, Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Chutian and said with disdain, I say, your everlasting sect was once a large sect, but the things you have are too shabby. You have less than 100 spirit stones on you, and they are of the lowest grade. What a disgrace to the everlasting sect's reputation. Zhang Chutian's face was full of anger, but he suppressed his anger and didn't say anything. Wang Chuan turned to the woman again and said, I say, Xiaoyu, what future do you have in the everlasting sect? If you follow me, I can buy you whatever you want. You can enjoy endless resources, wear endless beautiful clothes, and choose any pill that can preserve your youth. Wang Chuan looked at the woman with a fervent gaze, but the latter didn't look at him and said coldly, No need, the everlasting sect is very good. Also, it is my home. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. After being rejected, Wang Chuan coldly snorted and threw the two storage pouches in his hand. Before the two of them could take the storage pouches exploded, and the things inside were destroyed. You. Zhang Chutian's face was full of anger. What? Is it that painful? It's not even 100 spirit stones. Oh, I know, you're worried about the storage pouches, right? But to be honest, the two of you don't even have a spirit ring. That's too shabby. Wang Chuan looked at the two of them with a mocking smile. With old Monster Dan watching, Zhang Chutian naturally couldn't do anything to Wang Chuan, so he could only say, Can we go now? Wang Chuan said, Of course not. I suspect that the two of you have other storage pouches or spirit rings on you, so I will search you. If you don't want to, then take off your clothes one by one, and let me examine you carefully. This time, Zhang Chutian was truly enraged. Because Xiaoyu was with him, if Wang Chuan searched him, the other party might take the opportunity to do something. Wang Chuan, don't go too far. Our everlasting sect has old Monster Dan as well. Zhang Chutian angrily said, Old Monster Dan you're talking about. Is it that half-dead old monster Wu? You can ask her if she dares to find trouble with me. Cut the crap. Either you let me search you, or you die. Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Chutian with disdain and said, Of course, you don't have to do it. Take off your clothes. As for Xiaoyu, I will do it myself. Wang Chuan gave another look, and old Monster Dan's aura was released again, causing the two's expression to change. Zhang Chutian stood in front of Xiaoyu with a sword in his hand, but he didn't back down. Xiaoyu was very worried about Zhang Chutian at this moment, and she knew what Wang Chuan meant. She gritted her teeth and decided to follow the other party. But at this moment, she felt a pair of strange eyes fall on her, and she subconsciously turned her head to look down. For thousands, she let out a startled cry, and a trace of fear appeared on her nervous face. A skeleton stood where she was looking. The soul flames in the skeleton's eye sockets flickered, and it held a stone saber in its hand. Sunlight fell on the skeleton's body, illuminating it with a cold light. A cool breeze blew past, and a chill spread. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a lot at this moment. This skeleton that had appeared at an unknown time was looking up at her. Xiaoyu's startled cry attracted the attention of the others. They all turned their heads, and when they saw the skeleton, they were all shocked. Is it a ghost? Wang Chuan was startled at first, but his expression quickly returned to normal, and a trace of curiosity appeared on his face. The skeleton was none other than Zichun. He had clearly heard the conversation between the two. He hadn't expected that he would encounter people from the Everlasting Sect and the Wang family on his first trip to the Martial Heaven continent. Furthermore, they had mentioned the matter of the Wang family. What he couldn't understand was why these two people from the Everlasting Sect looked so shabby. They didn't have any spirit realm on them, and they didn't even have a single alchemy weapon. He wouldn't believe that the Everlasting Sect had declined no matter what. One had to know that with the resources left behind by the Everlasting Sect, not to mention 5,000 years, even if 50,000 years had passed, or even 100,000 years, they wouldn't have declined. But what was going on? Could it be that the Everlasting Sect's system had changed, and they were now training their disciples bitterly? He raised his head and looked at them, very puzzled. After that, he heard Wang Chuan's aggressive words. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he had to admit that something must have happened to the Everlasting Sect since they dared to treat a disciple of the Everlasting Sect with such a fearless attitude. Just as he was pondering, he heard Wang Chuan's voice. It doesn't matter if he's a ghost or not. We'll capture him and raise him. Obviously, he treated Zichun as a rare species and was going to capture him as a pet. Kneel before this old man. An aura that belonged to the core origin realm was released, and a cold voice resounded through the world. This powerful aura from the core origin realm old monster headed straight for Zichun. However, Zichun felt a gust of wind blow over. That was all. You're not kneeling. The core origin realm old man looked at Zichun, who was still standing. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and an even stronger aura surged out from his body. Under this aura, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated. The others couldn't adapt and chose to retreat as well. Zichun was still standing, but he felt that the wind was slightly stronger. It should be because of its constitution. Although it didn't kneel, it has lost its ability to move. You guys go and capture it. Chapter 2459. This primal core eccentric's confidence stunned Zichun. Just these two auras were enough to determine that he wouldn't be able to move? Wasn't that confidence a bit too strong? However, from this, it could be seen just how important primal core eccentrics were in the Martial Heaven continent. The two men standing behind Wang Chuan leaped towards Zichun with joy on their faces. In midair, they shot out two beams of energy, which landed on Zichun's body and wrapped around him in layers. Seeing that Zichun wasn't resisting, the two of them relaxed. However, as soon as they reached Zichun's side, their energy beams were broken. Then, Zichun stepped forward, grabbed the two of them, and directly threw them out. When Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu saw that their attention was attracted by the skeletons, they were about to quietly retreat. However, when they saw the two flying figures disappear from their sight, their faces were filled with shock as they froze in midair. What kind of background did this skeleton have to send two primal core eccentrics flying? Wang Chuan was also startled. He was also in the flying realm, but he couldn't withstand such a throw. Courting death, shouted the primal core eccentric. He personally charged at Zichun. As he charged, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Powerful energy surged out, and primal core's aura was completely released. As the palm imprint descended, Zichun gently raised his hand. Danyuan's palm imprint rapidly shattered. At the same time, Zichun's hand landed on Danyuan's shoulder. Danyuan was instantly sent flying. Sent flying, even old monster Danyuan was sent flying. Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu were shocked speechless. They hadn't expected that a random skeleton they had encountered would be so powerful. Whether it was Primal Core Eccentrics or Primal Core Eccentrics, Zichen hadn't killed them. In his opinion, just these two moves were enough to intimidate them. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu. He planned to follow them to the everlasting sect and see what was going on there. Die! An explosive shout rang out again. The aura of a pill weapon surged from the horizon. The original core eccentric who had just been sent flying by Zichen was charging at him with a pill weapon. Facing this primal core eccentric, Zichen's response was simple. He reached out, grabbed his weapon, and attacked. Old freak Dan Yuan stood there. What was originally his pill weapon was now piercing his chest. The powerful force pushed his body back until he was pinned to a huge rock. This prime core eccentric coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his face filled with shock. He raised a trembling finger and pointed at Zichen. You? Who are you? Zichen naturally didn't answer him. He only glanced to look to see primal core eccentrics. At that moment, Wang Chuan's eyes were filled with terror as he turned around and ran. Primal cores, the primal core eccentrics. All that was left was the shocked Dan Yuan, as well as Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu, who were so shocked that they forgot to run. Zichen raised his head to look at primal core eccentrics. When the two met Zichen's soulfire, they instantly woke up from their shock and hurriedly cupped their fists in thanks to Zichen. After that, they turned and left. Compared to those people, Zichen's appearance was even more frightening. The direction they left in was the direction of the everlasting sect. Zichen followed them on the ground. The primal core eccentric watched Zichen turn and leave, a trace of joy on his face. Fortunately, the primal core eccentrics belonged to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by a skeleton. When Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu saw that Zichen had caught up to them, their faces were filled with fear as they sped up. Zichen could only walk. He couldn't run with them, so he could only send out a spiritual message. Don't run. Take me to your sect. The soul fluctuation spread out, and only then did the two fleeing cultivators stop. They were afraid of a skeleton that couldn't speak because it was likely to have no consciousness and a cruel temperament. But as long as it could send a spiritual message, it proved that it had consciousness and intelligence. In addition, it didn't kill them without a word. It didn't seem to be a cruel skeleton. Moreover, there were records of the skeleton race in the Wuji sect's history. When the foreign races invaded, both sides were allies. Senior wants to return to the sect with us? Zhang Chutian asked from afar. Zichen nodded. Senior, are you acquainted with our everlasting sect? Xiao Yu asked. Zichen thought for a moment and nodded again. Hearing this, the two of them were completely relieved. Xiao Yu said respectfully, Senior, please follow us. We will leave now. Zichen pointed at the two, then pointed at his feet and shook his head. The meaning was clear. He couldn't fly. The two were dumbfounded. An existence that could easily subdue a primal core eccentric couldn't fly? In fact, Zichen was also very helpless at this moment. Not only could he not fly, but he couldn't even find the direction of the everlasting sect. Because he didn't have any spiritual power, he could only rely on his perception. And this place was obviously very far from the everlasting sect. He couldn't sense it at all. Although the two were puzzled, they had to accept this reality. They landed and led Zichen to the everlasting sect. During this time, Zhang Chutian intentionally or unintentionally told the two why they were here. They found a small relic and deliberately came to explore it. But they didn't know why the news was leaked, and they were followed by Wang Chuan. Not only did they not get anything, but they were also almost humiliated by Wang Chuan. Thinking back to the previous scene, Zhang Chutian sighed. The everlasting sect used to be so glorious. I didn't expect it to decline like this. Xiao Yu also became sad. Zichen looked at the two of them and asked, how did the everlasting sect decline? Zhang Chutian sighed. It started 5,000 years ago. At that time, the everlasting sect was still the #1 sect in the martial heaven continent. Sect Master Zichen, as a heaven-defying expert, led all the experts of the world to attack the Lightning Divine Hall. However, he didn't expect that all the experts would be annihilated. Not a single one of them walked out alive. Even without the sect master, the everlasting sect was still very powerful. The reason for its destruction started 3,000 years ago. Back then, the sect master was Nangong Onlu, and he wholeheartedly wanted to expel the devil race. On that day, Wang Feng walked out with Nangong Onlu's head, announcing the end of Nangong Onlu's era. After that, Wang Feng took control of the everlasting sect and transferred the majority of its resources to the Wang family. After that, one battle after another, the everlasting sect completely declined. Those old people from back then either left or died. Now, there isn't even a single person left. Resources are extremely scarce. Speaking of which, it's been many years since a new person joined the everlasting sect. Speaking of the everlasting sect, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu were both sad. Zichen looked at the two of them. Since the everlasting sect has declined, why haven't you left? Zhang Chutian firmly shook his head. Others can leave, but I can't, because my roots are in the everlasting sect. To tell you the truth, my ancestor is someone from the same era as Zichen. Xiao Yu's ancestor is the same, and there are other existences in the everlasting sect. It's also because of this. This is our roots, and we won't go anywhere. Your ancestor is? Zhang Haoyin. He was a powerful general by Zichen's side back then. He was in existence on par with the heaven-splitting battle ape, the evil good monk, and the others. He was extremely famous in the martial heaven continent, and there were many legends about him. Speaking of his ancestor, Zhang Chutian's eyes were filled with pride. Zichen's expression changed. He hadn't thought that Zhang Chutian would be Zhang Haoyin's junior disciple. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Haoyin and Shang Wanbing were together, it seemed like it wasn't that long ago. My father is Wu Lu. Back then, he followed sect master Zichen everywhere, and was the one who established the everlasting sect. Xiao Yu proudly said. Her name was Wu Xinyu. Zichen nodded and thought of Wu Lu, who he had met in the chaotic lands. Back then, he had been the military commander of the entire group. He had been following him since the establishment of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Finally, he had come to the everlasting sect and held an important position. Unfortunately, when the Great Era arrived, he had advanced to the heavenly realm and entered the lightning divine palace. It seemed that he hadn't been able to walk out alive. Senior, you should have heard of their story, right? Do you know them? Xiao Yu curiously asked. Xiao Yu, what nonsense are you saying? That was 5,000 years ago. How could Senior know them? Zhang Chutian said. Zichen didn't say anything. He was a bit emotional and also a bit sad. He hadn't thought that the everlasting sect that he had founded would completely decline in just 5,000 years after the deaths of these old people. 5,000 years. To mortals, it might be a few dozen reincarnations, but to cultivators, 5,000 years wasn't a long time. It wasn't like that at first, but there were too many ungrateful people. The everlasting sect had nurtured them, but they weren't grateful. In the end, not only did they leave the sect, they even took away so many of the sect's opportunities and went back to establish their own families, Xiao Yu indignantly said. In the Tianwu continent, the everlasting sect had disappeared in 5,000 years. However, there were many families that had risen up. If one were to look at the past of these families, over 90% of them had originated from the everlasting sect. If they weren't elders, then they were deacons. Internal and external problems. This should be the drawbacks and hidden dangers of a sect. Zichen sighed and didn't say anything else. The everlasting sect's destruction was something he hadn't expected. At this moment, he was worried about whether Su Mingyao and the other three had come out of the lightning divine palace. After coming out, where did they go? Obviously, they weren't in the everlasting sect. After hurrying along, they finally arrived at the everlasting sect. Looking from afar, the everlasting sect's gate was still glorious and full of grandeur. Unfortunately, this place was no longer the same. Due to the lack of spirit veins and spirit stones to maintain the sect's protective formation, it had become a mere decoration. In the past, many saints of other races were unable to break into this place. But now, anything could swagger in. Looking at the gate, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of time. Chapter 2460. How many times have I told you? This is the deadline. A cold voice came from the Wuji sect. The Green Fire sect has gone too far. This is our sect. Why should we give it to you? An angry voice rang out. Why? Of course it's because you only have a few dozen people. Isn't it a waste of resources to occupy such a large sect? The voice sounded again. The Green Fire sect has been eyeing this place for a long time. You have to give it to us even if you don't want to. As for you people, if you have no place to go, you can stay here and guard the door for the Green Fire sect. Anyway, the Green Fire sect is powerful and ambitious. We don't care about you people. Hearing the dispute, Zhang Chutian cursed angrily and sped up his pace to rush in. Xiao Yu followed closely behind. Zichen walked behind them unhurriedly. This was the sect that he had built single-handedly. He hadn't been back for 5,000 years. Now that he had returned to the Wuji sect, everything had changed. He still vaguely remembered the scene when he returned, and the Devil Ape and the others welcomed him. The entire Wuji sect cheered for him. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Who would have thought that the huge Wuji sect would decline after 5,000 years? The originally grand and dense buildings were now extremely sparse. Except for the building that represented the Wuji sect, all the other buildings were gone. He didn't know if they were destroyed by force or deliberately moved away. He sensed that the Wuji sect, which had hundreds of thousands of disciples in its heyday, only had a few dozen disciples left. At this moment, they were all gathered together to confront the two Elixir Realm cultivators. They were wearing plain clothes and their eyes were full of anger. Except for an old woman in the Elixir Realm, the others were almost all in the True Energy Realm. Some were even lower than that. It could be said that Zichen had never seen such a shabby cultivator since he started cultivating. In the entire sect, only the Elixir Realm cultivator had a spirit ring. There were even fewer storage bags. Even the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, which didn't have Elixir Realm cultivators, lived wealthier lives than this. Is this the glorious Wuji sect? Now, we can't even defend our home anymore. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a great hall in his line of sight. The great hall had already reached the clouds and was faintly discernible. It was like a paradise. In the previous era, there were too many important matters that were discussed and decided there. You've gone too far. This is our sect. Why should we give it to you? Zhang Chutian was furiously negotiating with that Dan Yuan cultivator, but it was useless. No matter which era it was, all cultivators believed in the law of the jungle. One of the two primordial Dan experts who came forward said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to. In that case, all of you can die here." They were only forced by the two core essence experts. Even if they had more guts, they wouldn't dare to slaughter the last few dozen people of the Wuji sect. In the past 5,000 years, the Boundless sect had experienced many internal and external conflicts. Even though there were only a few dozen people left, it was still a sect. Otherwise, there was no reason for it to exist. Even if they didn't give face to the monk, they still had to give face to the Buddha. If a faction really destroyed the Wuji sect, then the aristocratic families that rose to power during the internal strife would have to step in. Even if it was just a token of sympathy, it definitely wasn't something a sect like the Blue Fire Gang could bear. They could suppress the Wuji sect, stop its development, and let it perish on its own, but they couldn't forcibly destroy it. Seeing that these people didn't back down, a murderous intent flashed through the Dan Yuan cultivator's eyes. "It's fine if you don't want to. Then we'll kill this old woman first. Let's see who will protect you in the future." The Wuji sect disciples were furious, but they still didn't back down. They protected the old woman. Humph! With a cold snort, the Dan Yuan cultivator waved his sleeve. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept everyone away. In the blink of an eye, the old woman was the only one left. Cold, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two primordial Dan cultivators. This time, they really wanted to kill, because the higher-ups were urging them. If they didn't take care of this matter properly, they would be punished. "Even if I die today, I definitely won't." Before the old woman could finish her words, she suddenly paused. Her resolute gaze fluctuated, and her expression clearly changed. In her line of sight, a skeleton was walking over from afar. The skeleton held a black stone knife in its hand. The two primordial Dan cultivators from the Blue Fire sect obviously noticed the abnormality. When they turned around and saw the skeleton, their faces were filled with surprise. They cried out involuntarily, "What the hell is this?" Zichun walked straight toward the two of them. Their expressions changed. They looked at each other and rushed towards Zichun without hesitation. Under the astonished gazes of the Wuji sect disciples, the strange skeleton reached out its left hand and grabbed one of the primordial Dan cultivators. Its hand easily passed through the primordial Dan cultivator's attack and grabbed his collar. Just like that, it was flung away. At the same time, the other primordial Dan cultivator's attack landed on Kong Long's body, and a surge of energy exploded. The destructive energy in everyone's eyes couldn't do anything to the skeleton at all. He once again grabbed the shocked primordial Dan cultivator and threw him away. The old woman, who was prepared to die, watched in shock as the two primordial Dan cultivators were thrown away. The disciples of the Wuji sect, who were also prepared for the destruction of their sect, were all dumbfounded when they saw the skeleton display such great power. On the other hand, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu were delighted. They had already seen the strength of this skeleton senior, so they weren't so shocked. The two of them quickly stepped forward and bowed to Zichun. "Thank you for your help, senior." "Chutian, Xiao Yu, you know this, senior?" The old woman's face was still filled with shock. Xiao Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma. We brought this senior back. He even helped us drive away the people of the Wang family." Then, Xiao Yu briefly told everyone what had happened. Hearing this, the disciples were shocked, angry, and happy. "Thank you for your help, senior." The old woman came in front of Zichun and bowed respectfully. The other disciples of the Wuji sect bowed and thanked her. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked at Zichun with curiosity and awe. Zichun nodded to everyone. After 5,000 years, there were only a few dozen people left in the huge Wuji sect. However, these people were the ones who truly treated this place as their home. At this moment, looking at these people, Zichun suddenly understood something. He walked forward, and everyone spread out. He walked into the depths of the Wuji sect. Under the old woman's signal, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu followed. Walking forward, Zichun arrived outside the armory pavilion. There were 9 floors here, and in its heyday, apart from saint weapons, there were all kinds of weapons here. At this moment, in his perception, this place was empty. The restrictions had disappeared, so he walked straight in. The two followed behind him. Floor after floor, Zichun walked to the 9th floor. Because the restrictions had disappeared, and because it had not been cleaned for a long time, there was a thick layer of dust on the 9th floor. A portion of the weapons from back then were destroyed in battle, while the majority were divided among the other powers. In the end, there was nothing left. Zhang Chutian looked at the dazed Zichun. He didn't know what kind of relationship these skeletons had with the Wuji sect, but he had a faint feeling that these skeletons had some special feelings for the Wuji sect. Zichun turned and walked down the stairs to the library pavilion. This was where cultivation techniques were stored. After many expansions, it now had 9 floors. The cultivation techniques that Zichun had obtained from the 4 burial grounds were all here. It could be said that everything he needed was here. In that era, the Wuji sect had allowed the entire martial heaven continent to share their battle techniques. But now, this place was empty. There wasn't even a single ordinary cultivation technique. "The techniques here have also been divided among the other powers," said Zhang Chutian. "I heard that during the Wuji sect's glory, the Wuji sect provided free cultivation resources to the entire martial heaven continent, as well as free access to battle techniques. But now, there are no battle techniques at all." There was a hint of anger in his words. Because his ancestor was Zhang Chutian, he knew the history of that era very well. In that glorious era, the Wuji sect provided the entire martial heaven continent. However, with the disappearance of sect master Zichun, the Wuji sect was divided among the other powers. After leaving the library pavilion, Zichun walked towards the alchemy building. This place was also empty. It could be said that there weren't any resources left in the entire Wuji sect, not even the lowest level cultivation technique. In the end, Zichun walked to the 4 time castles. They were the foundation of the Wuji sect's rise. The 4 castles had already disappeared, and the ground was a mess. Even the formation base that LV Pong had personally set up had been dug out by someone. Of the 4 time castles, one is in the Wang family, one is in the 5 elements family, and one was obtained by the Heavenly Kill Alliance. As for the last one, its whereabouts are unknown, said Zhang Chutian. It was gone. Other than these dozens of people, there was nothing left in the entire Wuji sect. Zichun sighed with emotion. However, the destruction of the Wuji sect also made him understand a principle. If one wanted to establish a sect, in addition to powerful combat strength, they also needed a deep-rooted cohesive force. In the past, the Wuji sect did indeed have a cohesive force, but that was only limited to Zichen and his powerful friends. With their fall, the entire sect became a pile of loose sand and finally disintegrated from the inside. While he was disappointed, he was also very glad. At the very least, the Wuji sect had not been completely destroyed. There were still dozens of people left. Although their combat strength was very weak and their cultivation base was very low, they had an extremely rare cohesive force. They regarded this place as their last home. Holy Grounds, Wang family. This was a newly risen family. They were known as the second family in the Holy Grounds and had a history of more than 1,000 years. The patriarch's name was Lu Che, and he was only a step away from the pseudo-heaven realm. Father, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. An anxious voice with a hint of panic sounded. Lu Che's door was pushed open, and a young man walked in. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lu Che opened his eyes and looked at his only son. Chapter 2461. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Hearing this, Lu Che said unhurriedly, so what? Although the glorious Wuji sect has declined, the buildings still exist. Why should we give it to Qinghua? He just reached the Earth Prime realm. What right does he have to occupy the Wuji sect? Lu Che's son, Lu Ying, said angrily. Lu Che said, if he doesn't have the right, do you? Lu Ying said, of course. In the hallowed grounds, of course we have the right to be the second family. Also, father, you were once from the Wuji sect. If we go back and occupy it, isn't it right and proper? I believe that even the Wang family can't say anything. Lu Che shook his head and said to Lu Ying, right and proper? Do you know how many people have taken a fancy to the Wuji sect? Lu Ying was puzzled. Lu Che said, I don't dare to say 100, but at least 50 families have taken a fancy to the Wuji sect, including the number 1 family in the hallowed grounds, the Wang family. But do you know why these families would rather go out and build a new base, and even take away the buildings in the Wuji sect than occupy the Wuji sect? Lu Ying shook his head. He had always been puzzled by the actions of these forces and thought that they were stupid. He had asked his father this question before, but he had never received any response. Why? He asked. You're still young and haven't experienced that glorious era. You don't know how powerful the Wuji sect was. In your knowledge, the Wuji sect was only the number 1 force in the Tianwu continent. In fact, if the Wuji sect claimed to be the number 2 force in the entire Life Star, no force would dare to claim to be the number 1. That includes the 5 elements families and the Heavenly Kill Union. Although the Wuji sect has declined, not all of the experts in the past died. Some of them went out to train before the Wuji sect had internal strife. What if one day they come back and see the Wuji sect occupied by other forces? What do you think will happen? Just as the father and son were discussing the Wuji sect, a human origin realm cultivator was thrown out by a skeleton. Lu Ying said, so what if they come back? Don't tell me that a mere person can go against an entire sect? Family head Lu shook his head and said, you're still too young. Love, go little, say network. Chu, you haven't experienced that era, so you don't know how glorious and terrifying that era was. In that era, the heavenly realm was in a precarious situation. Saints and saint kings could fall at any time. For example, the everlasting sect's former sect master, Zichun, dared to challenge the entire 5 elements aristocratic family when he was still a pseudo-heaven. When he broke through to the heaven realm, the entire 5 elements aristocratic family started to fear him. Lu Ying's expression changed greatly. He knew how terrifying the 5 elements aristocratic family was, but he never thought that such a huge family would be afraid of a single person. There were simply too many experts in that era. Take me for example. Back then, I was only one step away from false heaven. If it weren't for the turmoil of the world, I would have broken through very quickly. But now, with the hidden laws, I no longer have any hope of reaching the pseudo-heaven realm. As for those who left back then, not to mention Zichen's generation, even after the upheaval, there were many people who wanted to break through and go out in search of opportunities. What do you think will happen if they come back one day and see the Wuji sect occupied by other forces? Lu Ying was silent. He hadn't thought so far ahead. Take the Wang family, for example. They are the #1 aristocratic family in the Holy Land. Although they have a close relationship with the Wuji sect almost massacred the Wang family back then. Now, Zichen's generation has all disappeared. The Wuji sect has completely lost its power, and the Wang family has risen. Even the Five Elements aristocratic family is afraid of them. But why don't they destroy the Wuji sect? Are they just suppressing the Wuji sect and letting it slowly decline? Lu Che said, because they are also afraid that those experts will return. Lu Ying said unwillingly, are we just going to let Green Fire take over the Wuji sect? Since he's willing to gamble with the entire Green Fire sect, then let him be. In short, we can't occupy the Wuji sect. Lu Che waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave. Lu Ying turned around and left. However, 2 hours later, Lu Che's door was opened again. This time, Lu Ying's face was filled with nervousness. What's wrong now? Lu Che said unhappily, I just received news that an extremely powerful existence has come to the Wuji sect. He threw out 2 human origin realm experts with one hand. Lu Ying said, what? A light flashed through Lu Che's eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of panic. What does that person look like? How is his combat strength? Has he broken through to the pseudo-heaven realm? He was very nervous because if it was really an expert who had returned from training, once the other party wanted to settle the score, the first thing he would do would be to deal with them, who had brought the resources out to establish the family. Love, Go Xiao, say W Chu, I don't know the details. Green Fire didn't dare to go and test it out. The Wang family also went. It seems that the expert had some conflict with the Wang family. Lu Ying said, the Wang family? Hearing about the Wang family, Lu Che heaved a sigh of relief. In the entire Holy Land, the Wang family was the most likely force to fight against the expert who had returned. Let's go and take a look. However, Lu Che was still worried and decided to take a look himself. He believed that he had seen all those experts back then. If it was really an expert who had returned, he would be able to call out his name after meeting him. The 2 Elixir Realm experts from the Green Fire sect were thrown out by Zichun, but they didn't stop there and brought a large group of people over. This time, even the sect leader of the Green Fire sect, came. He was the strongest in the Green Fire sect and had just broken through to the earthly realm. They thought that they could easily take care of all this, but they didn't expect that the 2 mortal realm experts they sent in would be thrown out in the same way. The other cultivators who came were shocked. According to the 2 mortal realm experts, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Therefore, Green Fire, who was outside, didn't dare to go in again. In the Wuji sect, after seeing the 2 mortal realm experts being thrown out, there was a burst of cheers from the back. Zhang Chutian, Xiao Yu, and the old woman in the Elixir realm were also surprised and happy. They had guessed that the Skeleton's realm should be the mortal realm. However, after seeing him throw out the mortal realm experts so easily, they dismissed the idea and guessed that the Skeleton should be in the earthly realm. Having an earthly realm expert was already a great sect. Perhaps they might not be able to rise again, but they probably wouldn't be bullied anymore. Zichen turned around and looked at the last few dozen people of the Wuji sect. For the first time, he said, today, no one can take over the Wuji sect. Tomorrow, the Wuji sect will rise again. His voice was unusually hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, but it was like the sound of nature in the ears of everyone. They were very excited because there was finally an expert who was willing to help the Wuji sect. Over the years, they had tried to find many experts from the Wuji sect to seek their protection and help, but no one was willing to help them. In fact, he would even deliberately avoid them. The entire Wuji sect seemed to be cursed. No one was willing to help them, and they were often schemed against. Xiao Yu's parents were schemed against and killed. The families of the other companions suffered the same fate. They didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, too many people had died, and seeing that the last sect couldn't be saved, an expert finally appeared. However, just as everyone was feeling excited, Wang Chuan's voice came from outside. "Skeleton, get the hell out here. How dare you provoke the Wang family? Let me tell you, you're finished." After hearing the Wang family's name, the excited cultivators of the Wuji sect all woke up. None of them knew how glorious the Wuji sect was in the past, but they knew the current status of the Wang family in the entire Tianwu continent. In their guesses, the Wuji sect in the past was just like the current Wang family. In this sacred land, provoking the Wang family seemed to only lead to death. Hearing this, Zichun walked outside. He couldn't help but recall the scene from back then. Could it be that everything is going to repeat itself? He thought of Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and Wang Xian'er. The current Wang family was their Wang family. Wang Xian'er's whereabouts were unknown, and Wang Qiong and Wang Shan died in the Lightning Divine Palace. Could it be that he was going to massacre the family that they had created? His feelings were very complicated. After all, this was a family that had a deep relationship with him. The reason why the Wang family could rise was because of his relationship with the three of them. He walked out and saw Wang Chuan. Beside Wang Chuan, there were more than 10 people. Among these people, other than Wang Chuan, who was in the air, the rest were in the human origin realm. There was even an earth origin realm cultivator. In another direction, there were people from the Green Fire sect. There was also an earth origin realm cultivator among them. However, they were very far away from here. They weren't afraid of Zichun, but of the Wang family. "That's the guy. Kill him." Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and said while pointing at Zichun. Those human origin realm cultivators immediately charged towards Zichun. Zichun placed the stone saber in his hand at his feet and stood there with his hands clenched into fists. Pung! 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 When the human origin realm cultivators arrived, Zichun struck out with his fists, and the sound of tremors could be heard. The human origin realm cultivators were all sent flying in an instant and disappeared from everyone's sight. The cultivators gasped upon seeing this. Even Wang Chuan was given a fright. He took dozens of steps back and looked at the earth origin realm cultivator. He said respectfully, "Uncle, please help." Diyuan nodded. He stared at Zichun with a solemn expression. He didn't go forward directly. Instead, he struck out a palm at Zichun. Zichun waved his hand and easily broke the palm. Diyuan struck out again to test the waters. Zichun stood there and neutralized the attack. "Uncle, I remember now. This skeleton can't fly," Wang Chuan suddenly said. This was what the Dan Origin Realm cultivator told him. "That's good." Diyuan, who was originally nervous, smiled easily. He formed a seal with his hands and struck out a powerful blow. Because of the rules, Zichun couldn't fly. This was his weakness. After seeing Diyuan's plan, he bent down to pick up the stone saber on the ground and threw it at Diyuan. The stone saber pierced through the air and went straight for Diyuan. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.